Good morning, everybody. This is the Sambazon Morning Update. And what a morning we have as we check out the entire setup for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Also stacks to the horizon. Griff with his coach, Tom, his pops right behind him. And the Brazilian contingent led by world champ Italo. He's got to grab some backup equipment. Already broke one in half. McGillivray with our beach marshal, Ray Shito, looking at the bombs. Shion Crawford, wild card in this event. Eli Hanneman making his rookie debut, and Yago Dora turning in his best season to date last year. Got a pretty scary one yesterday. For Yago, he said yesterday was a great day to get away without the crowd, but that wasn't for everybody because it was more than a double black diamond conditions. It was pretty wild, but today the winds have calmed down like we were hoping for. And the contest is on. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez, CT Standout Triple Crown Champ. Jesse, these are the days we're always hoping for at Pipeline. It's absolutely firing out there.
I know. It looks much better than I expected from yesterday. We had a lot of wind the last few days coming from the northwest and southwest, kind of a mix, and it was just the ocean was all around. And now we look back and it's all clean. Last night kind of cleaned up, so we had a lot of time for pipeline to groom, and it's looking amazing. We have backdoor and pipeline options today, so we're excited for the first day of competition.
There's definitely some crazy ones out there, and I think once the tide starts dropping out, it'll get a little bit better. There's some wild ones just closing out and doubling up. Pretty intense morning to kick off the season in 2024. I'm getting pretty hyped in here, but let's make it more official. The Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley Dyer, is with AJ McCord.
Joey, Jesse, you guys were talking about it. Pipeline showed up this morning, and Jesse, the surfers coming in from the free surf with a massive smile on their face. Give us the official call for today, though.
Yeah, officially we're on. So, you know, we've been talking a bit about it, but it's kind of pumping out there. Very, there's a fair bit of swell, like well overhead, and there's been some amazing rides so far. So we're going straight in the men's opening round, then we're going to follow that up with the men's elimination round. So a really big day. It's a full day ahead of us, and it's exciting to be here and to be back.
So exciting to be back. So we're on for today. Give us the forecast moving forward, what you're liking about calling on today based on the rest of the window.
So we've got, you know, a really good crew that support us here with the forecast. We've got Surfline, we've got our locals like Marty Thomas, obviously everyone in the tower with me. We've got Trav, Luli, Kayla. It's a really good crew that we have, that we look through everything with Jonathan Warren. And, you know, today's looking like one of our best days in the forecast when we're looking at those 4 days of competition, but also it's firing. So it's always an easy call when you come down here and you're watching people get, you know, blown out of barrels.
Speaking of getting blown out of barrels, let's walk through the judging criteria for today.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously we're down here at Pipeline, and we've sent this to the surfers this morning in English and Portuguese, which is, you know, part of our push this year to be really transparent with them and to give as much information as possible. And, you know, we want everyone to have the info that they need to make these decisions in their heat. So we're looking for, you know, commitment and degree of difficulty, including, you know, those kind of takeoff spots, how late you are, your positioning on the wave, and obviously there's a few technical elements of barrel riding which are really important. Looking at depth, absolutely. Looking at how you guys are, you know, coming in and stalling for the barrel. Those bits and pieces that are really important, and they're the things that we're going to be paying attention to.
Cannot wait. The action is already underway. Heat 1 in the water, so we'll send it back to you in the booth to call the action.
How good is this, AJ? Thank you so much. Great job to the Chief of Sport, but I like how she's breaking down the entire team that it takes to call a contest on. A lot of research from Surfline and Jonathan Warren. They've got surfers that have their opinions, local reps as well, and a great team to kick off opening day. So it's a day for the men, opening round and elimination round before we leave the beach today, as we have Yago Dora setting up for another great year on tour, coming off an incredible season last year, where we'll go back to live action quickly. Matthew McGillivray getting the opening wave of the season. So I'm checking out the lineup with Brent Power. He's trying to decide on maybe riding like a 6.5 today. He had a 6.4 there as well. And it was interesting because Barron was right behind him. Barron is kind of famous for riding small boards. So I was like, hey, Barron, what, 6'2 today? He's like, no way, probably 6'6. So it's one of those days where you're bringing out a little bit more lumber to take on these waves.
And also, yesterday was third reefing as well, so they went to bed looking at massive conditions, like a lot of wash-throughs, a lot of water moving. So you don't know what to expect. You knew the waves were going to get a little smaller today, but they kind of have to bring everything to the beach, mostly if you're in the first heat, because you don't have much time in case it's still that big like yesterday. And you see right there the first wave being ridden of the year, a clear barrel. You know, you see him taking off just enough right there, getting under that nice section from behind, like still not as wide of a barrel as you expect for backdoor mostly. Usually you see that wave just bottoming out, but that was a great start, get the nerves off, and yeah, start the heat.
It's got to be a good omen for the season, right? Just starting off with a stand-up pit to kick off the season. Great job, Matthew McGillivray, representing Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. He said he really spent the entire off-season here. So a lot of people making plans of spending more home time. He actually did the opposite. Just planted himself here on the North Shore of Oahu to get a lot of reps at Pipeline and Sunset. The guy loves his job. Why not?
Yes, why not? And the more comfortable you get out here is with time in the water, you know? Pipeline is a wave that needs a lot of time. You need to spend so much time. That's why Kelly's so dominant out here. He's been doing it for over 30 years. And it's a smart decision. He lives on the South Hemisphere, and it's summer there right now. He's at J Bay, so there's not many waves, nothing much going on. So a smart decision of him, and it's paying off. Starting with the 517, great start of the heat.
Not bad. 517, the scale being set. New head judge for the season, Lily Pereira, has been around for a very long time. Longtime pro surfer from Brazil. Has been on the panel for decades. And now at the helm, watching everybody upstairs. So Matthew, we've got Iago Dora. We also have Cade Matson in the lineup for this opening round. Iago, the high seed, and Cade, part of that exciting rookie class, with the majority of those surfers coming out of San Clemente, California.
Yeah, that's a good crew. I feel like they found a good rhythm throughout the Key West. A bunch of best friends just qualified. Like, how dreamy is that, you know, have all your best friends on tour? And the coolest thing about it, in my opinion, is just having them support each other and push each other. I think that's the best way for you to do it.
Iago Dora enjoying his time last season, getting his very first CT win at Saquarema. So what a way to do it, at home, in front of your friends and family, a wave that's always given you success, even as a wild card, and came incredibly close to compete for a world title last September. Ended up having that emotional draw with Jack Robinson at Teupo, and obviously both are like really good friends, almost like brothers, both getting coached by his father, and Jack got the win, which sent Iago behind the cut of the final five. So we'll see how Iago goes this year. Cade Matson is big as well. We talk about Cole being tall, but he's also 6'3". Not 220s, you know, about 195. He's a really a smart competitor. When he was a junior, whenever he was in a situation where he needed like an 8 or a 9, he could just do it, no matter what the waves looked like. He's got a crazy mental ability to just see things before they happen.
Yeah, and some people are just kind of born with that natural ability of just being able to pull it off those moments. And he went through a tough moment throughout just the start of his professional career. He went through a bad, I think, back injury, if I'm not mistaken, and he was out of the water for a long time, and he was able to bounce back and not long after qualify for the tour. So that's very impressive of him.
Yeah, I think he's just filled with gratitude, you know, for coming as long as he has been, from losing major sponsors, gaining new ones, and now qualifying with his best friends. This one's bottoming out, sliding out, and hanging on to that rail is Matty McGillivray. Remember, he likes jumping out of planes for fun. So when he feels that weightless feeling out of the sky, he's in his happy place. We'll never forget the 10 he got at Chopes. 517 going right, and we'll see what he gets going left here, Jesse.
Yeah, that was impressive. That almost gave me a little glimpse of his Chopu 10-point ride a few years back. It was just like it, obviously a smaller version here today, but that was so critical, and that's what the judges love to see, is see how steep that drop was, losing the rail and being able to engage again and drive through that barrel. That was so critical of him, and he's going to get rewarded on that. Check this out. Disengage the fins right there, and somehow able to re-engage the rail and come out of the barrel with the big spit. That was a dreamy start of a heat with no priority, getting a good score under everyone. That was nice.
Parking it here since early November and not leaving the North Shores paid off for McGillivray as he's up again. Wild one here. Big cave kind of looks nuts on the inside, so he'll wisely get out of there. But it's usually not over. You try to do your best to try to get flat, get out of harm's way, but he'll be dealing with more waves on the head on that end section. McGillivray.
Yeah, you see all that sand with the water, with the whitewash right there. That just shows that he's a little bit to the right of the peak at Pipeline. So he's hitting that sandbar. That's why that wave closed out pretty quick and didn't give him too much opportunity. All that water moving. You see he's in front of the ski right there already. He's by the channel. And ideally you want to take off a little deeper so you have that wave be a little more peaky and hit the reef a little better. But he's just rolling the dice and he's having a good time right now.
Only waves ridden for the South African as we have a special treat now here on set. Jonathan Warren from Surfline. It's like we have a premium account, but this is the dream. If you could actually come to our living room every day and tell us where we should be surfing, this would be even better. But thanks for joining us, John.
Thank you for having me, guys.
We really appreciate this in-person interview to tell us what we have for the entire waiting period, but really focusing on what we have today as well.
Yeah, so basically the surf that we have on tap for just today, let's just go ahead and break down what we're going to see today. So we have the solid west-northwest swell that moved in yesterday. It topped out yesterday. It's on the easing trend today. Well, let's go ahead and talk about this graphic first, so of what everybody's seeing on screen. So we're going to be seeing this combo action. It's going to be happening over the next several days of swell coming in from the northeast and northwest. We don't really want to see that for Pipeline. For a beach break, that's actually good. But for a reef break, and especially for Pipeline, you don't want to have a combo. So looking at the graphics here, 8 to 12 foot faces out there, easing slowly through the day, down to 6 to 10 foot faces later this afternoon. Good conditions all day. Likely to see a little bit of a sea breeze this afternoon, but should stay on the mellow side and not really mess it up too much. Over the next 4 days, definitely worth a look tomorrow morning for some leftovers, especially for backdoor down to off the wall. Still broken up and favoring that part of the wave more so than Pipeline. And then things kind of go south on us as we move through Friday and the weekend. Not only are we going to see primarily unfavorable swell coming from the north-northeast direction as that west-northwest energy kind of drops out by then, but the winds go bad. We're going to see breezy north winds kick up as high pressure builds in from the west. These strong onshore north winds are going to rise up on Friday, and then clocking northeast on Saturday, and then east-northeast on Sunday. So gradually trending a little bit better as we make our way towards next week. But I think for the rest of this week, it's going to be pretty bad after tomorrow morning. So probably some lay days in there. But looking forward to this next pulse.
Yeah, it's interesting. We were talking earlier, Jesse, you noticing how we had a lot of peaky waves coming through this morning.
Yeah, that was my question. I guess when you see a little bit more of a straight swell, usually longer period, and more of a peaky swell, maybe a broken up like you just mentioned, like our combo swell. Is that what's happening right now in the water?
Yeah, I mean, what's happening right now is we primarily have just a west-northwest, which is good for pipe. Like that is the direction that you want to see. Why it's broken up and has this, why there's peaks out there with both pipe and backdoor working is because the period's shorter. It's primarily around 12 to 13 seconds, maybe even some 14-second bands in there, but which is good for backdoor to start working. If it was coming from this west-northwest direction, but longer period, especially over 16 seconds, especially if you get 18 seconds plus, you'll primarily see just the pipeline left, as it'll be too walled out for backdoor to work, unless it was small. But at this size, if it was longer period, it'd be all pipeline left. But because it's shorter in period, it's more broken up in nature. You have basically a blend of these different periods moving into the reef at different angles because of how it's refracting by the reefs off the outer log cabins. And so as they come in, they converge toward this area of the reef. You get these crossed up peaks. Now later in the event window, it's actually going to be a combo of swell from the west-northwest and northeast. You know, we don't really want to see that northeast crossing in. You know, like I said earlier, you want to see primarily just one swell direction for pipe, and ideally from that west northwest direction.
Jonathan, great. I love this information. I guess just focusing on today, because we're trying to get a lot done, opening round and elimination round. What are you expecting for the back end of today and how we're going to finish out?
Yeah, so definitely a great surf on tap for at least the first half of the day. I mean, it's going to be good like throughout the afternoon too. Like I am seeing a little bit of a sea breeze that's gonna puff up this afternoon, but should stay like 8 knots or less. So still on the cleaner side, and watch for the winds even to slack off this evening. So probably glassing off. Still plenty of size out there. It's just going to ease just a little bit compared to what you're seeing it now. Yeah, and then it gets smaller tomorrow. But I think there might still be some opportunity at backdoor tomorrow morning.
I love it. Thank you so much. I think a great idea for Surfline for premium members would be we could get your phone number too, and then we could just no, you'd be busy.
That's super.
Thanks so much, Jonathan Warren from Surfline, breaking it all down for us and letting us know we're scoring today, obviously, and we could end up having a few days off until things clean up towards the back end. We'll be checking in with John throughout this event. Big thanks to Surfline, the official forecaster, the 2024 World Surf League Championship Tour. And as we dive back into the heat, that was a perfect time to talk to John because we've just had the waves ridden from Matthew McGillivray, 517 and a 717. If you're Matthew, this is the best way you could start off your season.
I know, you can't ask for a better start. Getting the nerves off. Obviously, when you're dealing with pipe, there's extra nerves as well. And you see this wave here, the separation in between those two scores is just how critical that drop was and how steep and how hollow that wave became. So that's just show way more degree of difficulty and how, yeah, it's just way harder to ride those type of waves than just a roll-in type of backdoor ride.
Just so cool that Matty's been able to show off that back end barrel riding technique, getting blown out of pits. I mean, he had that 10-point ride in Tahiti, but he's proving that that's part of his skill set. You know, the more opportunities he gets to show it when pipe or chopes is really big, hopefully he'll be at Cloud Break this year as well. Can really show what he can do on his backhand. Sometimes those right-hand point break specialists are kind of just famous for point break surfing, but McGillivray so well-rounded as Cade Madsen gets a promising opener. Welcome to the tour.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Cade the last few days. He's actually been a standout. I've never really seen him much on this Waves of Consequences, obviously because he's very young, and when you're in the Key West, there's not that many waves that gives you the opportunity to show that type of surfing, but he's been a standout and definitely one to look forward in this event.
Yeah, 21 years of age, almost the youngest on tour. I think Eli's a few months younger, still in that 21-year-old mark, and Cade's been hanging out at Eli Hanneman's house, along with Crosby Colapinto and a bunch of guys. Eli loves hosting a lot of his best friends when they come over here to Hawaii. We've got a pretty good routine of surfing all day. I saw Cade about a week ago, and all of them, they look so exhausted. They're putting in like 8 hours a day, pulsing pipe conditions, as we look at the technique on the forehand for Madsen.
Yeah, that was great. I'm able to slow down on the takeoff, which is very hard on intense waves like this. And check this out. That's a nice angle for you to see how steep that wave was. Just able to get under that lip, and it was a short barrel. It might not come in a great score, but it's a great start for him, and we see Iago on the other hand.
Iago throwing down the wrapping turn, getting his opening wave of the season. There's a little section to throw the tail to the sky, but he'll end up incomplete. Number 7 in the world last year, and the boys are already checking out the clips from Cade. Griffin Colapinto taking that mentorship type role for his younger brother and the younger crew coming from his hometown of San Clemente. As we take another look, Iago's wave from start to finish, Jesse.
That looked like a beautiful wave we saw just from here on, but nice cutback right there. And that's what Iago has an advantage, I feel like, on this heat. He's such a good rail and air surfer that he's going to have a little difference point on top of his opponents in this heat. So if he's able to get a better wave, maybe a little deeper of a barrel, and mix it up with those turns, he's definitely has big chances of big scores.
Some great numbers coming through for McGillivray, the 5.717, 2 best numbers of the heat that he got nice and early. Cade's first wave on tour as a rookie, 4.5. Iago, 3.17. So remember, in this opening round, it's the top two that will move straight into the round of 32, and third place will move into the elimination round, which is scheduled for today. Great start to the first half of the opening round. Heat number 1 here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Back for more action. Remember, Medina is coming up at heat number 2.
I wrote this after the 2 Australia events, and I was like, I need something to look at every single day to make sure it happens.
Cade's funny. He's the comedian of the group.
We call him like Fratson because he turns into like a frat boy, and he's like just big and like jockey, and he's like, yeah!
Yeah! Hey, Fratson, Matson.
Yeah, you know, I've just been working so hard for this, and I'm just, you know, really happy.
How are ya? I had a back injury. It was probably like as close to hell as you could imagine. Got dropped from my sponsor, was going into surgery, just like, is my surf career over? I didn't really have a doubt that I was gonna be here, and I think that's the reason that I'm here, is that I was able to like believe in myself.
Oh, whale? Matson, the star of the show today.
I think I'm made of a lot of confidence and a guy that's ready to take on the challenge. I'm Cade Matson, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
It was so rad watching Cade last year on the Challenger Series with all of his best friends, celebrating each other's success, trusting each other, believing in the process. And after a back surgery, when it could have been all over, his headspace was so strong that he was able to overcome, got new sponsor backing, always had that great outlook that he was going to be here one day. And look at him now, as we had Iago get this wave during the break.
Yeah, that looked like a better wave for him. Just coming out with the spit, which that shows how deep he was in that wave. Obviously, not the most intense ride we had it so far, but he was able to get deep, go through the fumble right there, and that's going to probably give him a decent score and put him in the heat.
Love that approach. Often compared to Jerry Lopez with that style, looking so calm under pressure.
Yeah, Iago is just, look at that technique, just stalling. When you're able to stall and that steep and strong of a wave, it just shows how much ability and confidence he has in this type of wave. He's been coming here for a long time, and it's just another day for him.
Iago Dora looking for another big season on tour. When we focus on his career at Pipeline, it started back in 2018, quarterfinal, ended up losing to Kelly. Repeated that same success when he went down to Italo. That was Italo's world title years. We've got 8 minutes on the clock, knifing this one and pulling under the hood, stretching out beautifully for Matty McGillivray. There's the spit, and where is the man? Oh, unfortunately, he got clipped, but what a great angle on that wave at Pipeline. picking off a great wave, and somehow he went down.
Oh my gosh, that's so unfortunate for him, Joe, because that wave has had potential for an excellent score. It was just as steep almost as the 7.17 that he had, but longer. And he was there for a long time, and as you can see, he's on the channel right there, so he really rode that wave almost all the way through. And you see right here, nice roll in, pulling in from behind, very deep, and that extra section right there just caught him a little bit too much. Maybe they needed a little pump right there to go through, but that was a great ride for him so far, and just show how in sync he is in that heat. Like getting 2 waves right off the bat and then finding this jam right here. Maybe a missed opportunity to really nail this heat, but that was still great effort for him.
What a great wave to choose for Matty McGillivray. It's amazing how you could just see how he's reading the ocean so well. Dora has to straighten out on a big closeout shutting down. His wave previous was the 5.83 that he made. That did bump him into second, put Cade down to third. Now Matson holds priority with 6:35 to go. Iago just picking one that stretched out too quickly on him down the reef, and now a wild one for Matson. Oh, and a tough spot to go down. Getting hung up off the top, and Cade had the make on his start and a big wipeout, but he's already heading out the back.
That was almost magic. He's pretty much out the back already, in the in position for another one. That
How
was such
wild
a
is that?
scary
Sometimes
wipeout.
the scary ones, you're thinking the worst, and sometimes you get this magic little route out the back. I think that's what happened for Cade there.
Somehow, yeah, that happened. That was very scary.
Geez, a lot of entertainment so far as we say a big good morning to Strider Wazalewski.
Good morning. Oh my gosh, that was intense right there. There's been so much action out here, back and forth, big roll-ins, big wash-throughs, and then you see a wave like that come through where he just decided last second to try and get under that hook, and he got tossed. It looked like the worst wipeout ever from over here, and then all of a sudden he just pops right up. So Mother Nature's showing mercy on Cade. That was intense, but we love the action. And let me tell you, these guys are going for it. I love it. Good morning.
Good morning, Waz. Welcome to the opener of the season. Goodness gracious, we're watching that wipeout again from Cade.
Oh, man.
Terrifying.
Insane.
Oh, so that was a good angle for you to see it. See how he was right on the apex? So when you're right there, see, that's a perfect angle for you to see it. You want to be behind. You want to be behind so you have a little bit more time of entry. When you're right on the peak of that thing, all the energy is right there, and he ended up getting stuck, and just as he fell, he kind of landed sideways, which is horrible for you. Probably lost a lot of air as he landed on the water right there.
Oh, right there. Cade gets a barrel, then his worst wipeout of the season, all in his first start here with 4:45 to go, but he's already shaken that one off. He was out the back very quickly, and we're thankful that he looks like he is in one piece. That's the dangers of Pipeline. The most treacherous wave in the world, but also can provide the wave of your life. Cade kind of checking himself out there. Talk about an adrenaline rush falling out of the sky like that, Jesse.
Yeah, and for him right now, it's almost like regroup, right? Like, that was scary. You lost a lot of energy. Your heart rate went up, so it's almost like time to sit down, take a breath, regroup, and really focus on what you need for the next wave in order to make this heat. Right now, he's sitting in third place, so he's definitely needing another score in order to pass through the third round straight.
It's interesting, the story of Pipeline for rookies, for anyone. You know, just getting a wave in a warm-up session is sometimes near impossible. And Cade's been studying with his crew, getting out there as much as he can, and he actually said he had the best day he's ever had at Pipeline about a week ago. Got a lot of great waves at backdoor and pipe, felt really good about it. But then things change when the crowd's gone as well. You don't have maybe that one good friend that's looking out for you to call you into a set here and there, or to position in your favor. You get out there and you're still learning on the fly. You can tell Matson's going to remember where he took off on that last wave and try not to repeat that same mistake.
Yeah, totally. And what you mentioned, Joe, you also have the locos, and the locos are specialists on those waves. So usually the crowd situates themselves in the lineup as the locos sit on the pack order, on the lead of the pack order. So right now he has pretty much the lineup for yourself, and you got to make your own decisions. You can't rely on anyone.
So Cade now moving to second priority, chasing a 4.51 to avoid the elimination round. He was driving around with Crosby the other day, and they're just asking each other questions. And how do you feel about the cut? Any nervous feelings? And they said, yeah, they're there, but they're trying to just keep forward on positivity and success. They write a lot of things down, and then they try to live it. So big into journaling, talking it through. As we're down to 2:30 on the clock, Medina's coming up next. Headlining heat number 2. One of the most consistent athletes at Pipeline, a 3-time world champ. Now the boys in motion. They're looking at the set behind. Ton of white water rolling through from that second reef. And no takers once again, so clock winding down. Joining Medina in the next heat, Callum Robson, who got the 10 at Super Tubos, and also David Silva's back. Through a hard year on the Challenger Series, just got the last spot to get back to the big show. And this makes it really special, just seeing these guys again after a long off season, seeing some new faces with a pretty healthy looking rookie class, getting us pretty excited to see how things end up in this first event of the year.
Yeah, I'm excited to see David back. Actually very excited to see Callum and Gabriel. Gabriel has been a standout as usual here, one of the most consistent surfers we have in these conditions, and yeah, I'm excited for this heat. It's going to be a good one.
Still a minute 15 on the clock. Kay just asking for the update from upstairs. Chasing a 4.51. The good news for Cade, he kind of knows what that feels like because his start was a 4.5, so a touch better than that opener. And he could be sending Iago into the elimination round.
No, there's not much time left, but in his advantage right now, he sits in second priority, and the guy that he's actually battling with in the heat right now sits in third priority. So most likely with the scoring potential, with the scoring that we see on the panel right now, Matt McLiver is a little bit ahead of them. So I don't think he's going to be sitting on Cade and playing defense. So maybe Cade had a little bit more freedom to maybe try and sneak a wave before the beater.
So if Cade gets a chance here, we'll definitely see how he recovered from that big wipeout on the takeoff of wave number 2. Just trying to make sure that he's in the right position. He'll paddle over that smaller bump. Will this get here in time? And will it hit the reef where Cade's sitting? Already into the countdown. Looks like Cade is going to make a move. Split peak sticking with Madsen. This one moving quickly at backdoor. No option to pull in for Madsen, and nothing happened for McIlvray on the left. So this one's just about wrapped. Impressive performance for the South African. Getting that early start where he was the only one catching waves, and it certainly paid off. Dora safe in second, and the rookie from San Clemente, Cade, will be surfing later on today in the elimination round. Big, exciting start and a wild wipeout to kick off the year. More action coming up next as we free fall out of the sky. We'll be right back. It's a great time to open up the WSL Vault, going back to some incredible moments at the Pipeline Showdown. Kelly and Andy at the heat of their rivalry. This was unbelievable back in 2003. Remember that moment where they shook hands? That was all over the press and media. Kelly said, "Hey, I love you, man." And Andy had that look back at him like, "What did you just say?" This is when they weren't even hanging out. It was really intense between the two. And then the final was on. It was Andy in that final with Joel Parkinson, Phil McDonald, and Kelly Slater with a world title on the line. I mean, this is all-time show for the CT. Two of the best ever. And you can see the celebration from Bruce. It was Andy's day. Took out the 2003 pipe title and also another world championship moment for the great AI. Kelly ended up going down in that one. He was frustrated. It was emotional between the two at the time. This was that era where Andy was really unstoppable. You couldn't touch him. He went 3 in a row, ended up with 4 pipe titles. One of the best ever to do it. Always thinking about Andy, and special that Kelly's still here to tell us all these great stories, all the inside scoop of their relationship over the years. As we get right into live action, brand new heat number 2. Callum Robson getting a start to the year.
Yeah, putting the feet on the wax. Nothing much to offer that wave had, but it's good to start, get the nerves off. First freedom wave for him of the season, so yeah.
Yeah, Callum's one of those real cool stories, kind of that underdog type hero stories that had different types of jobs. It wasn't that typical junior superstar that you hear about that had tons of sponsors, but that hard work paid off. He's in his prime now as he joins forces with David Silva and Gabriel Medina in their first matchup of 2024. Always great to see David Silva, a really kind human being, family man. Always, when you talk about his strengths, it's always focused on that spring-loaded approach and real high-performance conditions, how quick he is, backhand and forehand, great in the air as well. But excited to see how he's going to take on a heat like this, knowing where, Medina would be the favorite and knowing that he hasn't had a ton of reps out here.
Yes, definitely way more experience and just a solid surfer overall. And he's an amazing surfer to identify waves in tough conditions, and that's perfect for Pipeline. Suits him very well.
Let's catch up with Miguel Pupo with AJ.
Maddie, what a way to start your 2024 campaign. First heat win, and you got those waves so quickly to start the heat. What was your strategy coming into today?
Whenever I have a quick start in a heat, it ends up usually working well. It's nice to get the pressure off, and watching the free surfers before the event started, I saw some backdoor ones, so I definitely was looking for right-handers. And yeah, also when you have priority and you can go on whatever wave you want to be able to get a good pipe wave. So I was hoping that was going to happen too.
So not just starting the season with a heat win, but for you, what is just the overall strategy for 2024? How are you attacking this season?
I just want to build on what I've learned over the last couple of years. Yeah, it's been a crazy journey, and I'm so excited to be back here and to have this opportunity to compete again and just to hang out with the friends I've made as well. So yeah, I'm excited to be here and I want to make the most of it. And my strategy is just to try my best, and whatever happens, happens.
Well, trying your best, whatever happens. It's off to a great start. Walk us through the equipment that you have dialed for this first event of the year.
So I've got a Channel Islands 6.5. It's a new model Britt was working on with Zhao Chianca, and they've called it it's a 2 Point Pro Remix. So it's got the CI Pro in the tail for more rocker, and then a bit of magic up front there.
Always good to start the season with some magic work. Congratulations, Matt. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, AJ. Little magic up front, Jesse. What do you think?
Hey, man, you got to hide as much as you can, not give information to your opponents. That's what Kelly did his whole career, and it worked out.
Kelly was so good at that. Even recently, when Kelly started his own surfboard company, I'd try to look at the bottom of his stringer, there'd be nothing written, and he'd be like, nothing to see here. And it was, I mean, why not? You don't want to leak all your secrets out, and then everyone's going to be trying to change their formula at the same time. So post-heat interviews, we're always looking to see how much are they going to give us. Did you have a plan like that? Like, don't say too much?
No, I didn't really have that plan, but maybe that's why I didn't go that far. I should have been a little more strict.
Classic. There's Britt Merrick with that incredible beard on the right. He's been growing that for a long time. Son of Al Merrick. Said he still talks shop with his father about surfboards. They've got an incredible relationship, and now Britt's son shaping as well. Right now he's hanging out with Lakey Peterson and Thomas. Thomas is Lakey's husband. They love talking about surfboard design and everything else that comes with life in the Santa Barbara, California region. 177 on the board now for Callum Robson. Always great to catch up with Mr. Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. We had a lot of everything in that that first heat of the day.
Joe, I'm just giving myself a little one-arm paddle just to make sure I'm not caught in again. We have to wash through Waz out here. We got a lot of water moving, and to be honest, it kind of tears up the lineup, so then it has to really settle back in, and then you get those nice, beautiful, like kind of icicle-looking barrels that come through after all those waves. You know, there's a lot of intense action going on down here on the end. So the surfers paddling out, just getting pounded by that sandbar, having to duck dive. So that right now we got to give big thanks to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, because they're instructed, if you break a board, break a leash, they're going to come grab you, they're going to get you to the beach, they're going to give you your new equipment and a ride back to the channel, and then you got to make your way back over. So those guys are going to come in big today.
I love that, and I love the wash through Waz.
Oh man, we've been duck diving, we've been all over the... Yeah, you got to be on your game today, because it's not an easy ride today.
I love it, Strider. Strider loves Pipeline, one of his favorite waves in the whole world. Got him a cover shot back in the day. He's got a great story about that, where he was actually falling, but it looks like he's kind of soul arching. Got page one. Not bad. And look where he is today, calling all the action. Good man, Strider. We'll be checking in with him in just a moment here. 21:30 on the clock. No priority set between Medina and David Silva, but Gabriel looks like he's intensely paddling into position now. Takes a look, not too interested. Callum wants it at backdoor. Pulls into the first section. He's clear into daylight. Nice execution, just building on his score line. Could be a touch better than his start. And we know he loves a big cave. That 10 last year in Portugal was unbelievable, with the bottom dropping out. It was a bit darker and brown water, but it was definitely the best wave of last season.
Yes, that was impressive to watch. I actually watched it live, that wave, and just everything bottomed out under him, and it was impressive to see his performance in those conditions. Haven't seen much of him as well before that, and that was amazing, right?
Talked to Medina the other day, and I was like, "Oh, how was your off season? What'd you do?" And he's like, he had a blast, hung out with a lot of friends, trained a lot. And I kind of stopped him there, because it appeared from where I was sitting that he trained harder than ever. I almost feel like that was spurred on by missing out on the Final Five last year by a spot. Remember the final at Tahiti? I mean, the Olympics were on the line, and a shot to gun for a fourth world title. Lost both of those on that day in the South Pacific. So you wonder what that would do to a champion like himself, and I think it made him pretty mad. He just went straight to the gym for the last 4 months.
Man, and it's exactly, that's exactly what I was going to mention, because I saw him paddling out for pipe the other day, and I spoke with him for a little bit, and he was the biggest I've ever seen him, the most fit I've ever seen him. He probably has at least around 5 pounds over his usual weight. And he's the type of guy to train specifically for each condition. So he's coming here training specifically for this heavy, steep, and explosive type of waves. So he's a smart competitor in and outside of the water.
Checking out one of the best careers at Pipeline, and he still has a long way to go. Gabriel Medina started off as a rookie at Pipe a long time ago now, and made the quarters and showed the world that he was prepared for a wave that he didn't even spend a lot of time on. He's had 1 win, but so many finals, and maybe more consistency than anyone full-time on tour in the last decade. As we look at his average placing, remember, you lose in the quarters, that's equal 5th, equal 3rd for a semifinal loss, so 5.7 average is lethal. 71% winning percentage at pipe and backdoor. And you want to mention backdoor with this goofy foot, because he's definitely one of the best with his back to the wall at one of the most challenging waves in the world. Look at this one. Caltex drops in, gets out of there. Medina had priority and saw something in that wave. Maybe just a strategy to slow down the rhythm of the Australian.
Yeah, I think it's more as a strategy move because he was sitting a little bit on the shoulder. Obviously, the wave could change as it hits the reef, and their angle of seeing things is different than ours, but Callum was in a very good spot for that wave, so I think it was more of a strategy move than anything else. Just takes off and kick out right there, and it's straight out the back, and Callum's actually probably getting caught by the wave behind or something. And you see that wave was round and nice. It's probably a good scoring potential for Callum. Maybe not a big score, but a good score for the Heat so far.
In such a tough position when you're at a day like today, like Pipe, when you know someone's using priority on you, and you're like, okay, not only am I not going to ride this wave, but I'm probably going to get smoked at the same time.
Exactly, and this is the type of competitor that Gabriel is. He thinks about every little movement that everyone's doing on the Heat, so it's just one of a kind of an athlete. He's kind of like has that Cali mentality. He's going to play every part of the rule book possible.
Here comes Gabriel Medina looking for his first true wave of the season. Just a quick look under the hood. So he's still looking to fire off some big scores. What is so unique about Gabriel when you're in a heat with him, Jesse, of how he controls the start? I mean, and how do you approach it when you're competing against him?
It's exactly what he's doing right now. He adapts better than anyone. He adapts to the circumstances as it comes to him. He's like always, he doesn't rely on a plan. Like he's always adapting to what the ocean gives you, and the ocean is unpredictable, so that's perfect. It's a perfect match. As you see right there, he saw that Callum had a good rhythm going on. He was in a good spot for that wave, dropped in on him because he had to right away, battled back out, and the heat's very slow, so he already got a little wave just to get a score on the board, and yeah, start applying pressure on the opponents.
We've seen competitors kind of go, okay, I've got Medina, this is how I'm going to play him. It never works. When you try to kind of get into his set space, typically we see surfers fall out of rhythm trying to play his game.
It doesn't work. You have to stick to your game, and that's what's special about Gabriel. Like, he can play everyone's game. He doesn't have one game set, and usually every athlete has their way of competing, and Gabriel has almost all kinds of way of competing. So yeah, it makes him almost unbeatable.
Got on the phone with three-time world champ Mick Fanning last night in anticipation of today, and he just said he'd be very surprised if Medina and John didn't get off to a flying start, like almost if this should be the final. With the way they've been looking in the offseason, what he's seen from them, he kind of mentioned that part about Medina being pretty mad about, you know, missing out on the finals last year and the amount of gym time he's put in. Mick was very impressed with the intensity coming out of Gabe. So he's expecting a big start for Medina here at Pipeline. Looks like Medina wants to go here. Nice big takeoff, super deep, frothy one, and he makes it. It checks out of his best wave of the season so far. And that should be enough for a lead change and some.
And that's what we just mentioned. Adapt to what's in front of you, you know? Like, had third priority, was under everyone. No one was able. They actually identified, because you see Callum paddling for that wave, but he was a little bit off of position. The wave was underneath, and it was such a tough wave to ride. Halfway through the barrel, there's a lot of foam, and it was impressive to see how he was able to, like, still drive through that barrel being so deep with that much foam in the water.
Impressed with Gabriel Medina, one of the most dangerous surfers without priority as well, and especially on a venue like this where some surfers are stuck to their lineups, kind of frozen. He covers so much of the reef. As big numbers are coming through for Gabe, already excellence, 8.33 all the way to first, and looks like he wants more. Gabriel locks in. A wave just cannons a bunch of spit out into the channel, and Medina trying to manufacture some sort of tube. It got pretty messy in there with all the froth on the face of the wave. So his situation remains the same, but he's warmed up, and this is the dangerous Medina when he doesn't sit on his board and just keeps catching waves.
Yeah, and here as we see Callum paddling for, but he was way too far out, and Medina just identified. And right there, see all that foam and how he's able to engage his rail and fins throughout that. So foam is basically water with air, which makes it almost like at least 50% harder for you to engage and keep the drive through. And he was capable of doing that, and that's how impressive he is. He just adapts every time a challenge comes his way. Right there, that second and third pump was just enough. As soon as the door was shutting on him, he was able to sneak out. A little bit from behind, feet moved forward that much just to give that extra foam under his foot and drive through the wave. And as soon as the wave was shutting down, he sneaked out and got a great score.
Gabriel Medina is taking over heat number 2 as expected. He said one thing that's different now is, well, he's 30. He's joined the 30 club. We've been enjoying this show for a long time. Remember, a world champ when he was just 20 years of age. 10 years ago, as Medina's leading the charge. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back to wrap up heat number 2 and enjoy this Medina show right after this. What a moment from last year, and YETI sent this man a 110 because he got a 10. It's 110 for a 10 this year again, but how about that? Below sea level pit at Super Tubos, Jesse.
Yeah, the intensity of that wave, the whole energy of the ocean just hit that sandbar, and he was right in the perfect spot, and yeah, did what he had to.
Best wave of the year last year. This year, YETI's going to fill that 110 Tundra with all sorts of YETI gear all year long, so it even got better every 10-point ride we see this season. And those are the ones you remember. We only had a couple last year. Yago Dora with that big punt in the final at Saquarema, and then a big cave at Super Tubos. It kind of feels like one of those forecasted pipeline where we could get close.
Hey, definitely. Anytime you paddle out a pipe, you could get the wave of your life, and that's what a 10 looks like.
Exactly. Gosh, I think there's been more 10s here than any other venue on tour. 10 on the clock. Medina's still way out in front. First priority with David Silva. And he's locking into this one on the inside. Not much of a tube, but just trying to shake off the nerves. 0.5 before that, so still really looking to switch fire. And now, with dad strength, coming into the brand new year, Jack Robinson. Talked to Joel Parkinson last night, a pipe champ, also a world champ, and he thinks it's going to be a beautiful distraction for Jack Robinson this year. Parco was famous for traveling with his family all those years and children. He said it was just the best thing ever. You have your focus on your job, but no matter where you are in the world, you really had home every single spot. See what Jack's plans are as far as traveling with the family, but his family's here with him here in Hawaii. And we know how he likes to get zen and focused. I mean, a little baby is going to help him do that every day.
Yeah, totally. He has a good support with him. He has a great crew of trainers, coaches, and his wife. So yeah, it looks like a dreamy year ahead of Jack Robinson.
Jack will have the GOAT, Kelly Slater, in heat number 3, along with Indonesia's Rio Waida. Rio was the one that posted it on his Instagram, how excited he was to be starting the season again. Didn't appear rattled at all that he had 2 of the best at pipe. Jack, the defending event champion, and Kelly looking for an unprecedented 9th pipe title.
This is a good image right there. I think kind of a mistake that David has his whole heat. The whole time he was sitting wider to the right of everyone, if you're facing the ocean. See him right there sitting again to the right of it, and just kind of like not enough deep position for pipeline. You want to be behind. You want to be behind the apex, and oh, you see Gabriel here on a backdoor wave.
Backdoor wave spits. He comes out, one of the most dangerous athletes at backdoor. So hard to do on your backhand, and Medina makes it look easy. He's gotten 10s heading that direction. And it looks like he will be improving on his low score. That was in the 2 range. But like you were saying, Jesse, positioning being everything. And David looks like he's just been a little bit out of it. How about this one from Medina?
Yeah, another identifying a nice little nugget for backdoor. Not too much intensity on that wave. The wave was a little smaller, but still, he's probably going to be able to capitalize on his backup score and give him a solid spot on this heat so far. Nice, just deep enough, coming out with the speed. You see that his board was a little flaky after he came out of that wave, so that means that he was just going through the fumble before that. So, yeah, as deep as you can get on that wave.
Well done, Medina with a 4 to strengthen his lead. First priority to Callum Robson. Look this way, puts his head down, grabs the rail, slides out for a moment, and he gets spat out of a cannon. Once again, Callum Robson putting on a show, showing off his tube riding ability, his best wave so far, as he'll be getting closer to Medina now.
Definitely going to be getting close to Medina. That was an intense wave. You see on the takeoff right there, he almost lost the rail. That shows how much power that wave had, and he was almost not capable of doing the bottom turn. Had to let it go the rail a little bit so he could regroup, and just coming out after the spit, that has to be, I think that might be the best wave in my opinion of the heat so far. See it right there, he takes off very late, and right there almost loses the rail, let his hand go off the rail so he can regroup it, and just coming out after the speed. That was a beautiful rhythm wave. Just going over the foam ball right there, just on top and ahead enough so he was able to come out of that. Beautiful rhythm wave for Callum.
So impressed with Callum Robson. Like you mentioned, had to adjust when he was in the belly of that one. And there was so much energy coming out of the pit there. Stoked he was able to hang on.
Yes, that was beautiful rhythm wave for him. And he's always surprising us. Like, as soon as he gets a challenging condition right in front of him, he's able to capitalize on those moments. And amazing speed, so much energy into that wave, and he's coming out after the speed. So that was a beautiful rhythm wave for him. And yeah, this is going to be close to an excellent score. In my opinion, that was the best wave of the heat so far.
It's one of my favorite parts of that classic movie, North Shore. You've seen that one, right? With Lance Burkhart, Rick Kane, does well in the wave pool. Just like, spit, welcome to Pipeline. You know, it's just like the most amazing thing to watch. How much energy comes out of this wave and provides gigantic numbers. Callum's just taken the new highest number of the season in a short period of time. We've already got a 9, and we're not even done with heat number 2 yet. 9 takes him to first, Medina to second. David Silva now comboed in third with 4:30 on the clock. Well, we've got wash through, Waz. You might have got washed through by the spit from Callum's wave.
That was intense. The way he entered that wave, the wobble, just the heaviness of the slab, and the thing that really struck me was that he was in the perfect spot for that wave. So that means that he knows where to be out here at Pipeline, which means that he's a danger at all times. Somebody like Callum Robson, he's got a 10 last year. He's just got a 9 just now. It's an insane, intense wave. So I love the fact that even against Gabriel Medina, you know, these other guys, they got a chance, and they're going to do everything they can to win. And to tell you the truth, I think that Callum would be smoking this heat if Gabriel wouldn't have strategically snaked him out of that wave. So, you know, right now we're looking at a very informed Callum Robson for the year, and we got a lot of consequential waves on tour this year.
So true. Good man was. Callum Robson engaged in the formula at the moment. Last heat, our high seed dropped down to second. We just saw that happening right now with Medina to second, even though we didn't predict that with his track record on this wave. Still 330, which is an eternity for Medina. Does have higher priority than Callum. And it looks like David's not really positioning himself to be in this fight today.
Yeah, and some of these moments he had no priority, but right now he sits with first priority, and you can still see he's to the right of the opponents, and you always want to be behind. You always want to backdoor, even pipeline, you want to backdoor the wave. So yeah, a little bit of a mistake right there of positioning for David, and maybe they're going to be able to capitalize with that mistake. See,
Wanting more.
Robson.
Callum on a clean one. Super perfect. When you talk about conditions, it won't be close to the 9, but you can tell he wants to keep that rhythm solid. Silva now uses priority. Sets up the pit. It's a nice puff from that spit, and he'll step off. Didn't get as deep as he would have liked, but we'll see if he can break the combo that he needs to move into the top 2 now with 2:30 remaining.
Yes, that was a beautiful wave. Actually, one of the best waves of the heat so far. But just like how I mentioned, he wasn't deep enough, and there was nothing really he could have done. You see Callum here just behind the section, so he was able to get a little deeper than David did. David, on the other hand, on a better wave, we're going to see Callum once again. Right there, not that intense of a wave, not that hollow, but most likely he might be able to improve his score. If not, it's going to be right there. But you see David right there. See, he's in front of the wave the whole time, and then he's able to get covered. Nice, beautiful ride wave for him, but he needed to be a little bit behind on that paddle. So it was all about the positioning on that wave, and not really any issues with or any mistakes of him riding, but just the positioning.
Down to 1:40 on the clock. Callum Robson waiting to see if he made any improvement. His low score of 3.67. But what a feat, and what a roll for confidence if you're able to even get a win over Medina in a non-elimination format. Remember, 3rd place is the one spot that goes to the elimination round. Top 2 will be reseeded in the round of 32. Gabriel Medina did take a look here and then saw that he had to pull back. But how about the rest of this wave? Absolute cave. I think he would have made that.
Oh yeah, I think that was, look at that, it almost broke on the second reef, but just held enough. That was a slab of a wave. But the problem right there, that wave was so hollow that you needed to be under the ledge, and he was just on top, so just gave him no entry. But if he was a little bit under, that was going to be probably the ride of the event so far.
Scores coming through for Silva. 2.87, does break the combo. Needs a 9.46 to go to the round of 32. Medina chasing a 5.35. He does have priority over Callum. You see the next heat getting set. That's Jack Robinson, Rio Whita, and Kelly Slater. So in store for basically a surf movie coming up next with a couple of the best at pipe and a student of the game, Rio Whita, who's paying attention to everybody on tour. Puts in a lot of time to study the best in the world. We're going to close this one out. Right before the horn, we will see the split peak. Medina gets a section landing on his back. He's able to ride away. And he'll ride this one in as far as he can, so trying to save himself to get the win. And we'll see what David Silva did on the split peak as well. And as we see him riding in, doesn't look like much at all. David Silva splitting it up with Gabriel here as we focus on the left.
Yeah, just too peaky of a wave for Pipeline right there. So it's just being very shouldery, not giving him any opportunity, unfortunately for David. But the good news is he's probably he's gonna be able to surf one more time and get amazing pipe by himself.
Exactly. Wow, what a big morning. Callum Robson getting the win to go straight to the round of 32. Second, Medina will also be in that round as the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI continues. We're bringing Kaipo Guerrero and Felicity Palmatier for the call.
Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Kelly Slater, opening round. Slater, backdoor barrel, and the 11-time world champ, 8-time pipe champ with a nice start in this opening round. Heat number 3, Slater up against Jack Robinson, Rio YETI, and what an opening day for the championship tour. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier, and like I said, Flick, what an outstanding opening day.
Oh, amazing first day of competition. I mean, Kelly absolutely starting off with a bang in that heat, and that's exactly what we want to see. He's such a wizard out here, and yeah, just proving it once again. The first couple of heats was so exciting. Loved watching Maddie McGilvray get that early heat win, and then Callum Robson taking out Gabby out of pipe. Like, that's a hard thing to do.
I think it's an illustration that, you know, upsets can happen here at Pipeline. I mean, Rio YETI, he's going to want to have an upset right now because he is up against former pipe champs in the way of Jack Robinson, last year's defending champ, and an 8-time Pipeline winner, Kelly Slater. So big challenge for the Indonesian surfer.
For sure. I mean, this heat is absolutely stacked. Jack obviously getting his first win out here last year, and here we go. Jack absolutely threading this one at backdoor right now. Kicks out of there quick, smart, but what a first exchange. This wave just so big. Jack pumping a couple of times underneath the lip, and it comes flying out. So first 2 waves under the belt for Jack and Kelly. What an exchange.
Yeah, we're waiting for these scores. We're reviewing the waves again. This is the replay of Slater Flick.
Yeah, beautiful first wave from Slater, just standing straight and tall in that barrel as he comes flying out. I just think it's absolutely incredible that his career has spanned so long. The other day when we were doing the morning show, I realized that he won his first event out here in '92, and that was the same year he also won his world title. And that was the year I was born.
Yeah.
So it's incredible that he's still out here today doing it and surfing so well.
When we apply the numbers to Kelly Slater, they're baffling numbers. 31st year on the championship tour this year for Slater. He surfed 293 events. Of course, he's won 56 of those. He's made 84 finals in his career, and a heat winning percentage as a whole over his entire career of 70%. The numbers, I don't know if they'll ever be replicated by another surfer. They're so impressive of what Kelly Slater brings to surfing.
Well, I just don't know if the longevity that he's shown will ever be replicated again. I mean, to be able to still be so relevant today, especially at waves like Pipeline, in Tahiti, I mean, I don't know any other sport in the world where someone has given that sort of longevity. So, yeah, it's incredible, and it's absolutely legendary status.
Let's get some opinions from the water. Strider Wazalewski out in the lineup.
Thanks, Kaipo. Hi, Felicity. Well, I just wanted to comment on Slater. Had to make a split-hair decision on paddling back out through the lineup at backdoor or going for the wraparound to come back out through the channel. It didn't pay off. He decided to go around. He's getting pounded down the beach all the way to his house right now, the sandbar. There's so much sand out here on the on the sandbar right now that's just so built up from all these big swells washing through that he has just got annihilated. So he's still not back in the lineup. Rio YETI, he's going to thread the needle but not come out. Goes back to Slater. Oh, sorry, I'm going to paddle.
Get out of the way, Strider. It's just the beginning of the day. We need you. So Strider repositioning himself. Rio YETI unable to complete a ride. We saw Jack Robinson duck diving that wave Flick. Robinson, opening score of 5.83, so early advantage to the Australian.
Yeah, that's got to feel really good for Jack. 5.83, really nice way to open up his count. Beautiful tube, came flying out. And yeah, he's got the lead at the moment. Kelly behind him, locking in that 4.17 for his right. As we have a look at Rio here. Now this was, got going and you could see him really weaving inside that barrel, really adjusting his line a couple of times, but that pipe wave just really stretching out. So you have a look at this angle and just see he just got gobbled up there and couldn't, the wave stayed open, but it just stretched out that little bit too long.
Hovering over Jack Robinson right now, the 26-year-old from Western Australia. You must be proud of him. Jack celebrating along with his wife Julia the birth of their first son Zen.
Yeah.
Auntie Flick.
Yeah, Auntie Flick. I'm just so happy for them. I got to meet little Zen the other day and see Julia as well, and I actually got to speak to Jack about, you know, how that transition's been in becoming a dad, and he just said coming here now things are a little bit different. You know, obviously he's still got, you know, the main goal, which is obviously the world title, but he's just really trying to strip everything back and focus on the process and really enjoying the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the evolution of Jack Robinson, right? That we saw him come out as a talented junior that all eyes in the surf industry had on. But we're going to talk about this guy, Kelly Slater, and his career here at Pipeline. 30 events, 8 wins. There is the Pipeline heat winning percentage. 69% of the time Slater wins a heat, and he's got 5 10-point rides in the history out here.
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, I always think back to just performances that I've seen over the years which have just been so clutch. You know, those last-minute moments when he needs a score and the clock's ticking down. There's 10 seconds. And out the back, here we have Jack Robinson threading the needle on his second wave. He's flying out, jams it in the lip for a little carve. Second wave for Jack Robbo.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good way to back up that 5.83, of course. Robinson, our defending champ, made the final here last year with Leo Fioravanti, and Jack took a win, his 5th championship tour win here at Pipeline. Actually, it was his 4th. His 5th was later on, same year, last year, over in Tahiti. Interesting that Jack bookended the year starting at Pipeline, probably the most intimidating wave on tour, along with Tahiti, and was able to win at both those breaks. Here's another look, Flick.
Yeah, beautiful technique from Jack there. Just absolutely, his wave selection out here is amazing, right? I mean, Jack grew up in Western Australia. It's obviously known for those bigger, powerful waves, but his read in a barrel is just, comes as second nature. You can see him really just using his arms there as, you know, sort of a gauge in the lip of the wave to gauge his speed and, yeah, how much he needs to stall or not. But he's just one of those people that has a natural connection to the ocean, and it's almost like he was born with it, right? I mean, we say that, but he's also logged an incredible amount of time in the water ever since he was, you know, I mean, I still remember the first time I saw him surf. He was about, you know, 4 or 5 years old at Trig Point, and yeah, on a little polyester little surfboard. So yeah, he's just logged so much time in the water, and yeah, got that real natural connection.
Yeah, that connection made in Western Australia, really a product of his environment. Powerful, big waves there for Jack Robinson, and now he's got that connection with Pipeline, along with Kelly Slater, who has a spiritual connection. Well, talk about a connection. The relationship continues to grow between Pipeline and the Evans Head surfer, Callum Robson. He took a win. Callum is with AJ.
He certainly did, Kaipo. Callum, coming into this heat, seemed like you had a perfect plan to attack Pipeline. What was your plan of attack for your first heat of 2024?
Yeah, I went out there with a pretty open plan. I kind of was looking at backdoor and pipe, but when I got out there, I felt like energy was shifting towards pipe, so I kind of tried to establish the inside for pipe. And then I didn't want to sit and wait too long, because I felt like just in the free surf, when you see the people that catch waves and they get a bit of a rhythm going, so especially just getting my eye in and see what I was looking for. And the first wave kind of made me realise that I got to get ones with a bit more girth and a little bit more draw from them. So I made that adjustment and got that good 9 I was stoked on.
Yeah, let's talk about the adjustment and the 9. What did you see in that wave that you were able to tap into to get the best score of this young season?
Yeah, well, I had that good one that Gabe burnt me on, so I was pretty offered about that. That kind of fired me up, and then ended up getting a position and I moved a little bit deeper, and then got the one that had the good draw, and I kind of felt like I need to get a pump going, so I kind of let go, and then as I let go I felt like, oh my god, I might be falling, so I grabbed back on, and then like went up and over the foam ball, and it kind of like lifted me up, and then it like spat, and I was like, please, 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 and then it like dropped me back down, and I come out, and I was just like, that felt good, that's going to be a good score. So I felt like out here, and when it's barrel, it's hard to like really like get up into that excellent range and stuff, so it's got to be a pretty good wave for it to be up in that excellent range. So I was stoked when I heard a 9, and I was like, oh yeah, it must be a fun one.
And to start the season, not just with a heat win, but with a 9, how much confidence does that give you that all the work you did in this off season has prepared you to come into this season ready to go?
Yeah, well, I do as much preparation as I can, but living on the east coast of Australia, we don't get really waves like Pipeline, so you can prepare as much as you can, but at some point you got to come just tackle the beast and get involved and just trust your ability and trust your instincts and just have a crack. So that's what I did out there. I was definitely nervous coming in today. Haven't competed in over 4 months and coming straight into pipe and it's pumping, and the anticipation of surfing this wave definitely had me up throughout the night, but I was stoked to be able to come down and put on a performance despite everything that was present.
The sleeplessness was worth it. Congratulations, Callum. See you in the next round.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, Callum Robson, saw him yesterday at the Sunrise Shack, caught up with him. He was very calm, just came from the physio, and he was actually told me he was looking forward to this heat with Gabe Medina. Really, when we talk about Callum, you know, the working class hero amongst surfers. All the stuff that he does back for this community. Not a big name, but making a huge name for himself in every heat he surfs. Right here, Flick, this is what happened during the interview. Kelly Slater, he was looking for a 7.53 to go into the lead. Came up a little bit short on this 4.5.
Yeah, this wave that Kelly got, obviously he's looking for a backup score. He's looking to get into that first position, right? But that one was really peaky. Didn't have much of a run to it, so it was just a short little barrel. And, I mean, he's got to feel good to make. However, he's going to need something a bit longer, something a bit more stretched out. He's going to get that length of barrel. See here, beautifully tucks up underneath the lip. You can see you see his nose is still visible that whole time when he was in that barrel, so that's an indication that he wasn't that deep. And he'll know that.
Yeah.
So he's going to go back out there and obviously be looking for that more, maybe a little bit less of a piggy wave, more of a non-piggy wave.
Yeah, a longer walled wave,
Longer
and
wall,
really,
thank
the personality. And Pipeline has so many personalities. Today is really a peaky swell. It cleaned up a ton overnight. We had Kona winds for a number of days here leading up to this opening day. Winds turned trade, cleaned up yesterday afternoon, throughout the evening, but still that peakiness of the mixed swell is still in the water.
Oh, for sure. 100% you can still see it. I mean, we had that storm roll through for 2 days. I mean, that doesn't just go away overnight. Yeah. Like, you can still see that wonk and that warble if you look out to the horizon. Like, these aren't clean, stacked lines coming into pipe and backdoor today. There's a lot of wonk there. One thing I did notice, though, is over these last few swells, in the lead up to the event, is that they were so west, and we've been hit with quite a few swells, that a lot of the sand has washed out from the beach and the rocks are all visible on that shoreline, and that is one thing that we like for pipe.
Yep.
It makes the wave really good.
It really is. It tells the tale, doesn't it? It's the barometer of how the beach looks when the rocks pop up. Well, right now it's Jack Robinson. He's on the lead. Kelly Slater in a strong second place. Remember, third goes to elimination round. Rio YETI, he's got some work to do. Jack Robinson looking good at backdoor. Let's crack open the WSL vault and wind it back to 1999. A young Kelly Slater coming up against his good friend, Rob Machado, in round number 3. Machado rarely goes right, but got it done on the back door. Looked like he had control of the heat, but Kelly Slater took out his good friend and showed the world the rodeo flip, the rodeo clown. Nobody had ever seen anything like that before. Slater on to the semifinals with Mark Akalupo. Aki, control of the entire heat in this semifinal number 1. 15 seconds to go. Slater, perfect 10 at back door. On to the final for Kelly Slater, where he's going to face Shane Werner. The Australian, with his best result of his professional career, came up against Kelly Slater. Slater, way too much for Werner in that final. And Slater earns his 5th of 8 pipe titles. Of course, 1999, Mark Akalupo taking out a world title then, as we join live here at Pipeline. Kaipo Guerrero along with Flick Palmentier. And we're in heat number 3 of the opening round. First day in school, first day in class for everyone, first day of comp, and I'm excited.
So am I. I'm really excited. It's great to get competition underway, and we've seen some awesome rides already. I mean, we had an excellent score drop in that last heat with Callum Robson. And one thing that I actually noted, so when Callum got that 10 in Portugal last year, I think Gabriel Medina was actually in his heat when he got that 10. So
that's correct.
Funny little fact there.
Let's take a look. You know, Pipeline careers, we have the GOAT in so many ways, Kelly Slater, but let's look at the big 3 when we talk about Pipeline and their careers. Undeniable with Kelly Slater with those 8 pipe titles, but look at the average places amongst them. I think it's a little deceptive right there with that average of 8th for John Florence. I think he's actually going to be the guy to beat this year, along with Gabe Medina.
Wow, okay. You heard it here, Kaipo. I think
I started day 1.
Day 1. I think I've got a good feeling about Gabriel Medina this year. I feel like the last event of the year, Tahiti, he had a shot at making that final 5. He almost did it, and he was just looking so unbeatable at in Pipeline. Here we go. Jack Robinson.
In, out, finds a little parking in the barrel there. Comes out to feed the meter. And will he add into his score bank? Needs to improve upon a 5.83 to further his lead over Kelly Slater and Rio Waida. But really the story in this opening round, not getting 3rd place. First and second move on into the round of 32. It really is the 3rd place finisher that has that elimination round. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, Jack went here. He didn't have priority, so took off. May as well roll the dice. And I'm not sure if that might improve on his situation. It was a smaller inside wave. Did get a little bit of travel in the tube here. It was relatively deep, but it was a bit smaller. We'll see what the judges have to say about that.
Yeah, look at the positioning, the takeoff, and the technique. Up and down, pulling on that rail, weaving on the backhand, and it comes in at a 6.4. So Jack does inch away slightly with the lead, but take a look at the technique.
Oh, technique, and did you see the warble in that face of the wave as he took off, and he really had to readjust his rail just to pull up underneath. And from this angle here, you can really see how deep he got, which for me, I understand now why. You know, from that angle, you could really see he disappeared. You couldn't see his board at all. So you can tell that's where those extra points are coming, that 6.4.
Here comes Slater, backdoor barrel, stands up tall and proud, stalling, gets through the foam, and back out. So Kelly Slater, always dangerous at any point, whether it's a right, whether it's a left out here, it doesn't matter. Slater, if he gets lucky with a 7.77, he'll take the lead off of Jack Robinson. We're waiting for that score.
Here we go, Kelly. I always love this angle because the side-on angle can be a little bit deceptive sometimes. You can't really see just how quite deep they got in that barrel. I mean, I really liked it. Have another little look here. Beautiful takeoff, got in super early. You can see his back arm in the face of the wave. Just gets fully covered there. So I'm sensing that maybe similar scores.
Yeah, we got the number in for this ride that you're checking out. He needed a 7.77 to take the lead. Slater gets a 7.17. He remains in second. This time, Slater looking Pipeline. Yanks the rail off the bottom, pulls into a pinching, difficult technical ride, and the door closes on Kelly Slater.
Wow, that was really gurgly, that one. You could see all the foam in the face of the wave, and you could just see like what the reef was doing to the surface of the wave, and it was just so bubbly. He almost came out of it, but Here we go. Just getting out to that channel. Taking a little joyride.
Yeah, talk to us a little bit about the positioning and the current and everything that's moving out there, Flick.
There is a lot of water moving out there. I mean, this morning, even when we were watching it before we got called on, you could just see, I mean, surfers usually, look at this right here. Just see, he just got gobbled up there. Oh, reappears again. But yeah, that end section just did sort of like a twisting motion and just gobbled him up. But yeah, so there's so much water moving out here. We were commenting on it this morning, especially on the inside, right? And there's always that sort of decision you've got to make, especially if you get a wave at backdoor. Are you going to run the gauntlet and try and punch it back out? Or are you just going to go on the merry-go-round and let that current take you back out down the beach and paddle back out? But you can see Kelly already back out the back now. But yeah, it's sort of one of those decisions. There's a couple of ways on tour like that. I mean, yeah. Margaret River has similarities as well on the right-hander. Are you going to try and punch it back out? Or are you going to go in and take the ski and go back around through the left?
Yeah, and even the left today, because of the swell angle and the sandbar that has built up at Ehukai and the gums area, it's not a straight way out. It's still some work. Here we come with Griffin Colapinto. He's going to be up in the next heat, along with his childhood friend, Seth Moniz. Two good friends, almost best friends, but there's no friends once you hit the water with the jersey. They'll be also joined by Ramzi Boukhayam, the Moroccan, who has an injury wild card onto this year's tour. So it's going to be good to see Ramzi in his first heat at Pipeline.
And it's been a long time coming, and really unfortunate story. I mean, Ramzi actually qualified the year before, but had an unfortunate injury which took him out for the whole year, you know, and I think we've all been waiting for this moment for Ramzi, so this is going to be feeling really, really special for him, and I'm sure that he's fully taking this moment in.
Current situation at 6.5 minutes. We have Rio Waida with priority. Unfortunately for the Indonesian surfer, he is in a combination of two waves, so with priority, he needs 11.67. He really needs to get something meaningful right now, Flick, to break that priority and to break that combo, I'm sorry, to give himself a chance.
Yeah, he needs a wave pretty soon, you know. As soon as, the more that time ticks down right now, the less likely he's going to be able to do this, right? He needs two waves. So it'd be interesting to see what that horizon's looking like, if there is any sets coming. But yeah, the good thing for Rio is that he does have priority. So he's got first choice of waves. Kind of looks like there might be a couple of little lumps coming through. But interesting for me is Jack's sitting out there in the lead. He's got second priority, which means he has priority over Kelly. And Kelly is only chasing a 5.10 for that lead. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in these last 5.5 minutes of the heat. I'm sure Jack's probably going to want to get a win over Kelly out here and, you know, potentially hold him off a wave.
Yeah. And in this opening round, too, I mean, I don't think the claws are fully out right now. If it was a head-to-head heat between Slater and Jack Robinson, he probably would be trying to play maybe a little bit more defense over Slater. But I feel at this point, you know, it's pretty early. This is almost like the scouting round, if you will. You see, like, who's got game right now, and then who needs to work on it at this first event.
For sure. I mean, even right here, I mean, it's a good example of what we're just talking about. Kelly and Jack have a bit of distance between them. Yeah. You know, if it was man-on-man right now, I think Jack might be applying a little bit more pressure.
I agree. Really, the pressure right now falls on the 23-year-old out of Uluwatu, Indonesia, Rio Waida. Now things are looking, I'm not going to say hopeless for him, but bleak at best.
Yeah. One word that comes to mind is grim. It's
grim?
It's a little bit grim at the moment. It's not over. I mean, Kelly got that 7.17 and then straight away, I mean, I know the wave after it was only a 1.07, it's a throwaway. But I mean, that was relatively quick after his 7.17, so it's not over. However, it's looking grim.
Well, let's take a look at our heat recap. Started off with a bang here with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jack straight away into this backdoor wave, driving through that tube, and he's just looking really connected. And obviously, we've spoken about it before. He's got a connection to this wave. He's the defending champion, and this is that 6.40. He really drove through that barrel. He ended up getting some pretty long tube time, really. And that is Jack's best wave right there. He's sitting out there with the lead. But Kelly is behind him and only needing a 5.1. So this is Kelly's beautiful wave at backdoor here. Comes flying out of that section, and yeah, it's not over yet because Kelly only needs a 5.1.
That's right. That backdoor wave for Slater, 7.17, is the highest single wave score in this heat. You can see all the waves written and the highlighted top 2 scores for each of our surfers. We're down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And waves coming through here. Good looking set. We've been blessed with a forecast. We had Jonathan Warren come in here earlier from Surfline, and it looks like, you know, the good news is we're going to have to play around with the winds, but the good news is that we have a ton of swell throughout this entire event window. Slater catches that outside rail and gets out of trouble really quickly with that dive. We'll see, wait for the head to pop up there. There's the board tombstoning. He's underwater, still underwater, still underwater. There he comes up. That was an illustration of a pipeline wipeout. Even the best suffer.
Oh, completely. I mean, no one's immune out here. It is such a wave of consequence, and just saw just how long that hold down was. And one thing, you just see the board tombstoning there. I mean, he was down for quite some time, and yeah, it'll get you and it'll hold you down. But yeah, he doesn't look too phased. But it's always funny, you know, sometimes those wipeouts that look terrible, like that Cade Matson one earlier this morning, they're not necessarily, here we go. Just, you can see he's just scratching into it, almost maybe a little bit late, tries to get to his feet, absolutely just goes almost head first. It's very, very scary.
Yeah.
Very dangerous, very scary, and yeah, he's down for a while here. But yeah, these wipeouts that sometimes look the worst don't necessarily mean that they're the most ones that come away with injury. It's almost the ones where you don't even blink an eye at and you think, oh no, they're coming up, or that's going to be fine, and then all of a sudden they're injured. You know, it's a funny thing.
Yeah, a lot of times injuries here also happen not on the initial wipeout, but on the second wave when you're in that impact zone and that second wave hits you. There's been a number of occurrences there that's when a heavy tumble happens. You're in that explosive section, and yeah, pipe's no joke. This year though, Flick, and I've seen the most helmets used in the lineup here, which is a smart thing ever at Pipeline.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really smart thing. I mean, we've seen the most helmets, but we've also seen a few injuries.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, some people are saying, you know, helmets don't maybe necessarily look the coolest, but you know what's cooler? Coming home to your family, and I totally agree with that. I think it's such a smart idea, and, you know, for me, if I was going to go surf out there, it would just give you that little bit extra bit of confidence, and knowing that if you push it, you know, if you were to hit your head, you're going to be all right. Then there's some surfers that really don't like the feeling of that too, and you know, I kind of can respect that as well. And people, here we go.
Slater in the barrel, spit comes out, but no Slater with it. So he'll remain in second place. Rio Waida just sitting out there. He's going to go into the elimination round. And we will see Jack Robinson and Slater into the round of 32, where we'll reseed the field there. But as expected, the two former champs out here easily making their way through the opening round.
Yeah, they absolutely had pretty much a stranglehold on this heat. Rio had a couple of moments, but yeah, Jack coming away with the win there. 5.87 and a 6.4, but Kelly with the highest wave score of that heat.
What an impressive heat. We got more action coming your way. We'll be right back with a special guest. Stick around. More of the Lexus Pipe Pro.
My thoughts about the Vissla Shaper rankings, I think more important than who actually won it is that it happened and that it highlighted all of us, all the board builders, and how hard it is to consistently build boards for these surfers. I think the most significant noticing change of like just surviving pipeline and then riding pipeline and actually being in behind the curl of the wave, it has to go back to the Brewer, Jerry Lopez sort of era of the very early 70s with pulled in tails and down rails. Before that, it was more like surviving pipeline, like Bill Edwards, and even like onto Jeff Hackman and some of those guys. But really, it was the Brewers and the Lopezes who kind of colluded and started making those really narrow pintails and down rails that would hold onto the wall and allow you to control your speed and get behind the lip.
Oh, wonderful check-in with last year's Vissla CT Shaper Rankings winner, Matt Biles, and the history of this place. This place has watched surfing evolve throughout generations, but the one thing remains the same. It's still one of the most spectacular, beautifully dangerous waves in the entire world. As we look at heat number 4 out in the water, Griffin Colapinto up against his good friend Seth Muniz, as well as the rockin' Moroccan Ramzi Bukhayam in his first CT heat here at Pipeline. Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, and I promised you a special guest, and I always want to deliver on my promises. Kuiper Girl, Felicity Parmentier, as well as Pipeline pioneer Rochelle Ballard. Thank you for joining us, Rochelle.
Yeah, happy to be here.
What have you seen so far that's impressed you today?
Oh, that last heat was incredible. The start of it with Jack and Kelly was just, awesome. I love seeing those big gaping backdoor barrels, of course.
When you see big backdoor barrels here, do you get butterflies yourself? Because, I mean, you were really one of the first female surfers to really take a look at the backdoor, really charge out here at Pipeline. How's your feelings being back here, personally?
I mean, butterflies, like, kind of magnify outside of your body. That's how butterfly it gets.
Yeah. And how would you control that? Back when you were in the lineup all the time. How do you control that?
It's you got to move through your fear.
Right.
That's the most important thing is being smart, being akamai about like what you're taking off on.
Yeah.
And believing in yourself, and you got to like just head down and commit and go. It's either one or the other. If you're kind of on the fence, that's when you're like jumping from the top of the wave.
Yeah. Today we're going to have our men's opening round, our men's elimination round. Women are called off for today, but I anticipate this year for the women, I want your opinion on it, Rochelle, is that we're going to see more ground being broken, more groundbreaking performances from the women, because it seems like that happens every year.
Oh, 100%. Like, I look at this next generation, I'm like, there's the Pipeline Masters. It takes that. It's like, it was, I think, gosh, I want to say, when I was out there, it's been maybe like 15 years or something, aside from like, Moana and Carissa and Coco and some of the girls that were here before it came back to Hawaii for events again. And then for the girls to step up, it really took like, well, you gotta now.
Yeah.
And so everyone is, put in that a little bit of a pressure cooker situation, but I think it's best for the sport because it's the most well-rounded that you can get to be able to surf any type of wave. And the best experience a surfer has is getting like a huge shock and getting spat out. So to me, that's the pinnacle of surfing and being the best in the world.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Molly Picklum and Katie Simmers and that whole crew, Alyssa Spencer, Sawyer Lindblad. Take a look. We just have some minimal scores. This may be the first meaningful score. Ducks into a backdoor barrel. Second section for Seth Muniz. Muniz nicely threads that. The Hawaiian, why not go for an alley-oop as well? Unable to pull that as he lands pretty much a dry reef. But that will be the first meaningful score of this heat flick.
That was the wave that just sort of kept on giving. I mean, sort of pulled into that first section. I thought, like not really that deep. Then here we go, and another wave. Ramzi
Pipeline. The Moroccan surfer in, out, skips out on the rail there, does not get the finish.
Yeah, that was an interesting wave from Seth. And then he pulled into that second section, kind of threaded through that, and then he was like, you know what, it's not over yet. I'm going to pop another air here. Almost made it. almost landed on dry reef. So few small-ish numbers, I'd say, from two surfers. Griff yet to open his account, sits out the back now with priority.
And a picture right there of not an easy paddle back out, Rochelle.
No, it's always, that inside section. I actually went to go get coffee and I saw Moana, and we were talking about that inside flat rock. If you don't make it, you're stuck in this. Here we go. Here's another ride. Oh, that's the replay. Seth, he's just incredible. But yeah, it's, that inside, you're all of a sudden standing on dry reef and it's knee-high deep.
Wow. That was crazy. I can't believe he went for that air there. I mean, Rochelle, how do you make the decision in that moment? Is there something that do you look out the back? Do you look for sets? Do you think, oh, okay, I'm going to try punch it back out the back? Or do you always commit and always just do the paddle around?
You have a split moment where you can make it out the back, and if you see a set coming up in the horizon, or if someone's already going on a backdoor wave, you might as well just go around, because you're putting yourself in the impact zone and you can get more hurt in that position than anywhere else.
Take a look at Ramsey here, Flick, from the water. We're waiting for this score.
Yeah, this was a nice opening wave from Ramsey, and relatively deep there in the tube. Had to pump a couple of times. Comes flying out, goes for sort of like a big layback hack, but yeah, sort of loses his footing there. This is the angle I sort of wanted to see, because this gives you the true sort of view of how deep he really was. And from that angle, you can see that his board fully disappeared, which means he was actually quite deep. Right here, there, he goes for that layback snack, just went a little bit high, the wave really bowled out, and yeah, sort of an awkward dismount. So
yeah, and we're still waiting for that score. You talked, Flick, about Ramsey coming back right now. In 2022, he finished 5th on the Challenger Series. He qualified for last year's championship tour, but like you said, it was tragic for him. In the warm-ups up into this opening event at Pipeline, had an ankle injury, took him out for the year.
Yeah, and for someone who has been trying for so many years to crack it on the World Tour, from the qualifying series to the Challenger Series, I mean, that takes an incredible amount of resilience to go through a whole year. Like, you finally make it, and then you're out. And then you've got to try and come back. I mean, resilience is the first word that comes to mind. It's just incredible that he's finally here and finally getting his showing that he deserves.
Yeah, and so he did get the injury replacement wild card. We'll see him in the first 5 events. Here we go, live action. On the tippy toes on the drop, Griffin Colapinto, but it's just going to be a drop for the San Clemente surfer. Ramsey, tippy toe drop this time at Pipeline at the front door. Makes the drop, but that's all that Ramsey's going to get. Let's get into it and hear from the last heat winner, Jack Robinson.
That's right, Jack, the defending champ here at Pipeline, starting 2024 off the same way here, getting your very first heat win. What is it about this wave that you're just able to establish a connection with it so quickly?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if there's a how-to for Pipeline, huh? It's and especially like when I was all fired up with our heat, like me and Kelly, I felt like, and obviously Rio, I was all fired up. So yeah, it was a good heat. Had all the butterflies before the heat, and I was trying to let them fly, but yeah, it was like, oh, like just first heat again, first day. So yeah, it's good to be back.
How do you get rid of those sort of first day of the season jitters, those butterflies, and going against Kelly all in one heat?
I mean, you just got to embrace it, I feel like. Yeah, just enjoy it, especially right now. I have a baby, I have a whole family here. I got to enjoy every moment, right? So, yeah, like all the little things that are good, they're all like, I'm so happy and enjoying them. So it's like, even if I get a bit nervous or anxious for the waves, I still got to enjoy it because I have everyone here. That's, it's like the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I want to talk about baby Zen and Julia here rooting you on. How has becoming a dad just shifted the way that you approach these heats, approach this season?
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like, it's just another level of life. And I feel like, I've got an extra purpose, obviously. You can't really tell anyone how it feels, and they just got to do it. And yeah, I got that feeling right now. So yeah, just enjoying every bit of it.
One of the things we were enjoying watching was that Arakawa underneath your feet out there. Walk us through what led to the decision to ride these boards in Pipeline.
Yeah, I've always ridden Eric's in Hawaii, you know, and obviously I was on Sharp Eyes last minute, and I got a bunch here too, and obviously for the whole year. But Eric's like a family friend for many years, ever since I was coming to Hawaii. And you know, when you just feeling it, I was like, Eric, can I have some boards, please? And he's like, okay. And then we got some going, and he put some love on those things. So appreciate it, Uncle Eric. Yeah.
Working out. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations, Jack.
Thank you.
Yeah, Eric Arakawa, who was you know, really throughout Jack's early career, the supporter and shaper for Jack Robinson. He had those famous moontails that he would get on those Arakawas. Switched over to Sharp Eye. He looks like he has a mix in the quiver here in Hawaii. Now remember, this season, again, the Vissla CT Shaper rankings is in play. The points are accrued for both men and women. It starts at the quarterfinals. Now for someone like Jack Robinson, riding both Sharp Eyes and Arakawas, it's the heat that he loses out in on the board. That is the board that's going to count. So we're going to see if Sharp Eye is going to get Jack's points, or is if Eric Arakawa, the professor, is going to get Jack's points, Flick.
Well, I was having a little chat to Jack the other day, and he was telling me exactly what he just said to AJ about how he's, you know, rode Eric boards for a long time, and he told me that, you know, it hasn't just been this, you know, Hawaii season or last Hawaii season that he's been sort of refining this quiver. He's been refining this Hawaii quiver since he's been about 11 years old, since when he first started coming here. And one thing he told to Eric before this season was, hey, I just want these boards to go as fast as possible, and you just do the rest.
Yeah.
You do the rest. As long as they go fast, I'll figure it out. So yeah, that's the magic sauce,
Yeah.
just as fast as possible.
Yeah, Eric, a legend, one of the first shapers to really keep a catalog of measurements through all of his boards. This is what happened to Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto straightens out, okay? That wasn't bad, but what happened next is bad, and that's how the broken leash happened. That's how we saw Hawaiian Water Patrol coming into activation there, and that's a pounding, Rochelle.
That's it. That's that section. It's like if it doesn't carry you through further to kick out, and then you're able to get around kind of in the ain'ts area, then you're right in the impact zone.
Kyle?
Especially if you're kicking out
Yeah.
exactly right there.
Yeah, Kyle Pa'o doing the grab. He's in the grabber position on the sled behind. Kamalani Ahui, second generation Hawaiian Water Patrol. His dad, Kamalani, driving the Red Bull jet ski, actually was one of the founders of Hawaiian Water Patrol. And you can see, Flick, how choreographed these pickups are.
Well, it isn't their first rodeo, is it? I mean, these guys train and practice so much, and that this is some of the best water safety in the world. And these guys have, you know, they're training all the time in this wave of consequence. And I actually love that they've got that second guy on the back there, ready to pick up Griff, just in case if he was injured.
Yeah.
You know, if they've got the second swimmer, it's beautiful, and they've do it so well.
Speaking of water, let's go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Well, you guys are talking about all the action and all the poundings that are going down. Each one of these surfers in this heat have been throttled. Ramsey sucked over the falls backwards, got sucked all the way through the inside, just trying to get through those wash-throughs. Uh-oh, we got a wash-through coming my way. And we got Griffin having to redo his board, and then we got Seth with a cut on his nose from his wave. So he's, you know, and on that left that he went down on, he actually took the board to the face and cut on his nose. So, you know, all three of these surfers just getting the, you know, going through the washing machine, and right now they just got caught inside by another huge set. So, I mean, it's just non-stop out here at Pipeline.
Yeah, we're watching the rinse cycle right now, Strider, on the live vision, and there is no softener in this rinse cycle. This is hard water pummeling down upon our surfers.
Yeah, it's been intense out here, and you know what? Each surfer's got that look in their eyes of, you know, when am I going to get pounded? Because they know they're actually going to get pounded. It's inevitable out here at Pipeline today. There is no real clear channel over here on the side where it's usually nice and easy to hang out and report, and it's just intense action. Even the photographers saying how fun it is to see all the water moving, because there's no easy road out here at Pipeline today.
Thank you, Strider. Well, we're halfway through this heat, and we're going to step away for a sec. The action's heating up, day number one. Hey, rookie debut, Cole Housman. He's going to be coming up in the next heat. We'll see what the San Clemente surfer can do.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing. By YETI, built for the wild. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. By Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. And by Vissla and Florence Marine X, official outfitters of the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Welcome back to the opening day here at Ehukai Beach, the site of Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Ramzi Bukhayam out in the lead over two great pipeline surfers in the way of Seth Moniz and Griffin Colapinto, Skype Aguero, along with Felicity Palmentier and pipeline pioneer Rochelle Ballard calling the action here. Well, we waited for a long time to have Ramsey's debut here at Pipeline, and looks like he's stepping up right now, Flick.
Yeah, he is. He's obviously got that 5.83. That was for that one left, which he got pretty deep in the tube there, leading the heat. But you know what? He probably wouldn't be feeling necessarily safe, I'd say, because Seth, he's locked in that 5.17. That was for that longer, stretched out right. Went for that air on that last section. And Griff really hasn't got any scores on the board. So as we see Ramsey just come flying out of one at backdoor. So I just think no one's safe right now. You know, there's still 10 minutes on the clock. Everyone's sort of been through a big rinse cycle. There's been a lot of warbly waves, a lot of big sets coming through. No one's probably feeling safe, and I feel like we're going to see probably some things start to switch up in this last sort of 10 minutes.
Well, 10.5 minutes right now. Griffin Colapinto waiting out there, second priority. Of course, his good friend Seth Moniz with first priority. Ramzi Bukhayam is in the lead. Here we go. Seth with a little bit of a paddle. Griffin on the shoulder, and priority switches because of that paddle. What happened there? Little magician, little smoke and mirrors. Seth made enough of a head nudge. It's like an offside. Made enough of a head nudge to stop Griffin from going on that wave. You don't get to keep priority when you do that little body flinch.
And I think that's an interesting point, because I think there's a difference when it comes to these sort of waves of consequence. We see Seth, but there's a difference when it comes to these waves of consequence.
Good point.
Right? Because you know, if you even turn your head slightly, that's enough to stop someone from actually paddling into a wave. Versus something like a beach break, you've actually got to make a considered effort, right? So,
or even some place like Sunset or anything, right?
Yeah. So even just that slight little look creates that hesitation for Griff.
Yeah, Rochelle, I mean, how quick is the decision time between deciding to go and going out here at Pipeline?
Well, especially today, there's a lot of teepees. You know, it's really like pitchy and throwing. And so you have to get under that lip quickly, and you can see how it just ledges over, even with that like barreling kind of whitewash foaming at it at the lip, right?
So what happened there, you see the wave, it was a quality wave as well. The priority judge, we have an assigned priority judge upstairs. He's watching that. He will flip that. So we'll have a screen here for the surfers to see the priorities flip, but also the surfers have the option of wearing an Apple Watch, and that Apple Watch will actually vibrate on your wrist when you get priority. So Griffin would get that vibration right there and say, hey, you know, the priority's gone to you.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It's just another tool.
Like, sometimes hear the commentary, like where's the even priority disc? Like what's happening?
Well, Griffin with first priority, and he needs just the 5.83 to take the lead right here. Again, first and second move on into the next round. Let's take a look at Griffin Colapinto and his 2023 season. 4 finals appearances, just won one of those 4s, but we can look at the average placing in 2023. A 6.6, tied with Ethan Ewing. One other surfer has a better average than that, and that is a 2023 world champ, Filipe Toledo. So Colapinto coming off a banner season in last year, but what he wants, Flick, really, and he's within the grasp of it. He was in the grasp of it last year. He wants to put his name in the game again, is a world title.
Oh, 100%. You know what was really impressive for me last year was he was just so consistent. I mean, he got that one win at Surf Ranch, which was amazing, but just if you look back through every single event, I mean, it was just seconds, fifths.
Yeah.
You know,
4 finals, right?
Incredible,
yeah.
Incredible consistency throughout the year, and I, you know, and then coming to finals at his home break at Trestles, you know, he just would have wanted to convert there. And I think he's probably going to be coming into this new season, 2024, just even hungrier than before, you know.
Yeah, ended up third in the world, Griffin Colapinto. Good news for Griff is he's going to be on home court again if he's able to make that final 5. The WSL finals happen in September, and that will happen once again at Lower Trestles. So Rochelle, Griffin's going to have another chance to play on his home court, and that's a decided advantage.
Definitely, especially when you have the whole community behind you.
Yeah.
That's that backbone and support that feels so good.
Yeah. But he's going to have to get there. And this is just the beginning of the road, Flick. 9 events on the championship tour this year. We are going to have that mid-season cut again this year after event number 5 in your hometown, Margaret River, Western Australia. So this is just the start of the road. I guess for most of these surfers, you would think the first step is make sure you make the cut before you start thinking final 5.
For sure, but if you were a surfer that made that final 5 last year,
Yeah.
I feel like you've probably already, they might not be verbalizing it right now, but I think that they're already, you know, you
They
want
have
to be
that
confident. They've
expectation.
got that expectation that, hey, I'm going to be making that final 5 again. I performed so well last year. Let's continue with that momentum. So, yeah, there's certain surfers on the tour that I think have already got their eyes on those events further down the year, you know, like the Fiji being back, Cloudbreak as an event, and looking forward to that and surfing that amazing wave once again.
Not to mention, on the way to that final 5, one of these surfers, both men and women, are going to win an Olympic gold medal. Griffin Colapinto, he will be in that Olympics when it descends upon Taupo in Tahiti in July. Representing the U.S. of A. And the U.S. of A., when we look at the framework, Rochelle, of the tour this year, we have so many American surfers on the championship tour. I think the most ever.
That's amazing, and you know it takes a lot of work to get there. And I think that the coaching and the mindset and the training and all that goes into it has created, especially with the Olympics. You know, I think that was a big motivator for everybody to just get the game started and get more into it instead of being spoiled by the industry.
Griffin Colapinto on a grinder, and he grinds through that section, grabbing the rail, manipulating the board, pumping up and down. It wasn't easy water. It was a thick lip. What about that wave?
Wow. One word that comes to mind is like, it's not the nicest word, but they're just a throaty barrel. It was just so thick, the lip. How he came flying out of that section. That drop was pretty intense too. It was, yeah, that was incredible.
Strider, what did you see?
Really thick, heavy, just throttling barrel, and it went Griffin Colapinto pulling in. Nice wave, Griff. He waited for that one. It took him a while to get it, but he got it. And man, that thing lined up, and everybody in the lineup, all the photographers, all the water patrol just going, look at this wave. You can just see it coming. Cole paddling out, watch the whole thing. Woo, that was intense. That was some great action. That's what we came for. Griffin Colapinto showing up.
Yeah, we're watching the replay right now, Strider, and multiple angles really to appreciate how thick and gnarly that wave was that Griffin just got through there.
Oh, even just this takeoff and how low his center of gravity was, how he adjusted when he hit that little warble. It was so technical. It was such a big barrel.
There were so many ribs in that barrel that if you notice, he's kind of having to weave through those cords that are kind of wanting to bump him off of his board. If you notice, he's up and then he goes down, then he finally rises to get out of it. So
that was just so beautifully surfed.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear hoots from the water, when you hear hoots from the beach, when you have that kind of reaction to a wave like this, that spells excellent scores. You're looking at an 8.5 for Griffin Colapinto on that wave.
Wow.
Well, will that be the cup noodle wave of the day? We're going to find out. 8:05 post shows when we're going to give that award by Cup Noodle for the wave of the day in today's competition. It's got my vote so far.
Well, it was for feeling, yes, but in terms of score, Callum already has that higher score, but feeling and just visually how that thing looked, that was really, really impressive. I loved looking at that wave.
So with that effort, Griffin does go into second place, not to first, because he's still holding a fractional score. You can see it on the graphic. He still is holding a fractional score in his scoreline. But here's a look at all the judges' numbers. Rochelle, one judge went as high as a 9.
Well, you know, and you look at the big picture of it. And for him to start at Pipeline and be able to surf Pipeline like that, and to have trestles, lowers as his home break, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it sure is. And he's just got a wide range, Griffin. I feel as a surfer, that's what world champs are made of, with surfers that have a range in which they can perform at a variety of different breaks. You can be progressive, but you can be brave at the same time. You can be a good technical barrel rider, but you can be an aerialist at the same time.
And so his confidence level just like goes up another notch.
There's the younger brother along Crosby Colapinto, who's joining his older brother on tour this year with their coach, Tommy Whitaker, with eyes on the water.
You know, I think even like as a competitor, if you're going into an event, you're nervous because you have a little bit of lack of experience or the ability to perform at that level where you're thinking about the alternative situations that could happen. That's thrown out the door because he's going out there and just going, I just want to get shacked.
Yeah.
You know, and that confidence is what carries through like the nerves and his ability to perform is just going to be at the highest level.
Yeah. Here another vision here, and we're talking about Crosby Colapinto, the younger brother of Griffin Colapinto. He'll be coming up heat number 11 of this opening round. Little brother is going to be up against Ian Gentile and Baron Mamiya. Meanwhile, it's Seth Moniz dropping into a funnel here. In the foam. The foam catches up with the youngest Moniz, and he almost comes out. Talk about putting in an effort.
Oh, it's amazing.
Never giving up. Colapinto drops in. His wave tapers, and he's just looking to chip away and just discard that fractional score to guarantee himself a second place and an advancement into the round of 32.
Wow. I kind of thought that this might happen, you know, so much movement at the end of the heat. We just saw there Ramsey's last wave, got him back up into first. So Griff with only, you know, 9.876 seconds left.
Yeah, this is the story right here. Colapinto, a 1.57 is enough to take Griff to first. Ramsey, Bukhayam, his inaugural surf here at Pipeline, he's successful. He's into the round of 32. We're going to see the local Hawaiian, Seth Moniz, in that elimination round as we take a look at all the numbers here. Thank you, Rochelle, for joining us. And the action's going to continue, gang. Stay tuned. Thanks, Flick. We're going to bring in Joe Turpel, Laura Enever, and another special guest when we return to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI.
None of my family surfed. My dad was the first one to really just start pushing me into waves at Tahiti. I mean, I'm a power surfer, and that's where my edge is.
We're at 225 here.
Cole is absolutely ripped, shredded, and he's 220 pounds. At an elite level, no one's ever seen anything like him.
2, 1.
Dyeing. It gets too dark out to dye my hair, you know? Everyone calls me Rodman. Approaching the tour this year, I get to surf against the people that were kind of my idols, like Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina. How's she? Now I get to do it with my best friends, which is a bonus on top of everything. Journaling's been like a huge thing for me. I have so much stuff going in my head. Surf, train, hang with the boys. My biggest goal this year, world title and Final 5, right next to each other. My name's Housman, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour. Let's see.
Housman, so excited for his rookie debut right now. Looks like he's into this one already. The Rook getting into position and spit out of a barrel into the channel. What a way to start your run on the Dream Tour. 6'3", 225. I think the bio says 220. I just added 5 pounds because he is just growing in front of our eyes. Thanks for being with us. What a special day. Joe Turpel, Laura Enever, Molly Picklum joining us for the call today. A surfer that finished in the WSL finals last year and excited for another year on tour. Molly, how good is this? Waves are firing, sun's out. Is this one of the best days you've had since you've been on the North Shore, since you came back?
For sure. I mean, today you can feel the energy of everyone. And firstly, I mean, I'm so happy to be here with you guys. It's the best crew ever. But yeah, I mean, the waves are absolutely firing. And it's just such a good day to be sitting on the couch and watching, or here on the beach watching. It's amazing.
Yeah, so cool, Laura, to see someone like Housman start off with a wave like that. I'm kind of buzzing for him. You know, when we have so much build-up, but then you learn what it's like to have hype on you because you've won the Challenger Series. You almost feel like the leader of the pack in a way. His confidence is proving to be really solid when you start off a heat against a veteran like Ethan Ewing like that.
Absolutely. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better way to break into the World Tour. And I mean, this year's rookie class is so exciting. Obviously, all those San Clemente boys out here, and look at into a paddle battle. Housman up against Jackson Bunch here, a young gun paddle battle.
Yeah, how cool is this? Jackson Bunch in the event as a wild card representing the Hawaiian Islands, and these guys not wasting any time to battle for second priority.
Never underestimate the small guy, but damn, Cole's a big guy.
Yeah.
It must be hard to beat him.
Let's see what just happened here. So this was what Jackson Bunch just did, Laura.
Oh, traveling for a long time there, Jackson Bunch, but unfortunately not squeaking out there at the end. Here, Cole looking right behind him. Let's see what he does. Taking off, sliding under, but straightening out there.
Good read from Ethan too to leave that one.
Yeah, that was a good read.
Ethan's so smart these days. Well, he always has been a good competitor, but I feel like at the moment he's just so in tune with like decisions in heats.
The idea of like reading the ocean well, like you said there, a good leave. You know, talk about that at pipeline and backdoor. What goes into actually knowing when to go and knowing when to hold your position out the back?
I think, I mean, when we say good leave, it's like a good choice not to take off on the wave. And I guess out there, you've really got to pick your moments and really make sure and be careful, because sometimes some waves can be very dangerous. And yeah, I mean, you got to leave a lot of waves as well as try on a lot of waves. But yeah, out there, you've really got to pick and choose, just because it is so dangerous, and also there is the best waves of your life out there.
Molly, talk us through that feeling. I mean, you know, you've only been surfing hype for, you know, the last sort of 5 years, but really getting into it the last couple of years, and just you've excelled out there and, you know, won events, and you're just doing amazing. So how is it though when you get out the back and there's no crowd there anymore, it's just you and another girl? What are those feelings?
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, it's still so new. Like every opportunity I get out there with just a few girls, I think they're the bigger opportunities that I like to capitalize on, because you can breathe out there, you can watch waves come in, you can learn a lot quicker than a normal session out there. So yeah, I mean, it's really special, and I'm still not completely used to being in the rash out there, because it's just so foreign
And
without 1,000 people trying to paddle into your wave.
And just trying to line up with the right palm tree, really.
Yeah, exactly. Lining up the beautiful mountains and the palm trees. I feel like everyone kind of uses the same lineup. Here we go.
That pretends that they're not the same at the same time?
Exactly.
You realize that? Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone keeps it top secret, but loving the seat so far. Housman, remember, got the first wave, 5.83. Jackson Bunch 1.4 representing Maui. And man, he's been on a tear. Won at Haleiwa, final at World Junior Champs in Oceanside. Saw him in the water recently, and he's on one of those rolls where he's kind of landing everything. You can tell his confidence is through the roof. Amazing in the air, committed in hollow sections. So a good opportunity for Jackson to really fill the shoes of that wild card story that's always been around at Pipeline. I mean, there's been some devastating blows to the established guard by local wild cards for good reason, ever since, the 70s, really.
100%. Local wild cards always come here and absolutely blow up and do damage. We've had local wild cards just really play massive roles in even world titles and everything, just being spoilers. So, here at Pipe, they're really, really dangerous. They are pipe specialists.
Ethan Ewing in the red jersey. What a hero he was last year after what we thought might have been a season-ending injury warming up in Tahiti. He somehow, in miracle fashion, got himself back together, not just to compete and show up at lowers, but maybe to turn in one of the best modern-day power rail performances that we've ever seen. Ended up finishing runner-up in the world. So that's our number 2 seed right there in red, Ethan Ewing, and Strider's pretty psyched about that. Waz, you're looking great out there with the daylight. Hair's looking solid. I'm really impressed.
I know. I had to fix it. We had a duck dive, another set that just came through. We were just talking about what's coming through. This is probably one of the hardest days that you're going to have to surf Pipeline. And when Molly in there talking about surfing out here in the heat, this place is absolutely unpredictable right now. You've got backwash coming because the beach is so steep. You've got these double up outside, sets breaking on the second reef that are pushing over. So you're doing all kinds of duck diving. You got to look over your shoulder constantly because the wave's going to get you. And then you got these waves that move in over the reef that look good but have a lump in them. So you have to read the lump and anticipate what those waves are going to do. So there's nothing easy about today. It's been nothing but warrior mode for all these surfers, and watching everybody go through the rinse is pretty intense and fun to watch.
Strider, Cole's quick start. Did that surprise you at all?
Not at all. And you know what? He just motorboated over the back of that wave, and Ethan was trying to catch it and realizing, no, there's no way he's going to get it, and he did. I didn't think he was going to get it either, but he's so big and strong and powerful. The way he paddles is impressive. But then after the wave, he was like, man, that felt really deep. He had that look of intent and psych on his face. He was so pumped on that first wave. And welcome to the tour, Cole.
Welcome to the tour, Cole. That is impressive. Thank you, Waz. Cole Housman dominating last year on the Challengers Series, winning that title as it was really quick. Going back to March last year, first qualifying series win. That was a QS 3000. A couple weeks later, finds out that he's officially qualified for the Challengers Series. And then he was able to go back-to-back. He actually had a tough loss at Snapper, but then North Narrabeen, thank you, Laura, for hosting everybody. It was pumping, bombing. Jacob Wilcox in that final, and Cole proved that it wasn't just the conditions on Laura's home court. It was actually his momentum and confidence when he wins Bolito the next week.
Yeah, Narrabeen was the first event that I'd actually ever seen Cole compete in, and I think the last time I'd seen him, he was like a little grom, like way shorter than me, and then I just couldn't believe how much he'd grown. Felt like overnight, over year, and come back, obviously made the Challenger Series and was just dropping excellent scores every single heat at Narrabeen and just went on. And I think that was when the world went, oh wow, Cole is here and he's ready to go, and back into Bolito next event, and that was an amazing run.
Gosh, what a run. Cole in the lead right now, and from the same town, and probably a mentor to Cole, is Griffin Colapinto, who's certainly tapped into the source, AJ.
He certainly did, Joe. The San Clemente crew getting ready with Griffin Colapinto, the first one in the water today. To make it through, win your heat, Griff. You've been through it in the off-season. Coming off of the torn labrum, had surgery at the beginning of the off-season, just got in the water a month ago. How have you prepared for your first heat?
Pretty much just a lot of physical therapy and a lot of just being with myself, and not getting to surf, which takes up a lot of my days usually. So I have a lot of free time. Had a lot of free time, and just try to use that wisely, and go deep and hang out with my close friends and do different things. And yeah, it's all really fun. And I just really want to thank I guess Dr. Kramer and Tara from Modus, they helped me so much. Like Kramer did my surgery, and Tara really helped me a lot, like push me in the physical therapy. So that feels really good, and I'm feeling strong now. And so, the barrels actually feel better than turns. I'm still about like 80-90% on my turns, but like in the barrel feels the best. So luckily the first event's pipe, and yeah, that's where I'm at.
And I saw you did get some time out here at Pipe. How did you put that into the strategy here this morning to get your first heat win?
I don't know, just try to like stay calm. And last year I had a really bad event here, and so I just kind of tried to remember and do the opposite of everything I did last year. And funny enough, the start of that heat, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm doing exactly what I did last year. Just like went on a bad wave, was letting waves go. I get this thing when I paddle out here, I just get so excited when the waves are good. I just like want the very best wave, and I get a little indecisive on like what waves to pick. And so that started at the beginning, and then there's only like 6 minutes left at the end there, and I think I just was like, okay, just go to like where on the reef, like your favorite part of the reef, just go there. And like right when I did that, that good one came and I got it, and I just felt so good.
It's so good to see you back in the water and thriving. Now your job is done. Crosby's coming up. Are you more nervous to watch his heat, or were you more nervous to paddle out for your own?
I'll probably be more nervous to watch him for sure. Yeah, it's really, I mean, all these rounds are super important, so I would love to see him get a good wave, and this is, his first time, or his second time serving heat out here, but last time the waves were bad, so yeah, I'm super excited for him. And then I just want to give a shout out to Red Bull for, Oakley and Red Bull. Oakley made this new helmet I was wearing in that heat, and it just got finished, and we just got them, and usually Red Bull owns our head, so we have to have Red Bull logos all over it, but we didn't have time to do it, and they still let me wear the helmet, so I'm super thankful for that, and feeling safe.
Good. We love to hear it, Griffin. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
All right, thank you.
Well done, Griffin Colapinto. Gosh, it's fun to tap into his mind a little bit and what he's been thinking about, how vulnerable he's been able to be to the world, when he started posting his journal entries and talking about doubt and really fulfilling his dreams. For Griff, he actually kind of took a lot of his friends on this trip to Florida in the off season. This guy named Dr. Joe Dispenza. It was this crazy retreat where you go deep into meditation. He brought Crosby, Seth Moniz went on this trip, got a lot of guys, Jet Schilling, many more. And it's taught him so much belief in what you can control. And he's kind of leading the charge with the entire San Clemente crew, some of the surfers from Hawaii as well. But he's going deep, and now he's taking that other role. It's not just about him now. More specifically, it's going to be his younger brother, Crosby, as well. He's going to be looking out for him, Molly.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin and the San Clemente boys, the journey they're on is so interesting. I think surfing prior to them was very, maybe not shallow, but in today's terms, I guess shallow. And then now these guys are really deep into their mind, trying to figure out just any edge on their competitor. And I think these guys have found comfortability and belief in going down that journey and just being vulnerable. And I guess the whole deal with it is just so you don't feel like you're hiding anything. If you don't feel like you're hiding anything, then maybe you can walk confidently because there's no secrets for other people to pick at you.
Absolutely.
The boss, Filipe.
He's such a boss. What's he looking at, Laura?
Oh, he's looking at this. Jackson Bunch taking off.
Looking like he's just going to be up and out, missing out on the tube ride. But yeah, Toledo studying the conditions. The reigning world champ who's just gone back-to-back as Samuel Pupo and a wild card from the North Shore of Oahu named Shion Crawford coming up next. All eyes on Toledo to set the pace for the tour, and that's what happens when you wear bright yellow. You know what that's like, Molly.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like to wear it at Pipe, though. I mean, I want to know what it's like.
There we go.
That means I would have won the world title. Well, how's these waves? But yeah, I think yellow jersey, Felipe's so used to that. He probably doesn't even know what color he's in. He's just cruising.
Laura, feels like he's kind of entered a new era of his life of confidence, of established, how he's established himself as a world champion as we have this glorious view from the sky. These are the world famous homes on the beach at Pipeline. You see the tent there, that's where we are.
You can actually see the sand is shifting so much today. When we got down here this morning, the beach is a lot shorter. There's that big cliff drop off that you can see in the bottom of the screen. But as this swell pushes in, it's trying to push away that sand, which is obviously better. But yeah, back to Filipe. I feel like, you know, his speech the other night at the WSL Awards was so amazing. Just he reiterates how just how hard he worked to get to where he was. 10 years it took him to get world title #1 and the first Brazilian to go back-to-back and win 2 in a row. So that was, I just love hearing what he has to say. And, you know, he's such a family man, and it's, yeah, really cool to see his evolution. And, I mean, even sitting next to you right now, Molly, you're only on year 3, and you seem like you've just grown up so much. You feel like seems like you haven't had a Red Bull today yet either. You're very calm and controlled. Micro keeping a lid on it, isn't he?
No, I think, yeah, this year being my 3rd year, obviously I had the half year the first year, so last year felt like my first full year. But I don't know, it's just like, you just grow with, like, you grow in the jersey, you grow with the sport, and I definitely feel different again this year. I think I'm way more settled and just confident to put my energy into where I want to, and like, I guess too, when you come straight on, you're just so excited and there's so much to like watch and enjoy, and like, oh my God, like capitalize on all these cool moments. But then just trust that you're going to be here for a few years and like not try and take it all and experience it all in 1 year. So now I feel like 3rd year coming on, I feel a bit more at ease to know that I'll hopefully have some more time to just take it in. I don't need to like watch and see everything and be a part of everything.
Loving our time with Molly Picklum. She's going to hang out with us for this entire heat, but we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with heat number 5, where the rookie Cole Housman still out in front. 5.83 for his first wave on tour. Good morning, everybody. It's time for the Pulse. If you're just joining us or you want to refresh your memory of what happened so far, we had young Cade Manson, the 21-year-old from San Clemente, sending it, getting stuck, and providing the heaviest wipeout of the morning. And this was in the opening round. Ouch. He popped right up out the back and shook it off, but he'll be in the elimination round. Then we saw in heat number 2, Medina dropping in on Callum Robson. This was just a block because Callum was already getting on a roll. Then Medina packed this one. A lot of foam on the face, turned in an 8.33, had himself in the lead, but Caltex wanted more. The Aussie almost slid out, then got puffed out of a 9. Back to first place, kept on swinging. Callum Robson, the underdog in that heat, gets a big win to kick off 2024 as he's into the round of 32. And then, oh yeah, goat stuff started happening. Slater, Jack, together with Rio Waida. Slater going backdoor, turning in a 7.17 on this one. Looking healthy, the 51-year-old looking for a 9th pipe title this year, but it was all about Jack Robinson taking control, 6.4. Jack getting the win. Slater advancing on in second into the round of 32, and Waida going to the elimination rounds. Thanks for watching the Pulse. Action continues now with the opening round, heat number 5, with 8:15 on the clock. Joe Turpel, Laura Enever, and Molly Picklum here for the call. It's interesting, Molly, since you're in the same crew with Rio Waida and the coaching of Glenn Micro Hall. For the debrief for Rio, would you kind of be included in that to kind of learn like the mistakes or things that Rio might have done right or wrong?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a special thing about having like a group and a bit of a team. You get to learn from each other's experiences. And yeah, I think Rio, he just got a little bit too selective potentially and not like enjoying the whole of Pipeline and Aints Bowl and all sorts of waves out there. I think he just got caught a bit too far out or a bit too far in at times. So yeah, I think I wasn't obviously right there when Glenn and Rio were talking, but I think the whole gist of that heat was just to find some opportunity, because even the boys, they weren't on like the most perfect waves. They just made waves work. So I think that's kind of, you just got to find your moments that you can out there.
Really love that. Do you have a favorite on the men's side of who you like to watch? And do you have purpose in a day when you know you're off for the day on how many heats you do want to absorb and what kind of energy you want to get from them?
I guess on the men's side, I mean, they're all so incredible, but particularly John, I think he's obviously, Kelly, watching how well he knows that reef is pretty cool. And Griffin, there's so many of the boys that I watch technically too, like trying to learn how to slow down in such big waves. It's important to get scores. And then I think for the rest of the day, it's just like live it like another day. Of course, enjoy the excitement. Like, it's such a beautiful day. There's good waves and good surfers. So of course I'll take the time to watch and learn today, but I'll probably go for a surf at Sunset or Haleiwa, and then maybe even a late one, but we'll see. Just try and dodge a crowd, conserve some energy for tomorrow when we have no crowd and just barrels.
Wow. Living the dream.
Living the dream.
That's what we're doing right now.
The dream we live in.
Yeah, as we see waves setting up now, pulling in quickly under the hood, not getting super deep, Ethan Ewing. As we know, Ethan Ewing, world famous for maybe the best rail game on tour. Pretty easy to say that sentence. I'd say this would be an area that he wants to improve on. You know, unfortunately, he got injured going to Tahiti early, but that was, I think, what was on his mind. Getting there early, getting some good ones. Unfortunately, he got hurt. But here at Pipe and Backdoor, he's made some heats, but he's still waiting to get added into that category of favorites into an event like this.
Yeah, and I know a big part of Ethan's off-season after the WSL finals, I mean, firstly, he turned up at the WSL finals without even knowing if he was going to be able to surf, and then went out to lowers, had some amazing-looking DHD boards, and was just absolutely on fire. Whatever he was doing in the gym, in his physio, it worked because he was on. And then, you know, after the finals, after the second runner-up place, he went home and then got to go to Tahiti and get the monkey off the back. You know, he got injured there. As we look at this wave for Ethan, swoops in late, just comes backdoors that one, super nice. Spat out the end there, and yeah, just that would feel really nice. With 5 minutes to go, he hasn't had a lot this heat, so he was very selective at the start, but then he's been able to find this jam. Just really seems like he might have even been under priority there, so he'd be feeling really good about this right now. But yeah, as I was saying, he got the monkey off the back going to Tahiti. There was a big late season swell there in October, and I know that he just felt that, you know, that confidence again, you know, after breaking your back at one of those waves, and then just know you want to get back there and just, you know, as a surfer, feel like you can find your confidence and your groove again.
For sure. And speaking of that trip, Surfing Australia, so I was fortunate enough, I was fortunate enough to be there and speak to Ethan and kind of realise too that they are human. They do take off and they do these crazy things, but they fight the same emotions that we all fight. It's just amazing and even more inspiring when you realise that they're like fighting the same, like, oh, this is scary, and like they have that trauma. Like he was saying, we were out, it was like 3-4 foot, and it was scary. And for him, it would have been a walk in the park any other day, but that trauma from just falling on a wave and hitting the bottom, knowing that it can happen on any size. Here we see Jackson Bunch trying to make his way back into this heat.
Jackson just quickly up and out, but yeah, great insight, Molly. You know, just on that turnaround mentally, you know, getting back on the horse, so to speak, and proving to your mind that you can pull it off again. We're going to see Cole Housman, big takeoff, putting him way behind, but he catches up to it. Not able to get shacked on that one, and Cole will have to step off. Housman still second, Jackson Bunch still in third, and Ethan out in front, getting that 6.33. Another great thing about Ethan, his style doesn't change. If he's in hollow waves, if he's in 20-foot waves, 2-foot waves, he is always so easy to watch as we see Cole ejecting there.
Well, I was speaking to Darren Hanley back to Ethan. He has brought over here 22 new boards. 12 were here from last year, additional on top of that. He's got 3 of everything. Because I was asking DHD, I was like, so what's Ethan going to be riding today? So he's either on a 6.4 or 6.6 sweet spot. And I was like, well, is it heavier glass? And he goes, no, he's got 3 of them. 22 boards, new ones, and so wait, what's that total of?
34. Quick math.
I didn't finish.
How many did you get, Molly?
Yeah, not 22 new ones. No, honestly, we're so fortunate to have Darren. I mean, he takes care of us, and at the end of the day, he's always telling us, like, a week before we're leaving, if you need more boards, like, let me know, we'll get them sorted. So we're super fortunate, and then I think Ethan might have been more prepared than me even, and been like, yeah, I'm getting 22 boards, Darren. I mean, poor Darren can't surf for a whole week because he's shaping those things.
It was kind of heavy. I saw Darren Hanley, and Britt Merrick having a conversation on my break. I walked right up to them, and they just stopped talking really fast. Does that happen to you guys?
Oh, yeah. I think I've lost the trust of a few people. They'll tell me one thing, and I'm like, that's a great nugget for commentary. And they're like, damn it.
I know. They just buttoned up real fast. So I'm going to stay on it, you guys. I'm going to try to figure out what they're talking about. Some secret stuff, probably for the year. As we have a minute 50 on the clock. Ewing out front, 6.33 and a 2.0. I caught up with Parco yesterday. A winner out here, a world champ. He was just noticing the form of Ethan, and really in his entire career. He notices how he just consistently improves. And even after the injury from Tahiti and missing all that time, he showed up at lowers and he was better. So he's just going, if he can start off strong at pipe and continue that theme this year, after finishing runner-up in the world, it's a guarantee for a world title in his mind. So I think that level that he keeps noticing, you know, with a world title eye, a world champion type eye from Parco, that's got to be a pretty special thing to witness, and then even better for Ethan to feel as he's locked into this one. Pulls in under the hood. Great positioning for Ewing, and the man from Stratty goes down right when I thought he was coming out. That'll keep that backup score.
It's like such a fun line too when you're like trying to come out and you want to stay real high, but then you end up too high and you go over.
So close. He drops to the back of the line for priority. First priorities with Jackson Bunch, and this is where wild cards are really scary when they only need a 5.64. Let's take another look, Laura. What happened here?
Yeah, nice and deep. You can see he was just trying to, as went Armandy there, just go as high as he could, but it just pinched and did not want to let him come out there. But so smooth. Loved that beautiful line that he took. And yeah, you can see he tried to go up and just bust his way through that. But
so stylish too, yeah.
Yeah, everything he does is just so polished. That's Ethan.
I wonder how hard he actually tries to be like, as a kid, you know, when everyone's like trying to create their style, like, oh my, here's an opportunity for the boys.
4 seconds to go. This is the moment for Jackson Bunch. Pulls in, bonus section.
Wow.
And he looks towards the crowd. These are those opportunities for wild cards to show the world what they're made of. And Jackson Bunch delivers at the buzzer, only chasing a 5.64.
That was some Kelly Slater-esque. 2 seconds left. What a bomb, Jackson Bunch. I mean, put your money on it, that's going to be the 5.64. What a way to round out your first ever CT heated pipe.
Especially in a heat where you didn't have much. How about this one, Molly?
This is incredible. The line he had to take to make this, I mean, that just proves the wild card why they're so scary. They know how to ride a barrel, especially here in Hawaii. Good on him. Jackson works hard and he puts in his time out there, and this is what the outcome of it is.
Oh, what an angle.
What a moment for him. Is this his debut, like first heat ever on tour?
Yeah, this is it. Jackson Bunch getting the call up, representing the Hawaii region. Look at the entry and how wide open this one was.
Too. Crucial, over the foam ball. Wow.
Look at the numbers. The wild card turns in an 8.77 on the buzzer. Incredible performance from third to first on an absolute bomb at Pipeline. Well done, Jackson Bunch. Ethan Ewing goes to second, and Housman, the rookie on tour, will have to surf again later on today in the elimination round. What a special performance, and always fun hanging out with Molly Picklum as we set up a brand new heat coming up next. Toledo is the headliner. We'll be right back. The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up. Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Look at this scene on the sand. People were lining up in the dark for a good spot to watch. The famous Jerry Lopez Pipe House, Herbie Fletcher as well. We're looking at that top floor, watching the best waves and getting the best barrels. As you look down the line, a lot of the sponsors' homes there, and a lot of great fans have come out for the opening day of competition. Just the third day of the waiting period for this event, and it is just a glorious day. One of the best days, weather-wise, wave-wise, we've had in a very long time out here. We've had some crazy Kona winds shredding the lineup, a lot of weather, sun's out, and it's firing. We're still just kind of settling a little bit after that buzzer beater from our wild card named Jackson Bunch. That was unbelievable, especially in a place that you haven't been to before on tour. You're just a wild card. All you want to do is show the world what you've got, and he did that. Jackson is hanging out with AJ.
Jackson certainly putting the world on notice today with the buzzer-beating win to start your pipeline competition. Coming in as the wild card, how did you want to approach this heat?
I mean, I'm just kind of here to have fun. Obviously, to win it is the goal, but to get to surf pipe with 3 guys out, it's a blast.
We could see you having a blast, especially on that 8.77 at the buzzer. What did you see on that wave, and did you have any idea if it was going to count or not when you started paddling?
I mean, I surfed a pretty bad heat. The waves were not going my way. I didn't have priority one time the entire heat, and I just knew that there was 30 seconds left when Ethan was going on his wave, and I seen the next wave, and I was going no matter what. If I was too deep, or I just had to give it a try, and I made it, and I'm psyching.
As you should be. The crowd psyching too. Being from Maui, what does it mean to you to get to surf this competition in Hawaii?
For coming from Hawaii, this is like every little kid's dream, every little surfer's dream, and to finally be here and surfing it, it's pretty awesome, and hopefully I'm here as on tour instead of a wild card next year.
You're off to a good start, Jackson. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. And now we're going to send it out to Strider in the water, who can give us more an in-depth feel of what it feels like to be out at Pipeline today. Strider.
It feels amazing, and to watch somebody like Jackson Bunch get a wave like that on the buzzer, it was pretty intense. The wave was heavy, but look at this thing. Oh, Shion Crawford. Oh my gosh, that was heavy. That wave was so thick and gnarly. I just looked over my shoulder and just saw him falling out of the sky, met with the lip. It is just nothing but nuts out here, and he just popped up. Wow. Helmet's on, it's on. This is intense in the water today. You got glory, and then you got just defeat right there. getting pounded, but he'll get back on the horse and get back out in the lineup.
Goodness gracious. Strider, that was radical. Shion Crawford picking himself back up. You know this wild card call-up means a lot to him. It's definitely feeding off of Jackson Bunch. He wants to do the exact same thing. I think that he became world famous for the damage he's put down on his home break at Haleiwa in the Challenger Series, but now this is a great opportunity to show the world what he can do at pipe and backdoor against not just the world's best, but the reigning world champion, along with Samuel Pupo, who had a lot of success in his rookie year, Laura.
Yeah, Sammy did. First ever CT here at Pipeline, and he got 5th place, quarterfinals, with his brother Miguel as well. And so he really started off that year with an absolute bang, incredible rookie performance, and it's amazing to see Sammy back here on tour. But let's have a look at this absolute bomb to start off the heat. Through the cycle, just snuck under that one, but unfortunately just hair too deep and didn't have any projection off the bottom to push through that. Just bottom dropped out, and
so wild seeing how crazy that takeoff can be when you're willing to be weightless and taking off that late. But you have just such a small room for error and to re-engage that rail, and it looks like Shion was just fishing to really engage that hillside rail so he could make that pit. What an effort, though.
Yeah, I think it's incredible. I think too, when you're paddling into waves like that, you saw there was like a slight moment where he was getting to his feet, where you kind of see the top guys out there continue to paddle to get down it a little bit more, so there's a little less to airdrop down. But I mean, he did a really good effort. I think too, out here, once you're committed to the wave, I think you're best to commit to at least try and get under the lip and away from the direct impact into the ground, into the rock. But yeah, it was a good effort to at least get under that.
Well done to Shion, and what a moment for Filipe Toledo, accomplishing a lot in his career. And congratulations, Filipe, joining the 100 Club, your 100th career CT event right here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. In 100 events, he's accomplished 2 world titles back-to-back, as he's still the reigning world champion. 15 championship tour wins. That very first one, 2015 at Snapper, which changed everything. He won 3 events that year, now 15 total, along with 2 world titles. Ended up having a great season last year as well with Sunset, El Salvador, another clinic at Jeffreys Bay, let alone what he does at the WSL Finals for that 2nd title, and calls that heat with Ethan Ewing one of the best he's ever had on tour. Late drop again. Shion locks this one in under the hood, and the spit and that clampy section ends up taking him down, but a lot more control. It probably felt good after a wipeout like that just to catch a wave very quickly.
It's so funny. I swear I'm known for that. Like, get out there, go a wave, get absolutely flogged, and then get back on the horse and try again.
I mean, there's nothing better than starting your heat with an absolute bang. And you know, that wave obviously could have worked out to be an excellent score if he'd been able to get into that and make it. But yeah, back on the horse again, slid into that one. Obviously, no scores on the board yet, but just kind of nice to rinse it off.
Yeah, it's cool to see Shion just getting a couple of waves quickly. I mean, after a big wipeout like that, Strider, I mean, how important is it to make sure you can catch another wave very quickly?
Well, you know, it was interesting. He paddled back out and he just said, hey, I am so stoked I got that out of the way. So getting pounded like that, you really do. You get the butterflies taken completely ripped out of you. You come up, you're still alive, you got a bunch of adrenaline, and then you're ready to go. You can see how settled he looked on his next wave, which you can see the butterflies were gone. He's ready to play the game. So it's going to be a fun one for him to finish out here at Pipeline. I'm actually really excited to watch Toledo send it. I want to see this guy start packing some bombs out here at Pipeline. He's a world champ. He's got it in him. Let's go.
Strider, where is Filipe positioned at the moment?
He's on the shoulder of the left, which means he's staring down the right, basically. It was the same position that Kelly Slater took when he paddled out. He got in the lineup and he was sitting there looking for those right-handers, which is kind of more to the shoulder on the right or on the left of Pipeline. So it looks like he's out of position for pipe, but he's actually in position for backdoor.
Good man, Strider. Thanks for the insight. Filipe Toledo's actually come close to a 10 at backdoor. It was in a world title year, too, before he was a world champ. Got clipped right at the end, but it would have been unbelievable. He has had those perfect numbers out here, so he's identified a part of the reef that he really wants to sit on today.
Yeah, there was that one stat at the bottom of that stat deck of Filipe's, and 13 career 10-point rides. How is that? This man can do some wild things out in the ocean.
And I think the majority of those are in finals, which is really crazy when you talk about momentum and not peaking too early. He gets in a role of confidence, and then he basically can bulldoze the field as we see an opportunity to just go through the lineup. Interesting with wave selection, Molly, even if you're not in first priority, what kind of options you might have, waves that no one's looking at.
Yeah, I was stoked you asked Strata that question about the positioning, because it's so true. It's really important, I think, what priority or what situation you're in for where you want to sit on the reef. And obviously, Sean here is just sitting underneath, just wants to get any waves that those boys may miss from the inside there. But yeah, it's actually an interesting. Oh, here we go. Maybe Filipe.
Beautiful view from the beach here, and an opportunity setting up for Miguel Pupo, extending the bottom turn, still traveling, and Pupo gets to enjoy the sunshine after his first wave is completed. The 2024 season. Samuel, wow, what a run he had last year. Ended up falling off tour, which was heartbreaking. Came back to Snapper and all of a sudden was getting chaired up the beach for a big win on the Challenger Series. Then the craziest thing happened. He like couldn't make a heat.
Totally.
He was doing a lot of things. He got the wild card for Soccer M on the CT. And had to show up late to Toledo, lost first round. We'll get back to that. How about this first wave, Laura?
Yeah, just a smaller one here at backdoor, and just a nice one, long. Just got to thread through that one and just kick out right before that closeout. But yeah, look, Filipe there looking as well, and I wonder who had priority there.
I think it was neutral priority, so no one. I think Filipe maybe saw it was going to go a little Armady. Thought, yeah, you go somewhere. I'll wait for a big hollow pipe.
Well, not a bad call. I mean, Sammy Pupo looks like it's going to come in around that mid-range score, but it's going to be best score of the heat so far.
I'd take that at the start of the heat. Feels nice.
Not bad at all. Miguel Pupo turned in that quarterfinal as a rookie and proved to himself that he can compete at Pipeline. Numbers in, 5, 6, 7 takes the lead. Xi'an to second, and Filipe still waiting with priorities. We say hi to our friend again, Jesse Mendez, who's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. How's your view from where you're watching, Jesse?
Oh, it looks amazing here. The sun came out, blue skies, waves are pumping, and talking about Sammy, I was just wanted to give a little equipment update for you guys. He's riding the 6.5, which is the same length of board that Matt McGillivray rode in the first heat. So everyone's probably in that range. You're probably going to have a few taller guys that will ride a little bit bigger, 2 inches bigger, maybe 3, and a few guys that likes to get under the ledge and ride those smaller boards, maybe a 6.2. But you'd most likely be in that average of a 6.5 today. So yeah, just wanted to give you guys a little update on that.
Good man. Thank you, Jesse. 6.5 has kind of been a magic number we've been hearing downstairs from a number of the competitors, which kind of just shows you how intense it is out there. There's so many guys that are willing to ride much shorter equipment, but the demand for some length at pipe and backdoor is really evident today.
Absolutely. I mean, I know, yeah, like the likes of John and Baramamia, they always seem to ride around the 6.1, 6.2, no matter how big it really gets. And like Jesse said, that's because they love to get, in closer under it and, feel comfortable taking those extreme drops. But yeah, most people that I've spoken to today, like Jesse said, around that 6.5 sweet spot. Molly, did you get a surf this morning out there, or did you?
Yeah, I went early. I took a 6.6. I actually went pitch black, so I was going a bit blind this morning. But I'm glad I just picked up my biggest board I have. And unfortunately, I actually creased it on my way in. So I'm 1.66 short, but hopefully...
I know who's got a lot of 6.6s.
Yeah, Ethan. I might have to hit that guy up. Literally.
But there's a lot of you out there this morning.
There was a lot of us. Yeah, there was so many people. It was wild too. I paddled out. Yeah, I'm going to be first one out there. Get down the beach. I paddled out with like 10 people at the same time, and we got out there sitting a little wide because we couldn't see a thing. It was like first lights at 6:50 here, and I got out there at 6:35.
Head torch, Red Bull head torch next year.
Boom.
on the helmet.
Imagine, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pitch black.
As we see this one setting up, Xi'an Crawford, a backdoor. Gets blown out of the pit. He earned every bit of that one.
Wow.
Had a wipeout to kick things off, looking pipe. Got clipped on his second effort. And now his first make. You can tell this man wants it. He's charging. He doesn't even have to wear a shirt to the WSL Awards. He didn't, in fact. Just the suit. Let the rig breathe a little bit, you know? It's one of those
that
guys.
is iconic. I absolutely love that.
Did you see that?
We had everything. Look at this. This is an absolute TP backdoor. A bit wider, almost at 8th section, and went so almondy, but he just snuck through. Still spat him out 3 times a charm. This is his 3rd wave, and look, he separated himself from Filipe over there, and I'm sure Filipe, look, he's watching out the back just going, damn, where was I for that?
That could hurt to hear this number come through.
Yeah.
Filipe, halfway through the heat, hasn't stood up.
What'd you think on this one, Molly?
This opened up so much here. He must have just been standing there going, ooh, yeah. And
But then it got a bit
obviously-
sketchy.
Yeah, he got clamped there, but he went high and stood strong, bulldogged out of there. Backdoor, letting him out there. He's got to be stoked, though. Like, again, first heat in CT, getting spat out of barrels.
I love these dangerous wild cards. They mean business.
Oh, yeah, and they take every bit of this seriously. Even though he's a wild card, he's well prepared, just like he'd be at any event around the world. Crawford throwing down an 8-point ride. So we've got some wild cards showing up this morning. Jackson Bunch stole the show on the last effort to get the win in the previous heat. Now it's up to Shion to go back-to-back. Crawford working with the famous Chris Gallagher. Galley's been in some great heats out here in the past. Made the finals day at Pipeline. Famous for coaching Barron to that wild card win a couple years ago, and gosh, many more. He's been coaching for decades. As we see a nice drop into the pit for Samuel Pupo. Throwing down a backhand hook off the top. Looks like he's going to frame it vertically and have that beautiful rhythm on that JS surfboard. JS Industries making some great boards for Samuel Pupo this year, Molly.
For sure. I like that he's going to turns, too. Like, he saw, I feel like, some people needing 1 or 2 point rides getting through, so it's like just add those half a point, another point.
And also, I'm sure Sammy knows that Shion just did something special, and at the moment, all he needs to do is really put that pressure on Filipe, who hasn't actually caught a wave yet. So 5, 6, 7 for Sammy right now. Filipe also letting him go on this. A smaller wave, but a nice drop there. Short tube, but it come in at the 4.33. And yeah, just a backup.
I wonder how Felipe's feeling. Like 12 minutes ago, you got to need good waves now, like total 10.5 kind of needing.
He definitely has done enough sitting, probably for his camp. They probably want him to get started, especially since Samuel Pupo did take advantage of the combination of turns. And beautiful read into the inside of the pit there, Laura.
Yeah, that was a really nice shaped wave on the inside. Obviously shorter, but still he got that spit out, and just would have felt nice, you know, just to get the reps up. And yeah, the more he's doing right now, the more it's going to really be getting on Felipe's mind. Should I have pulled the trigger sooner? Should I have just gone a small wave? You know, sometimes having priority and holding it for so long can be a curse. And these are the things that Felipe's just going to have to be wiping out of his head. And I'm sure he knows how to do it. He's a world champ.
Yeah, I love watching Filipe in barrel, especially frontside tubes, you know, when you typically see it in big hollow beach breaks where he can go 100 miles an hour inside the pit and beat multiple sections. I've seen him do it at backdoor as well when he can find the right one. He looks like he's just really dropping anchor and looking for a particular type of wave to really get started. 10:45, Samuel Pupo just took the lead off Shion. Crawford, though, has the 8-point ride and just needs a 2 to get his lead back as the pressure builds on the reigning world champ. And John, well, he's done this a lot, surfing on his home break coming up next. was a beautiful night for the Alexis WSL Awards. These guys arriving in style as we had so many great speeches from our champions, some great awards, and it's just great to see everybody all dressed up over at the Turtle Bay, hosting the WSL Awards once again. It was great to have Lexus on board, giving everyone rides to this beautiful ceremony, honoring the rookie class, our Challenger Series champions, and of course, the wonderful Carissa Moore, who got surprised actually, didn't think she'd have to get called up to the stage. So big thanks to Lexus for putting on a great event, and big thanks to Turtle Bay. If you guys haven't stayed there yet, I highly recommend it. It's recently been completely redone. There's 2 slides that go into the pool as well, and they're fun for grown-ups too. I'm down. Thank you so much. That was cool. I mean, what was your favorite part about the Lexus WSL Awards, besides being honored yourself, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, seeing the world champs get up there, I think, and talk about their journeys, I absolutely love it. And, you know, everyone, the rookies, the Challenger Series winners, the longboard world champs, it's just so inspiring and amazing to see and hear everyone's journeys to the top, because everyone has their own battles and their own sacrifices and their own stories. And so I think that's just the most, special thing, is just hearing that and just seeing who everyone obviously wants to thank, and so it's amazing.
Did you have a favorite speech, Molly?
I knew you were going to put me on the spot, Joey.
Yeah.
No, but I actually walked away. Of course, you're just so inspired, exactly what Laura was saying. But I thought everyone spoke pretty well. Obviously, there was a couple funny ones where the characters just came out, but all in all, it was definitely like, walked away going, wow, if I got to do a speech up there one day, the pressure is on.
I love, Sierra Kerr cracked a great joke when she won her World Junior title. She was like, I'm up here doing my 2 favorite things, saying a speech and wearing a dress.
That was good.
That was a good way to break the ice. And then Ian Gentile said he was rooting for Rio White in the last event, so he didn't have to go up there and give his speech. But it was one of my favorites. It was just from the heart, right amount of humor, emotion as well.
I loved Ian's approach to his speech, obviously getting Rookie of the Year, and he highlighted, here we go, Filipe, 6:30 to go.
First wave of the season, it's just an up and out, and that hurts. Waiting that long with first priority, and it's basically a throwaway score. Now you're back. You're in the back of the line.
If we could get an insight into what their heart rates were doing on their watch, I feel like his might have just gone up a fair bit, just going, oh, damn it, that wasn't how I was planning to do this.
So how would you break down what he's done in this heat so far, Molly?
I think he potentially had a strong plan. I saw, as I looked over my shoulder, saw his positioning. It seemed he wanted backdoor, a nice deep backdoor one. And unfortunately that wave never rose. And then he kind of adapted and went over to pipe there amongst that break. And I mean, now he's just trying to get the ball rolling, I guess, and obviously had a bit of a misread on that one. But hey, it's pipe, 5 minutes 30 to go. There's every chance you can get 2 waves. Like we've seen the GOAT do it. Here's a replay.
Yeah, that wave just didn't open up, unfortunately, for him. And I think he was probably just hoping that would be, you know, a mid-range score, even a 4, just to get himself back into it. But it just didn't do like what Sammy's smaller one did earlier and open up and really sort of give him that opportunity. So.
And this is the opportunity for Filipe Toledo to try to go for a crazy one. You know, he's always been the king of high performance. He's always had to deal with critics saying that this is where he needs to improve. And I think he looks at it as, okay, yes, I can improve there. And think if he does, think if he becomes in that favorite list at pipe and backdoor and you know, in Tahiti, thinking a cloud break when it's really big, I mean, then he'd truly be unbeatable, you know, from start to finish. But I love where his head's at. As a veteran, he knows he's comfortable in his own skin. He loves his support crew. But every time he paddles out at pipe, it's that opportunity, you know, to prove it even just to himself. He doesn't worry about maybe proving it to the world anymore, like what he wants out of this wave.
Yeah, you don't want to be paddling out in the heat trying to prove yourself to anyone else in the world. You just want to just go out there and think about yourself and do your best work. But sometimes if you do have that exterior pressure, then you know, it comes creeping into your head. But yeah, hopefully he can just get the ball rolling and finish off with a nice ride here.
He's a smart competitor too. Like here we've just seen him sell the rookie of the wild card on a wave. I mean, not this one, but the wave before he sold Sean on just a bad wave and got him to paddle so that Filipe moves up in the priority.
Those are the little wins.
They're the little wins, yeah, and I feel like you've got to take them. Like, take the little wins with confidence. Still, there's, like, it's not over till it's over, right? Until that hootie goes, Filipe really could put on a performance here.
Yeah, it's true. There's so much into what goes on. It was fun catching up with Toledo after he won his world title, and he just knew the moment where he had Ethan. You know, he could see it on the look on his face. That comes from a veteran. That comes from a guy that's surfing in his 100th event, where there's that little art of war in between, and his rhythm was on his side, and you can see him right there. Filipe trying to get into this heat. It's Samuel Pupo, super deep at backdoor, and ends up coming out. Great higher line on the exit, and throwing out the claims that he does plan sometimes before his heat starts. And that was beautiful. What a great read, great execution.
I'm laughing only because I spoke to Samuel. We had breakfast this morning together. I'm staying in the Ripco house. We're so lucky. And Samuel, he was saying, oh, I like to plan them, but then I never get the time to. So you probably saw there, he paused, and then he thought, oh, what was my claim again? And he said, I want to try and do this Spider-Man one.
And that was it.
See the frustration on Filipe there going, that was the wave I wanted. That would have, you know, this is going to be very high.
Heat around, hey. See, he paused, then he remembers. That's what planning your claims can accidentally do.
Nice to know that he's in the present moment of his surfing, and then it's like, oh,
Yeah.
what am I going to do now to claim?
The spidey senses were alert on this one. Samuel Pupo getting a gem, but those are the backdoor waves that Filipe loves. And Pupo taking advantage of having the higher priority to get this one that will definitely improve on a 4.33 and strengthen his lead over Shion Crawford. Just timed it beautifully. It was like he spent exactly the right amount of time in that barrel before it completely clamped.
That was a good read, Jerry. Exactly right.
Love to hear about the claims that you've planned, Molly, in just a second, but let's catch up with Strider Wasilewski. Wow, Samuel just got a gem of a wave at backdoor, Was.
Man, Samuel has proven himself out here at Big Pipeline. You know, obviously Shion sending it in, and we saw that right off the bat. I feel like that's what Toledo needs to do. He's got to just send it on a few so he gets those butterflies out of the stomach and kind of gets into the driver's seat out here, because at the moment you can see the hesitation. He's only looking to the right, and I want to see him step up and surf Pipeline the way that, you know, he's got the talent. He's just got to get over that fear factor. I mean, Molly, you've had to do it. You've come out here, you've charged some sick waves. You know, obviously, you know, Laura's been out the back at Outer Reefs charging those massive waves. What is it? What does he have to do to really get over that fear?
Don't ask me. That's a Laura question. She's a maniac. What do you do? Actually, it's such a good question, because you're a small, like, woman. You're not a big, crazy, like, you know what I mean? And I always
The
look at you
plan
like, how do
is
you
just
not break?
paddle out there and just see what happens, and then, yeah, just have to let go and just not feel in the moment. Like,
But
that's
surely
what
you're
you do at
thinking-
Pipe. Like, I can't do what you do at
No,
Pipe.
but like when you're going for a wave, when you're paddling, you know, you're thinking, like, don't think, just go. Commit. Paddle hard. Or are you like, oh, I hope I don't die, but let's try.
I mean, I feel like my brain, the way it works in big waves, is that it's like the quietest it's ever been.
See,
But we'll get back to that
special
later.
about
20
you guys.
seconds to go here, and what an absolutely cracking heat. Filipe, one last shot, just taking off here, unfortunately, a bit wide on this one, and he'll be pretty bummed with this heat. First heat back, 100th heat. Congratulations, though, Filipe. You are an absolute icon.
Yeah, 100th event. That's so crazy. Yeah, it's surfing in all these events, but yeah, definitely one he's going to want to forget about quickly. Just had the 0.5 before that, and he's going to be in the elimination round later on today. But I'm loving the topic that Molly and Laura were just breaking down, the mental game that's a part of surfing slabs, surfing shallow reefs, surfing really big waves where you're putting yourself in uncomfortable situations, but let alone when it happens on tour, when you have to put your head down and commit. Well done to Samuel Pupo. 13-point combined total. Moves on into the round of 32 along with the wild card Shion Crawford. John John's coming up next with Kaiwa Belly and Jake Marshall, bringing Kaipo and Jesse for the call.
Back at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI, Bonsai Pipeline is the field of play today. And one of the greats out there, John Florence, kicking it off here. Skitters off the bottom. And just a pocket ride for John Florence. He's matched up against Kyle Ibelli, Jake Marshall in this heat. Again, welcome to the opening day of the 2024 World Surf League Championship Tour. I'm Kai Pagura, along with former CT surfer Jesse Lito Mendez. What a start we have today, and what a heat we have on hand right now.
I know, it's so impressive to wake up and see those conditions for the first day of the season. That's amazing. And this is a stacked heat. We had John, former winner. We have Kyle Ibelli, which loves these conditions, and Jake Marshall, that is also not scared to throw himself under the ledge. So fun heat ahead of us.
Yeah. It is the opening round right now, so we're going to have two of these three surfers advancing straight into the round of 32. Third place in these heats go into the elimination round, which we will likely see this afternoon. 1.5 is a start for John Florence, so nothing significant on the board as of yet, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a great wave. Like, he had a lot of size to it, just a little cornery, like not much wall in front of him. So he wasn't really able to get deep inside the barrel, but just a warm-up ride for John and getting all the nerves off. First wave of the whole season, so yeah, shaking it off.
So open priority right now between Kyle Ibelli, John Florence, the third priority. He's going to fish under that priority, under the ledge, in the barrel, in the puka, out of the bubble. John Florence just hit, this is his backyard, Jesse. He just makes it look so easy, even under priority.
I know. Like yeah, and there's only a very few guys that are capable of doing that, you know? I know this is not going to be the biggest score ever, but still something. Under priority, everyone's sitting down. He's actually warming up and yeah, getting some scores on the board, and you never know how the heat's going to turn out. So it's always great for you to have a few backups, mostly when you got no priority. And he's looking for another wave.
You know, we had the Kona win. So let's take a look at this one more time, Justin.
Yeah, just identifying that there was a potential of a backup score right there and just making as much as possible out of that wave. Like I mentioned, nothing special, but great ride right there for him. Kind of late for that wave, actually, and able to just snuck in just before the hit landed on his head. Check this out. As he taken off, still he was standing up on the board and the wave was already breaking on top of him. So just shows a lot of technical skills from John to being able to pull that off. And this is just another wave for him out here. It's like he probably came out of that nothing special. Anyone else would be freaking out.
Yeah. Normal human beings, that would be a ride of a lifetime. For John probably just like, whatever. Slouching on his way, paddling back out. 4.5 is a score for John Florence.
Yeah, just casually paddling out the back.
Take a look, and congratulations for John Florence. This is his 100th career event. He's had 2 world titles, 8 event wins. Average place 8.6. Heat winning percentage for his career 65%. But you know what's the impressive number down there? 16 career 10-point rides. If he does that this year, that would be 16 YETI 110 coolers stuffed with gear. But celebrating John Florence. We'll get into his numbers at Pipe, which are equally as impressive. Here we go, Kyle Ibelli. Right behind the current, in the barrel, spit comes out. Kyle barely not able to make an exit. Jake Marshall wants his hand in it, gets real high there for the exit, so the Encinitas surfer gets his first score on the board.
Right, and that's what made Kyle so dangerous out here. He's so unpredictable. He's able to identify good waves here and challenging waves, and that was almost a huge score for Kyle on the board to start the heat. Unfortunately, right there, he just went a little bit too high, and yeah, good effort though. That was a great rhythm wave as far as he went.
Yeah, Kyle Ibelli, 30 years old, out of Guarujá, Brazil. We'll take a look here at Kyle's ride.
And this is what happened. You see him letting the rail go. He just draw a perfect line right there, but you're gonna see it right here. He gets very deep. He's probably blind, not seeing anything, so he just goes just a little too high on the exit of that wave. and actually there's a second section barrel. So as soon as he's coming out, it feels like if the wave was finishing, he would have been fine, but he went in to another barrel, but he was like too high line and just got lipped, and that was sketchy.
Watching the end here, and the wave's just spinning off.
Almost into a floater right there.
Yeah. I mean, he's been successful out here. Last 2 years, Kyle's made it to the semifinals. So, you know, talking in context of this event, Kyle's going to be a guy to watch, because back-to-back semifinals for Kyle Ibelli, the proof's in the pudding right there.
Yes, and also Kyle is not afraid to swing against John. We've seen it before.
We've seen it before.
A few amazing hits. So this is definitely going to bring the best out of those two, and we expect fireworks.
Great point. Underground rivalry between Kyle Ibelli and John Florence. Let's celebrate Samuel Pupo, because he just took out a win here in his opening heat at the championship tour, AJ.
Yes, he did, Kaipo. Sammy, I have to imagine it feels so good to be back here at Pipeline after having to re-qualify for the CT. What did you do coming off of that win at Saquarema to lock in your spot at second on the Challenger Series? How did you prepare for this year's championship tour to ensure the results were different?
Yeah, a lot of things I've been doing a lot differently than the other years. I feel like this year is my first year that I'm really taking my whole life as a professional person, and besides getting in the water, you know, everything outside of water, taking care of my healthy and the way I eat and stuff. So a lot of training right after Saquarema. You know, we didn't have a lot of time for us coming from the Challenger. It was only 2 months, I think, till we got here. So we just got right back to work, and stoked to be back.
And that means thinking through every single aspect of surfing here in Pipeline, including Molly telling us the claim. You had planned ahead of time that you were going to go Spider-Man if you got a good one. What did you like about that 7.33?
Yeah, it's funny. It's just, I really like to keep my preheats really calm and just relax, you know, talk to everyone. And I was having breakfast with Molly, and she was like, "Oh, what are you going to do for a claim if you make a good wave?" I was like, "I'm going to bring back the Spider-Man one from Portugal." And I always plan things, but whenever I do the good wave, I just forget about it. Just so many emotions. And this one was a little bit more calm, so I could remember the claim and do it. It wasn't an amazing wave. It was an excellent wave, but I knew the score was going to be enough to probably make through that heat. Filipe was having a hard one, so I was like, oh, if this score comes in at a 6 or whatever, 7, I think I'll be fine. And that was more about the claim than the actual wave. So.
Fair enough. E agora para o Brasil, como você preparou para o início da temporada aqui em Pipeline?
Português ou English? Português. A temporada foi muito boa. Só tenho a agradecer a toda a minha equipe, a Personal Boards, a Action lá de Maresias, o Diego, né? Meu nutricionista, minha nutricionista e meu nutrólogo, pô, mudaram minha vida muito, estou me sentindo muito bem dentro da água. E é isso, só a primeira bateria, tem ainda muita coisa pela frente. Mas feliz de começar com o pé direito, espero que a gente consiga ter um bom ano, não só para mim, mas para toda a equipe e a família.
Muito obrigada e parabéns.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. What did Sammy say, Jesse?
He was basically thanking all the support that he gets on the background, the people that work that no one sees it. So coaches, trainers, nutritionists, and all of that support from the family. And after that, he just mentioned, hey, I've got the work done, and I hopefully this is going to lead to a great year for me.
Yeah, he was, you know, back on tour. It was emotional over there in the last stop of the Challenger Series 2023 for Sammy Pupo. His mom was there watching every single heat, and he was isolated from everyone, basically just hanging out with his older brother Miguel and mom, and that was the crew right there, and he came through, and I'm happy to see him back on the championship tour.
Yeah, and he was doing that just now here too. He had Miguel in his corner, which, oh, we might see John coming up.
Here comes John. Pulls in, travels through the barrel, over the foam ball, spin. John comes out with the vapor. And John Florence, as we were expected, it was just a matter of time.
It was just a matter of time. Perfect wave too. Like, what a way to choose a wave. Amazing potential of a good score on that wave. He identified that, select the wave, went, and also read it perfectly.
Strider out in the water. What do we got?
Yeah, just a beautiful execution right there for John Florence, but really the ocean telling the story. The conditions out here, everything's super smooth. Everything's got like a good line on it, and you can see there wasn't a bunch of wash throughs coming through. So it was time for a good wave to come through. And luckily, the skill of Florence having priority during that wave, you could see how perfect that cylinder was and how epic it was all the way through the end of that wave. So right now we're going to see some more really quality waves coming through as the conditions are absolutely butter out here. It's just perfect.
Checking out these replays, and John Florence, just a master at the barrel. When we talk about pipeline, John has the highest heat winning percentage of everyone in this event. 71% heat winning percentage at pipeline for surfing like that, Jess.
Yeah, and like what's impressive about this wave right here, you're gonna see the spit coming out, and what that does, it makes you completely blind. So basically for a split second right there, it was all about feeling. Like, he had so many repetitions out here that he knows what he has to do, even if he's not looking. So it's almost like he can do it in his sleep. And just combing it up with a nice carve, just a little extra half a point right there for him. This is going to be an excellent wave.
It sure is. It's an 8.33 as we come out of the replay for John Florence. John goes to the lead. Jake Marshall got away. That was a crazy drop.
Wow, what a drop he had right there. It felt like he was not going to be able to stick it because you can see the nose starting to get touch the water, but he was able to just muscle through it, use the hand to kind of help him get the edge, and also probably a lot of back foot right there so he can get that nose out of the water and stick the rail and get the drive. That was an amazing ride for Jacob. Just intense and short, but just very, very technical and hard to do it.
Yeah, Jake Marshall, back on tour, he's had that seesaw kind of professional career where he's been on tour, off tour, on tour, having to qualify through the Challenger Series. But he's showing up this year with some intent. Again, I was saying earlier today that this really is a scouting report day in a way. It's the opening day. It's the first time we're going to see all the men and see what happened and the work that people have done in the off season.
Yes, completely. And there's a lot of work, a lot of months, mostly for those guys that didn't make the top 5. They have probably about 6 months to work on everything that they kind of want to, as far as equipment, as far as just his technical surfing. And Jacob for sure had to put in the work. He had a little bit of less of a time because he was on the QS, the Challenger Series, trying to get back on tour. But yeah, it looks like he's ready and sharp.
Yeah. You know what, speaking of sharp, we want to look sharp right now. And we have some sharp-looking merch for this year's Lexus Pipe Pro. There they are. A collaboration between Vissla and Florence, available at WSLStore.com or on site over here. Great merchandise, and it's cool to see two really powerhouse and new generation surf brands in the way of Vissla and Florence combining to put together all of the merchandise for this year's Pipe Pro.
Yeah, that's awesome. Keeping it in between surfing and bringing those knowledge together, and we're doing a great job.
Score comes in for Jake Marshall on that drop. A 3.77 is the mark that he got, mostly just for making it to the bottom and completing that wave. Kyle Ebeli out in the blue jersey right now, needs to get some work done, but the situation is not dire at all for Ebeli. Half of the heat to go, and again, first and second in this heat moves on into the round of 32. So Kyle just needs a 3.84 to take that second place off of Jake Marshall.
Yeah, still, actually not early stages. We're already on the second half of the heat. You don't want to let so much time go by because you can end up with your back against the wall with not much time and sometimes needing 2 waves. So, but I think in this situation, as Kyle sits right now, he should be patient at this moment and try and identify another wave like his first one and come out of that, because that was going to give him a great score. And he's 100% capable of both pipeline and backdoor. He's such a specialist in these conditions.
There's the Florence Ohana hats and all the supporters for John Florence. I mentioned his stats here at Pipeline at 71% heat winning percentage, the highest out of the field. Gabe Medina has a 70% heat winning percentage here at Pipeline. Kelly Slater, a 69% heat winning percentage at Pipeline. But it really is, when we talk about Pipeline, top dog right now, given the analytics, is John Florence. Two runner-up finishes, 6 quarterfinals, and of course 2021 where he beat Gabe Medina for a pipe title.
Yes, completely. And as far as just technique and tube riding, he's the guy to look right now. On the top level, I don't think there's anyone ahead of him. Obviously, you have guys like Kelly and Gabe that matches him very well, but I think he might still take the notch on just the grace and style and how easy he makes everything look.
I agree with, and the comfort level, right? This is quite literally John's backyard, where John grew up on this beach and started surfing this wave at about 8 years old, along with his brothers, and the brothers pushing each other, and then that's how we came to become a pipeline superpower, John Florence. He's in the lead, and he's already shown us excellent.
Yeah, it's so impressive to always watch him out here. And looks like we have kind of a second reefer. They're looking at it. Let's see if they're going to take it.
Here comes Kaio. Big, beefy looking wave, drawing off the bottom, grabbing onto the rail, pulls high through the bubble, comes out of the barrel. Kaio Ibeli answers the call. And he will change the situation in this heat.
That was a beautiful rhythm wave for Kyle. Very hard to deal with. Usually you expect those pipe waves to really bend towards the reef, and this one bent out. So what that does, it kind of gets high and tight, and he had to really adapt his line throughout the halfway through the barrel. I think we're going to be able to see this very well, but right here it starts to having a look. Beautiful, just a classic pipeline bottom turn, and right here, see that? The wave bent away from the shoreline, and he just had to really highline it, and pretty similar to what John did after it, like a nice carve. So beautiful rhythm wave right there. Nice drop. Wave bends, starts to clamp, but he's able to really get a high line to it and muscle through that section right there. That was beautiful rhythm wave for Kyle.
Technical backhand tube riding by Kaio Ibeli will come back with that score. After this short break, we got an exciting heat in the water. John Florence, Jake Marshall, Kaio Ibeli. What's going to happen? Stay tuned.
I thought that was cool that Vissla and WSL wanted to kind of put a little attention onto the shapers. It's always interesting. Without surfboards, there is no surfing. And to kind of let people kind of understand that better, I think is always an interesting thing, at least. You can only sit there when there's a guy sitting waiting for a wave for so long, and like, what are you going to talk about? So you may as well bring in like what they're riding and different stuff like that. I think it's kind of cool. If you watch everybody today, they're all sitting inside. I mean, guys are getting second reefers too and rolling in, but most of the best guys are on the first reef and they're sitting underneath it and paddling into it late and like standing up under the lip or just knifing, not even really standing up, backside, front side guys standing up. But it's just a different approach. I was talking with John earlier today about like just pipeline and his boards for that and stuff, and how that same thing is like, oh, this just got adapted. Like the biggest board I make for John for pipeline is a 6.6.
Into the mind of North Shore shaper John Pizell His team rider, John Florence, is on the lead right now. John bringing that design feature of the Ghost that really changed the way surfers looked at big wave boards and boards for waves of consequence. Let's take a look at some of the replays. Jake Marshall starting off, Jesse.
Wow, that was another very late drop that just showed how comfortable he is, but this wave actually provided him a chance to actually get much deeper. And on a different side, just a roll in from John and just a perfect stall, huge spit coming out. That was two beautiful rides right there, back to back. As you see it right here, John just with the rolling, but kind of like a double up in front of him, just so much intensity and all that energy coming out on that spit. He's gonna get rewarded very nicely for this one.
And notice, like you pointed out, Jesse, that he has the reef so wired that he found the section to go and just kind of roll into this barrel.
Yeah, and that's just, pipeline, most of it is just, obviously, for those guys that are in this level, it's just about learning how to position yourself. And John knows every wave, how they break and how he can predict what's gonna happen once it hits the reef. So that's just showing you right there. He was just in the perfect spot to actually roll into a wave that turned out to be such a big square barrel and so much energy, you know?
Yeah, great read, great positioning, rewarded with a 6.87. That's a nice backup to John's 8.33. He already has as a scoreline. Strong lead over the pack. 6.6 for Jake Marshall that we saw in that replay, puts Marshall in second place. Kyle Ebeli has priority. Kyle already has a 7.5. We were waiting for that score when we went to break. 7.5 for Kyle Ebeli. He puts himself right in play. He only needs a 2.87 to get into second place and turn the heat for himself. So this is still a very tight heat, especially for second and advancing position in this heat.
Totally, but the tricky part about pipeline when the waves are that good is that a 2-point ride is not, or a 2.87 is not that easy to get because you're most likely not going to get on turns. So you need to put yourself in a critical spot in order to do it. And it could be a 1-point ride or an 8-point ride.
Great point. I mean, you can get drained the whole way around, but if you don't make it out, you don't get the score. Let's see if Kyle gets the score here. Nice drop, kind of a pocket ride coming through there. Slips off of the bottom. Jesse Mendez, I'm asking you your opinion of that wave. Was that enough for a 2.87?
That's close. I think he might be just over it. Like, I think he really put the nail in the coffin if he would have done a turn right after. I was just speaking about turns not being so scoreable here, but it would have been a good compliment for him. That wave had size and had intensity, but it was a very short ride. So because of those two factors, I think he's gonna go just above, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, the judges, they said no. A 2.33 for Kyle Ebeli, but like you said, it's hard to get that 2.87. And illustrated right there, we saw Kyle take off on that wave, looked like a great effort, but he's still chasing that 2.87.
I know, and that's all because of the tube time right there. The wave was critical, but he didn't have enough tube time and he wasn't behind enough on that wave to actually get super covered. That's why I was like, for him to nail that score, he needed on that bottom turn to not disengage and hit it as hard as he could, and then that wave would have probably been in the low 3s point ride.
Surely when we're talking about fractions of a score, that would have made the difference just to nail that turn, to your point. Now it's desperate for Kyle Ebeli. We can see him right here, number 41. 5 minutes remaining, and he's in the back of the line. Another look at this effort.
Okay, let's see why the judges. See it right there? As soon as he disappeared, he already comes out again, and he kind of drove through the barrel like they almost like you to be a little bit behind and disappear for a long time. And as he bottom turned, he kind of hit a bump and just disengaged his rail, and he ended up like falling backwards. And if he had actually landed a turn, like a critical turn right there, he would have probably got in the 3-point range. And unfortunately for him right here, he sits in third priority, but mine looks like he's gonna find something underneath.
Looking on the corner here, Ebeli pulls in again. This is a tight shack with no exit. Clock continues to tick down. Jake Marshall wants to defend his current second place position. Marshall with priority. Marshall looking back door. Jake pulls in under the hood, thick, grindy barrel. And that felt good for the Encinitas surfer coming out of that one, and he will add to his scoreline and improve his position, make it harder for Kyle Ebeli.
Yeah, in the end of the day, even if Kyle got the score, it would have been just a fraction, like a few seconds until Jake got this wave. That was very critical drop. And let's mention, like, he's done the best drops off this heat so far. Like in both the 3 waves he got, he was always super late and underneath, and he was able to just knife it. This wave specifically, he was just behind the apex, which it makes you just get deep enough and gives you a little bit more extra time on the bottom turn in order for you to actually get under the hood. And that was beautiful rhythm wave for him. Check this out. The wave's already breaking. He's still taking off and just knifes it enough to get that nice barrel and so much energy into the reef. And that was a nice ride for Jake Marshall.
A sharp eye under Jake Marshall, looking like it has some sharp rails. Just getting in there and able to slice through, maintaining that drop, gets to the backdoor barrel. We're still waiting for the score for Jake Marshall. And Kyle Ibelli now. 3-minute drill for the Brazilian. He's going to have to get busy. He's got second priority. There is going to be some waves coming through. He's going to need more. He's going to need a 6.98, Kyle Ibelli, because Jake Marshall just dropped a 7.83.
Yeah, and that was fair. I almost like half of that, not half, but like a good portion of that score came from the intensity of the drop. Like that drop was so late. It's so hard for you to put yourself in that situation. It's so scary, so much risk, and I'm glad they rewarded because he deserved that score for sure.
Yeah, when we're talking scores coming into the championship tour this year, we have the most detailed brief ever from our head judge, Luli Pereira, to all of our surfers about the criteria for each of the first 5 events on the championship tour. And it is a full-page detailed brief of what they're looking for and what the criteria is for each of those stops and how they may change in between stops. So I think the communication and the transparency between the judges and the surfers is at an all-time high.
Totally, and the good thing about it as well, they used to do that, but the day off the contest, and now they're doing previously, which is good for the surfers because they can actually train and get prepared for that type of condition or that type of criteria. So yeah, that's an awesome ad for the tour.
Yeah, and I like how it's a 5-page brief, so a surfer can change this way up ahead, like to your point, can change their approach from stop to stop to stop, because the criteria, the base of the criteria is the same all year, but it does change at different waves.
Yes, 100%. And this heat has actually identified that very well for this wave in particular.
You talked about the drops with Jake Marshall. That is really pointed out, the commitment, the knifing the drop. They're going straight into the barrel. And so Jake Marshall, well executed. And of course, what did we expect? John Florence, he's in first. Surprise.
Yeah, and Kyle, like, he's actually not that far behind, needing a 6.98. If that first wave, he wouldn't fall, which I didn't thought was his fault. It was actually the degree of difficulty coming out of that barrel is that high, and he probably couldn't see anything because of the spit, but he would have probably be maybe in first place even right now. But just that detail is making him sit in third place now with second priority, 20 seconds left. It looks tough for him.
Yeah, tough go of it here, 20 seconds, some lines coming through here. We'll see if we got any takers in this final 15 seconds. Beautiful shot up above of Pipeline and Hawaii's blue water. Here we go. Ibelli knifes it off the bottom, yanks on the rail, disappears in the tube, spit, and gets gobbled up. So we'll see him, Kyle Ibelli, in the elimination round. There's the numbers. John Florence, as expected, advancing on into the round of 32. Jake Marshall did a great job, a 7.87, a 6.6. Kyle Ibelli onto the elimination round. We're on to another heat. We'll be back with Leonardo Fioravanti, Liam O'Brien, Federico Moraes.
Congratulations, you have provisionally qualified for the 2024 Paris Olympics in Tahiti.
I'll try my best to win another medal for Brazil.
You have provisionally qualified for Paris 2024.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, the Olympics is one of the coolest experiences of my life, and so to do it again and go back to Tahiti, you know, I feel like I got a good relationship with that place.
That's a deserving spot to achieve an Olympic gold.
Represent Hawaii and all that, going to the Olympics, and it's the biggest sports stage in the world. I'd love to win it someday.
With the experience under my belt from the years previous, I just feel like I have a really great chance at winning the Olympics.
It would mean the world if I could get that medal.
Really looking forward to being in the Olympics, be on that platform.
So many brilliant athletes.
It's been a huge goal of mine and something to work towards.
I'm just going to put my head down. Just got to work hard and do my best.
My dream as well, and I will hope that I can make everybody proud.
Gonna have to play to see. Show's on.
Put my best foot forward and guarantee that I'm going to be there.
It would be amazing to get a good result to inspire the next generation.
You feel like you're representing every single person.
That will and that want to win is stronger than I've ever felt. That belief of being able to win a gold medal I have it more than I've ever felt it.
It's pretty surreal. I know I'm going to have to dig deep. You're Olympian forever. You're a medalist forever. Those people are not forgotten.
Tahiti Bound. Follow the journey with Tahiti Bound, championed by Shiseido on WorldSurfLeague.com. Yorana Maruru. Got a new heat out in the water. Leo Fioravanti, Liam O'Brien, Federico Moraes, this Kuiper girl, and Jesse Mendez on the set with the call. Your thoughts on this three-man heat, Jess?
That's a great heat, all regular footers. Kind of have a feeling that, I don't know, as far as experience out here, as far as how much he have proved, I think Leo has the edge on this one. He's definitely a specialist at barrel riding, mostly for backdoor, so it's going to be an interesting one. I think he has big chances of doing very well, but that being said, Leon also is amazing out here, amazing at getting huge barrels at off the wall as well, which is just a few feet to the left of it. And Kika's another great power surfer that is used to Portuguese slabby waves. So yeah, it's a great heat.
Yeah. Leonardo Fioravanti, last year's runner-up here at Pipeline. And he is a surfer also representing Italy that, you know, paid dues here at Pipeline as well. He broke his back here in 2015. Let's take a look at the year comparison for Leo Fioravanti. It was a tough 2022 for Fioravanti, not making that cut, lackluster results, came back, won the Challenger Series in 2022, came back onto the championship tour and made a final in his first event here at Pipeline, Jesse.
Yes, it's very impressive to bounce back that strong, but that's the type of guy he is. He's the Italian warrior, you know, like so loves a fight, loves to put himself against the wall, loves to like have challenges. Mostly against big names, so he proven that before, and he did that year when he came back last year and just ended up losing to Jack Robbo. But great start of the year for him.
Yeah, Fioravanti right now, he's been nursing a little bit of an ankle injury. We've been working at the same physiotherapist, Physiotherapy Hawaii, Bart, and the crew over there at Physiotherapy Hawaii, who help a lot of the surfers, both local surfers as well as visiting pros. So he's been doing some of that, tuning up the body. I've been seeing him in the facility. The one thing about Leo Fioravanti is, not only is he a great surfer, he's a hard worker. He puts in a lot of work cross-training to be at this level.
Yes, the last few, I would say the last 5 years, he had put so much focus into it. And I was actually pretty close with him, with the Italian team, and he was telling me, I was like, hey, last 5 years, it was the years that I mostly worked. And when a surfer says work, they're not meaning by training and surfing, because that's the fun part. They're saying outside of the water. So yeah, he's been working closely with a bunch of support from the Italian team, and it's definitely paying off for him.
It's time to hear from John Florence.
That's right, John getting a chance to surf right outside his house a little bit this morning for career CT number 100. John, when I say that number, what do you think of?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's a lot of events, a lot of heats, a lot of competing, a lot of surfing. And someone told me that the other day, and it just got me really excited and gave me a lot of confidence, actually. I was like, wow, like I've spent a lot of time surfing heats now. And yeah, because sometimes you come up to the beginning of the year and it's like everything's restarting and you feel nervous, like you're a rookie almost, like you're coming into it for the first time ever. But I don't know, for every reason that gave me like a lot of confidence. Like, oh no, like I've been here for a while. And like I don't need to think about it as much, I guess.
Well, you have been here a lot, but there is some new for you this year. Your beautiful wife, pregnant with your first child. How has that affected your preparation this off season and the mentality you're bringing into this 12th year on tour?
Yeah, it's a crazy one. We're having a kid this year. We're really excited, and it's gonna be really fun. And just it's just such a big year. We have the tour and the Olympics and having a kid, and so it's overwhelming when I think about it all. But it's really exciting. I don't know. I'm just more than anything, I'm excited because it's just like. So it's all good. There's so much good stuff going on. So yeah, we're gonna have fun with it, and yeah.
Another good thing, first heat win of 2024. How much confidence does that give you, bringing it back to the Lexus Pipe Pro going forward in this competition?
Yeah, first heat of the year. It always feels like a little nerves just getting into it, But I'm stoked. The waves are super fun, and I felt really good out there. I was just excited, and I didn't even want to come in. I was just like, God, I didn't get I felt like I didn't get the one I wanted. But I don't know. So I just good energy, exciting. Yeah.
You'll have another chance later in the competition. I'm happy to have you back, John.
Thank you.
Liam O'Brien. Straight into action with Liam O'Brien, dropping into that one. Unable to find an exit. Congratulations to John Florence and his wife Lauren on the news there. John, he's been busy. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Got a brand, thinking about the Olympics, the championship tour. He even took time to work with us at WSL One Ocean with the North Shore Land Trust just a couple days ago to help clear out some invasive stuff in the taro patch in the lo'i there. Liam O'Brien right now, we're looking at some stats for Liam O'Brien, the 24-year-old out of Burleigh Heads, Australia, third season on the championship tour, and also a Vissla team rider, Liam O'Brien. So we'll see what lob comes through. And to your point that you made earlier, Jesse, you can get a big barrelette pipeline, but if you don't come out, all you get's a 0.97.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately because it's so much effort, so hard to do what he just did. You're putting yourself in so much risk, but you need to complete the maneuver in order to get the score. In this case, to come out of the barrel in order to get the score. So, yeah, good effort, but not that rewarded because he didn't come out. Looks like we're going through a little wobble right now. There is a set that kind of came in, cleaning them up. So what that does, just a lot of energy in this reef right here specifically, and all the water moving and trying to exit out. Kind of makes everything lumpy. It's about like the last 2-3 minutes I look back and it was kind of bouncy, but it's about to clean up right now. Hopefully there's a set and then they could be in the right spot and get a good opportunity right now.
Yeah, local winds are tough, right? They swirl throughout the day and really depends on the weather. I mean, not just the long range wind forecast, but also just within the bubble, within the hills, and orographic heating. When the land heats up, we'll get a little bit of sea breeze sometimes. So really hard to predict. And to your point, pipeline goes through its different moods throughout the day.
Yes, and it's a tough place when it goes through a bad mood in your heat because it's so hard to manufacture score right here. If you're somewhere else on a beach break or something, you can maybe get a closeout and do a big punt or something like that and you get rewarded. But here, you really need that quality wave in order to get a good score.
See the rocks on the shoreline there, illustrating the longshore movement of all the sand here at Ehukai. We've had primarily west and northwest swells, so that has swept the bottom clean here. Most of the sand has moved over to the east of us right now on the North Shore, more towards Rocky Point and Pupukea, which is really good for pipeline. So we got a good bottom, but it's just really about having a clean swell and those clean winds to combine with that good bottom that we currently have.
Totally. Surfing has a lot of aspects that needs to come together in order to get a good day. And to tell you the truth, looking at the forecast, I thought today was going to be a runnable day, but definitely not as good as it is. We're getting 9s pretty much every heat, so this is exciting.
Look at the flyby. You can see all the exposed rocks and the size of the beach, which has shrunk with every west swell, and that's what we want. Sometimes, we come here and the beach is 2-3 times the size as we're watching right now. So it just shows you, this is the illustration of how busy and how active the swell pattern has been on the Hawaiian Islands this winter. We've had swell after swell after swell after swell.
How scary, yeah?
Scary.
If you're here and you're a professional surfer, that means there's been a lot of swell in the water and you're having to put yourself in risk. So, but on the other hand, we have amazing waves, so that's great.
It's been weeks and weeks of big waves. Not a lot of high performance surfing happening lately. It's just all about big barrels and big turns and big water. 18 minutes on the countdown. Nobody has made a move. Nobody has put in any kind of keepable score as of yet. Jesse, you called it. I mean, this is going to be the jigsaw puzzle heat. This is going to be a Rubik's Cube of a heat where you're going to have to solve the problem in this heat, because I see a little bit of a problem right now with the current conditions.
Totally, and that's pipe. Like for you, like all you need is a big set to line up, to clear the lineup, and there are a lot of water moving, and that's what's just happening again right there. This wasn't a second reef set or a third reef set, but still, it makes everything so much energy in the reef that makes the water move weirdly, and sometimes you just get those moments that every time, oh, looks like...
Here we go. It's going to be Fioravanti grabbing the rail off the bottom, makes the drop, but no barrel to be had.
And that's what I was just saying. Like, that was a beautiful wave, but there was so much water from the previous wave that made that wave just get destroyed, get deformed. There was a lot of whitewash and just didn't barrel. If maybe that was 20 minutes ago where the ocean was all clear and nice, that would have been an 8-point ride. But for now, yeah, they're going to have to solve the puzzle, like you said.
Got some waves on hand right here. Priority with Frederico Moraes. Kikas, the pride of Cascais, Portugal, out in the white jersey. Wave coming through here. He's not going, so Liam O'Brien said, I'll take this one. Stalling on the backhand, just a pocket ride there, trying to get under the lip as much as he could, but the wave, again, really peaky and tapered.
Yeah, and as much as we say here, as much as you recognize that it's going to be a puzzle solving probably of a heat, because there hasn't been any great waves ridden, the surfers already know as well. But the problem is sometimes you get first priority like Federico, and how are you going to go in this wave that Liam went if you got priority? You kind of got to just really calm yourself down and was like, okay, I got to wait and identify a good wave no matter what. If it gets to the end of the heat and nothing's happening, and then I'll swing to a wave like that. So he's doing a great job being patient right there, but it is kind of a nerve-wracking type of heat.
I like that insight from you as a former competitor, because I feel for someone like Federico, he's been around. You know, he's 32 years old. He's been, coming out of the barrel there, just catching up with Liam O'Brien. So under priority, lob, snuck one in there. And on the pow back out, but I was going to say with Federico Moraes, I mean, one big score at this point for what's on the board guarantees you a way out of this heat.
Yes, and he's more than right to do it. Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw, luck of the rolling the dice, because you see third priority, identifying a wave way underneath, and it's not going to be a huge score, but for this moment right now, it's something, and yeah, let's see how it's going to play off this, you know.
Got a water view of this for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, nice just foot work right there, just extend, like using the front of the board so he has more stability, and also like getting more drive throughout the barrel, and nice style. Yeah, great composure for him.
Yep, nice style, but still just the 2 for Liam O'Brien. Liam O'Brien in the lead with a 1.6 and a 2-point ride. Federico Moraes holding on to priority, stoically sitting out the back. And again, from your analysis, Jesse, Kikas is really surfing a smart heat right now, because he's not flinching on anything until right now. Federico Moraes, priority air after all of that time and all of that discussion. Federico Moraes hands over priorities, not going to help him at all.
Yeah, and this is...
We're going to take a Bonzoy brew break right now. Get it frothed up. Fill the cup. We'll be back with more action here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI.
Well, there's no wave life pipeline in the world, and every surfer that I've got, from all the way from Molly and the girls all the way down to Ethan, they've all got little unique touches in their pipe board. Some want them heavy, some want wider nose, some want, well, guys want to ride them short. So it's each individual has a different sort of way that they want to approach pipe. Last year when they told me the Vizsla Shaper rankings were going to happen, I thought, this is fantastic. You know, we can get rewarded for sort of what we've been doing for a long time, making surfboards and, you know, looking after our athletes. You know, it was just a great race between sort of 5 of us in the end, and a little bit of banter was going down between some of the shapers, which was fantastic. And it's a four-horse race, I think, to the end, and I'll win, and we'll see who comes second and third after that.
Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. Darren Hanley, he's got a stock of surfers on his boards. Molly Picklum, Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary, Callum Robson, Isabella Nichols, Jacob Wilcox, and Liam O'Brien on DHDs. And Liam O'Brien out in the lead in this Heat 8 of the opening round of Kuiper Borough, along with Jesse Mendez. Low-scoring heat, though, anyone's game, as we are down to 10 minutes and 45 seconds, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a total open game, and just what we mentioned previously, it's all because of that water moving. There's been too many sets with sometimes with the weird angle, and just mix that up. See, it's going right through the middle of the peak right there, creating they're like struggling even to stay on the spot right now. And that happens only a few times in a day clean like today. It only happens a few times a day. Yeah. And they're getting the unluck side of the draw.
Right. And it has to do with swell angle as well as tide, but then that rip that you can see on your screen, all that white water that these guys are paddling across, usually that rip would be in the channel. That rip is running straight through the lineup right here, which makes it extremely difficult.
And if you go in a place like Portugal, it happens every time a set comes. Yeah. So you got to dodge those. But here at Pipeline, the reef's so perfect that only it actually happens a few times in a day that this clean.
Right. And there's one reef.
One reef, yeah. And there's a big channel and everything, but sometimes it happens, and they got one of those heats. So they're going to have to, just really figure it out. What's the strategy for this moment? And Leo, I think, sits in the best spot in some sort of way, but also in the most pressure, because he actually needs to make the decision, because he sits on priority right now. And he's thinking, do I go for a mid-range score, or do I wait and see if I can catch a good one until the last 9 minutes? So it's tough decisions for those surfers right now.
Yeah, and what about just even, paddling and making a drop in these waves that are lumping up on each other, and you got the rip that's sucking you out to sea at the same time?
Let me tell you, it's not fun at all. I mean, some people think it's fun.
Yeah.
It's nerve-wracking. It's so scary. And not to mention, you also have the adrenaline of a heat. And everyone watching, there you go.
Fioravanti finds some clean water, finds the barrel. Valuable wave for the Italian. You talked about utilizing and using his priority. Did just that. He's going to take the lead in this heat. He just needs a 2.7.
Yeah, that was, I think, identify a clean wave out there. That was the biggest test right there, and he did. Got a decent barrel. It's not going to be a huge score, but for this heat, it's actually a very special score. Great read and wave there for Leo. As you see it right there, kind of snuck underneath. Nice drop. Just deep enough for the judges to be stoked. There was a little bit of a backwash through it, so he managed that very well. And right there, almost felt like, let's see this barrel again, and then I'll go back to the turn. But see that wobble right there? He managed to highline it and go through it very nicely. And right here, it almost felt like the wave was too tight for how long of a board he had, because he did everything right. It's just the board probably looked a bit too long, and he wasn't able to lose the speed a little bit to really get tight on that pocket.
Fioravanti on the paddle back out, still waiting for the score for Leonardo Fioravanti. The feeling in the room is that he's going to get the number and take the lead. Now, the winds switch again. Glassy conditions currently. A 4.67 is enough for Leo Fioravanti to take the lead. A paddle there by Federico Moraes. Moraes does not go. He goes to third in priority. And just like that, Leo Fioravanti gets the lead and waltzes straight into second priority.
Yes, that was kind of a mistake for Federico paddling for that wave, but that's just what I mentioned. Like, they're starting to starting to freak out a little bit because the clock's running out and the waves are not that great, so they're just trying to get anything that they see that looks kind of clean. And unfortunately for Kikas right there, the wave went way too underneath on him. But as I look back right now and I'm looking at the ocean, it seems like it's clean up, so they might have a few opportunities by the end of this heat, hopefully. Let's hope for that.
Yeah, a little bit of cloud cover comes over us. The wind continues to swirl. It did take a breath for a while and just went glassy, but just like that, another little breeze comes through here, and the confused lineup you can see on your screen becoming a challenge for our surfers. Super tight heat, however, just with a 5.57 two-wave total for Leo Fioravanti. Easily, Frederico Moraes could go from third to first. Liam O'Brien could easily go to first place. Nothing's locked, so this is going to be a tense final 6 minutes.
100%, Kaipo. It's going to be very tense. Looks like we have a peak coming up there. Identified that already. They're scratching for it. Let's see what turns out.
Liam O'Brien's got priority. He's going to use it here. Right, left, he goes right. Back door, pulls up after a huge drop and just gets clamped. And not a good feeling. Liam O'Brien not going to get the score he needs. Going to remain in second place right now, but give some opportunity to Frederico Moraes to steal that second place off him.
And talk about rhythm, right? Like Leo got that wave, got a nice kind of a backup score for today. And then everyone committed a mistake. Maybe not so much Liam O'Brien because that wave had potential. He was just a little bit out of position and too late for that takeoff, and he wasn't able to drive through the barrel. But then now Leo sits with the best score of the heat by far.
Yep.
And with priority, so he's in a great spot right now. He just needs to make one more right decision, and he should nail that coffin.
Yeah, I call that heat control with Leo Fioravanti, where he has control of the heat because he has both priority and the lead. Look at this for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned. See, like he was so late, so he disengaged, lost contact with the water, and as soon as he engaged again, as you see it right here, the wave is pretty much breaking on top of him. He did an amazing effort to actually, right there, got some air, stick the rail again, but it was kind of just almost a little bit too late for him to actually get a big pump and go through that section. Even though it would have been hard because that wave clamped in the end. But yeah, great effort for that takeoff. It was very critical to do, but unfortunately, it's going to be another small score because it didn't come out of the barrel.
Sometimes there's beautiful heat, sometimes there's grindy heats. We're just watching a grindy heat right now. Same stuff's on the line. First and second move into the round of 32, third place into that elimination round.
No stop sets. Like I keep looking back and it's just
it's been active.
Wave after wave, yeah. And that's what makes it a little bit messy as well. As much as you want the sets to come, you want a little break in between them so everything regroups.
Flying by, looking up towards Rocky Point and Pupukea, back to the beach where we can see some pretty massive lines come through here. Scratching. Fioravanti with priority. Body drags into this one, comes through the spit. Another section for Leo Fioravanti, tries to doggy door out of that, get axe on the way out. But what an effort, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a great wave read right there. It was able to stall in the beginning and maximize on that first section that was very slow. And then as the wave started to section in front of him, he really put the paddle to the metal and started driving through that barrel. Made everything he could. Unfortunately, he had to doggy door and the wave was a little bit faster than him. As you see right here, take off, and he really slows down in the beginning right here. Maximize that tube time in the beginning, and right there, starts pumping through, drive through. As soon as he was gonna, like, nothing he did wrong right there. It's just the wave didn't let him out. Beautiful bumps into that second section and just getting clipped on the end. That was going to be a great score. Still his second best score of the heat, right?
Yeah, Leo Fioravanti with a 1.93 for that effort. The judges recognized it. He's in the lead here, 2 minutes 45. Taking a look at the career at Pipeline for the Italian. Last year, a runner-up finish, but he's had some great results over here before. A couple of nights. In 2021, he was in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm not sure as far as the statistics, but from what I remember, this is probably one of his most consistent events. Like, he has a pair of 9s, he has a 5th and a finals. Like, that's an amazing statistics for him.
Yeah, and Leo Fioravanti actually, you know, fulfilled probably almost every surfer's dream in that He's a homeowner in Hawaii now. He's got a house here on the North Shore. You achieve that through a career, that's a big, 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 you know, that's something huge for your life that you're always going to have a part of it. And we've seen that Jordy Smith buying a home here and hanging out. Now Leo Fioravanti's got a home here up by Waimea. He's newly engaged to his girlfriend, Sophie. Life's good for Fioravanti.
He can't complain, right? Like, he also lives in France part-time, in Portugal part-time, so like amazing places for waves.
Yeah.
This is a little better because it's warmer. He doesn't need a wetsuit, so he's stoked on that one.
Yeah. Probably easier to find places not as crowded in Portugal compared to Hawaii, because guess what? The gig's up over here, man. Everybody knows every spot every time.
That is
everywhere.
true.
We're the most surfers per capita in the entire world, I have to say, about the Hawaiian Islands. Everyone surfs here.
I could agree. Everyone. It's part of the culture here. So every locals that were born and raised here surf, and all the people that moved in to surf also surf. So yeah, it's pretty packed.
Here we go. Kikas threads that through, gets a little spit on his back on the way out. Federico Moraes comboing it up with a couple of turns too. 3.2, and he'll take second off of Liam O'Brien.
Smart surfing. Could have gone a little bit deeper on that wave if he stalled, but at this moment right now, he only needs a 3.2. So like you said, he's a veteran. He knows what he needs to do. Sometimes you don't need to get 10s. You just need to make your heat for the next one. So smart surfing for him right there. Nice, identified a good wave. Like almost like for Pipeline, almost an easy wave to ride, you know, had a good entry, just perfect positioning, had a good spit. And as you see right here, perfect entry right there. Just got covered enough, nice spit. We came out and combed it up like different than Kyle. Kyle ended up falling. He actually did 2 turns, nice finish of a turn. And yeah, it's looking good for him.
Smart surfing. One more look at it from above.
Yeah, right there. Like, he could have got deeper right there if he stalled it, if he actually put his front leg in the water to slow himself down. But yeah, overall smart surfing because he didn't need a 7-point ride. He only needed a 3.2.
Did the job. A 4.17 for Kikas, for Rico Moraes. He's on to the round of 32. Leo Fioravanti, he wins the heat. Liam O'Brien on to the elimination round. We're going to bring in Joe Felicity and a very special guest when we return.
Oh, another great opportunity to open up the WSL Vault rematch. Once again, the 2006 Pipe Final. It was radical. Remember, we came off a couple of crazy Andy Kelly battles in the past, and they had another one. Kelly was in sync, 9-point ride, beautiful conditions at backdoor, and it was just on. The heat of their rivalry was felt on the beach. They were peaking with it. Remember, at this time, Andy was already a 3-time world champ. Look at the numbers. Just battling each other. I remember hearing from Corey Lopez, who was in this final later, and it basically was just them two in the final, just doing their thing. Everyone was giving them some space. get more insight on that from Shane, but it was so fun looking back. These guys were pushing the sport harder than anybody else in the world at the time. 19.87 combined total, and Andy getting a 4th pipe title. One of the best ever out here. Was pushing the envelope with charging, but also with competitive prowess. Kai Garcia on the chair. This classic footage. It only gets better as time moves forward. Two shook hands, and we celebrate one of the greatest rivalries of all time. Shane had a front row seat for a lot of that action over the years as we welcome you all to the booth once again. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and thanks so much for joining us. Shane Dorian, quick, before we even say hi, just diving into that final, what do you remember about that one in 2006?
I mean, it was, it was just really exciting final. I remember it was really classic because it was kind of like at the apex of the rivalry, like between Andy and Kelly. And so, although there was 4 people in that final, everybody was really focused on Andy and Kelly. And I remember there was a moment when Andy got this insane left, and he was paddling back out, and there was another wave, and Kelly and Corey were paddling for it, and Corey kind of pulled back and let Kelly go. And Andy just started screaming at the top of his lungs, paddling back out, screaming at Corey, yelling at Corey. He didn't even focus on what Kelly was doing. He was screaming at Corey. He was so angry that Corey let Kelly go that he felt like it was like a personal insult to himself that he didn't challenge Kelly and keep Kelly off the wave. But it was so fun, like that emotion, that excitement, that pressure cooker situation. And that was like the height of Andy's powers right there. It was like amazing. It was like a superhuman performance, I thought.
It's like people always talked about it as like Tupac and Biggie. Which side are you on? And I mean,
Yeah.
Corey's from Florida, but he was like Andy's boy. Like,
That's right.
They were sparring partners, so Andy let him know. Great looking back on the vault. So stoked to be with Flick and Shane Dorian for the call on this one. Ryan Callanan taking on Jordy Smith and Imai Kalani Default. And we'll get to see their form after a serious time off in the offseason. Ryan Callanan, the highest seed from last year out of this 3-pack. Number 10 seed coming into stop number 1. Super talented goofy foot from Meriwether Beach in Newcastle, Australia. Wait for them to get started here. Potentially waves on the way. Now from this angle you can see it front on. Remember, Ryan already got a quick one up and out, 0.37. So he's in the back of the line. Jordy and Imai are going to try to outposition each other if they can here. And it's starting to set up now. Nice drop in for the South African. Jordy Smith ends up going down on his first wave of the season. But I've loved his rollout here in the last handful of years, putting in a lot of time to turn this event into a strength. And when you come off a long off season, it's kind of wild. You really miss these guys. I feel like I just haven't seen enough of Jordy lately. You know, he's a dad now. He really enjoyed all that time off. We'll see what happens on this replay. Flick, what'd you see?
Yeah, it just looked like he made it to the bottom, but just that lip sort of crumbled a bit on his head, and possibly a little bit late into that one. But kind of just wanted to roll the dice. Sitting deeper than Imai, as we see Imai.
Imai Kalani Devault, beautiful takeoff. Maui boy trying to wipe off some speed and did a good job. He got a piece of the end of that one. Always tough when a wave like this is shoving you down the line, trying to burn off that speed and stall. Small score there for Imai as this one's just getting started. Let's catch up to the Italian. Leonardo is with AJ.
Yes, Joey, down here with Leo, back at the spot where you got your best start, your best finish last year, runner-up here at Pipeline. A little bit different today, a little grindy. We're going to get into that, but how did you prepare for the season starting here at Pipe?
Yeah, obviously, you know, last year I had my best ever result, and that was amazing. It gives me a lot of confidence, but I think I got to put it behind and start from zero. The level is so high, so it doesn't mean that you get a good result one year, the next year you're going to do good. And then today the waves were good. It was very tricky. My heat, I feel like it was all over the place. A lot of big sets, a lot of gnarly waves. But I am not my proudest heat win. But you know, a heat win's a heat win, and we're here to compete.
I know you've been watching these waves all morning, but once you got out there, how did you feel like you needed to adjust the strategy?
9 years ago exactly today was the exact day that I got hurt here at Pipeline. So that was on my mind a little bit, but I've spent so many days out here that it's behind, and it was almost like, in a way, a good memory because it made me a tough competitor. It made me learn so much, and I went out today ready to, fight some big challenges, which there was every single minute of that heat, and try to take it all in and get the year started. So that's grateful for that.
It may not be your favorite heat win, but a heat win is a heat win. You're moving on. Before we let you go, is there anything you want to tell friends and family back home about your mindset coming into the season?
Un saluto a tutti in Italia. La stagione è iniziata a Pipeline con delle bombe. Ovviamente è una hit con dei punteggi molto bassi, il mare era molto difficile, però grazie a tutti per il tifo, per il supporto e si va avanti. Dai.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Grazie, thank you.
Grazie, thanks so much. AJ and Leo Fioravanti is an absolute warrior on tour. So impressed with his mental strength last year. And coming from so many injuries, the one he mentioned 9 years ago has created so much toughness with his ability to take care of himself. He's addicted to his training. Guy's an absolute beast in the gym. Loves Pipeline, loves backdoor, and you could tell 6.6 combined total for that heat win. He'll do whatever it takes to get the W, Flick.
Well, a win is a win, and he said it in that post-heat interview with AJ. We'll get back to that point. Looks like MI
kind of doing that fade to try to get a piece of the bid. It'll just be up and out, so small scores continue here in heat number 9. But yeah, you can kind of tell who's going to really establish dominance in heats. Sometimes forget about the numbers. The goal is to make it into the next round.
For sure, the 100% that's the goal, and some of these heats haven't been as consistent, or maybe he didn't see the kind of wave that he was looking for out there, and I'm in the boat as a win, and it doesn't matter how you get it done, and especially how you just want to be advancing. You don't want to be in that elimination round. The elimination round is the one where you go home, so yeah, 6.6, that Leo's got a lot left in the tank.
Ryan Callanan standing straight up in a fun-looking wave at Pipeline. He's done that a lot, and Shane's seen him do that a lot. As Shane, talk about the growth you've seen from Ryan Callanan when you first met him to what you're seeing today as a veteran of the tour.
Yeah, when I first met Ryan, he was a Grom, and we surfed together. It was like a Billabong trip that the Aussies were doing to Bali, and I surfed with him at Uluwatu and Biggin. And I remember them saying like he was like this hyped up Grom, and I remember his surfing was at the time was so polished and mature, and he already had power, he already had flow, and he already had like this poise and like this crispness to his surfing. Didn't surf like a little kid, didn't have that kind of grommy kind of noise in between turns, and he's always just been just a classic, such a nice guy. And then when he first started coming to Hawaii, he was really unsure of himself. He's like kind of shy in the lineup and like quiet and like really didn't want to like, just kind of like waited his turn and stuff. And it's been cool to see year after year him building that confidence. He's had some really big heats out here and some super big moments at Pipeline, and to see Ryan now in the lineup, I've been surfing out of Pipeline a lot the last couple of weeks, and there was a couple windows where the surf at Pipe was good, and all the boys and girls were out there practicing, and Ryan was really like assertive, aggressive, energetic, confident, and like taking waves, like paddling all throughout the crowd, like head down, like nice and stuff, but he just was like strictly business. And there was like one session in particular that Ryan like basically got like the 5 best waves of the session. There was probably 30 guys out from the tour.
I love that, and that he's earned that for sure. Like what you're talking about of coming here, and when you talk to the guy, he's one of the most humble guys you'll ever meet. But also he knows what he's been through. He knows what his goals are. Coming off a year where he's thinking of like a top 10 season. The next goal would be Final 5 for sure this year.
For sure. I mean, Ryan had an amazing season last year. I mean, finishing second at Bells to Ethan was incredible. And I'd sort of echo what you say, Shane. When I first met Ryan, I mean, we're similar ages, but I would always study him. Like, I'm a goofy footer, and I just love his style. He just had flow was the word that came to me as well. Just really beautiful to watch. I think it's the space between the turns, just how he connects everything together, just looks really beautiful. And also, he's got bit of height, so he has the ability to get that real nice compression and extension, and you really see that in his surfing. And like you said too, he's also had amazing moments out here, and I'm hoping that this year Ryan can sort of take that momentum that he had last year and sort of go one bit of that top 5 position would be great. But just also got to echo, he's just such a nice guy, and part of that sort of crew of Aussie boys all hanging out, like Liam, Connor O'Leary, you know, Jackson Baker when he was on tour. They're just all out here having a good time, supporting each other, and yeah, just really lovely guys.
You know, such a shift as well when you had so many Aussie champions and legends kind of move on in the last few years. You're looking to, you know, Jack Robinson, Ethan Ewing, Arcal, Connor O'Leary, those guys to fill those big shoes. And I think they're doing really, really good at it. Ryan is able to get big scores on his backhand as well. Graded bells last season. Getting a runner-up trophy there was a big part of his run towards that Final 5 picture. And looking really healthy at the moment. One thing we always like to check are conditions in the ocean, but also sand conditions. Laura, where are you?
Yes, guys, I'm down here on the beach. This year it is looking so different to the last few years. Actually different to what I've ever seen in, you know, in my years sort of coming here the last few years. But we have a massive berm here. So unfortunately for the spectators, they are crammed on top of this berm. The good thing is they're not getting washed away by those big waves coming up because they have a bit of protection. But basically, all the sand that is usually here is down the beach at the moment. So we just need a few big swells to sort of push this out, flatten it back. Unfortunately, this berm, although it's fun for these kids to slide and roll down, it does cause some backwash. So this afternoon, especially as the tide comes up and this tide hits the berm, it could cause some havoc for the surfers out there. So we'll have to see how they sort of take that on.
Thanks so much, Laura. I don't know if there's any other place in the world where the sand moves more than this stretch of beach on the North Shore. You'll come down here in the summer and it's gigantic. It's bigger than a football field. Winter months come around and the beach just completely disappears. It's actually really stressful for people with beachfront homes. You know, there was a swell earlier in the season. Waves were coming into the homes right on the sand, destroying furniture. It's, you know, if you live on the beach here full time, you're constantly checking the forecast to make sure your stuff's all safe.
Full on anxiety and just nervousness and checking the swells. And, you know, like, it's funny because, like, a lot of times in the wintertime here in Hawaii, we'll have, like, a huge swell that's, like, predicted. Like, you know, you see that swell, like, you know, like a week out or 10 days out, thing looks like it's going to be 40 foot. And that's all, like, fun and games, like, if you don't have a beachfront house. But if you have a beachfront house, you immediately start thinking, like, what can I do to,
sandbags,
you know, wall off my house or whatever it is. But yeah, it's definitely stressful.
There's that one year, a long time ago, Freddie P, who was all stressed out on tour. He had a pool in his yard, and the pool was basically in the ocean. Do you guys remember that? That was crazy. It was just so stressful not being there to protect your property. But yeah, everyone on their toes around here. The sand does change a lot. How do you think the sand is right now, you know, for the event, Shane?
It's optimal. It's a little weird because, like as Laura said, like there is a bit of a berm, but luckily it's really not affecting it too badly. Like sometimes the pipeline there's a berm, and what happens is when the big sets come, they wash up that berm and back out, and it creates this really bad backwash, which makes the waves super imperfect, clampy, dangerous. But right now we're not really having that. The conditions are pretty clean out there. It doesn't seem to be affected too badly by the backwash. And the really good thing is we've had a ton of west swells, and as you can see, pipeline looks like it's kind of far out to sea right now, so that's because there's no beach. And that west swell has created this really strong rip current that rips right along the shoreline from left to right, if you're looking at the ocean right there. And so all that sand is like up at Pupukea, up at Ehukai, up at Gas Chambers, and you're really not really getting, like sometimes at pipeline you get that really bad sandbar at the end of the lefts or even in the middle of the lefts. So you get this perfect wave at pipeline, and it ends up closing out right into the sandbar in every wave. And right now there's no sand out there at all, and that's how you get these classic conditions on the lefts.
Lunging into this inside section was Jordy Smith, just looking for a completion. He'll get it there, but still talking about small numbers so far in this matchup. Heat number 9 of the opening round. Best number is Ryan Callanan's left-hand pit that turned into a 3.5. So much of the story to tell in the back end of heat number 9. Stay tuned. More coming up right after this. It's time for The Pulse. We'll get y'all caught up with the biggest stories of the day. Welcome to the tour. Cade Madsen, oh my goodness, he is okay. He actually posted that he was all right. Coming up from the worst wipeouts of the morning. And it was in his first heat on tour. Action continues. We had Medina do a nice smart block on Callum Robson. Then he got a giddy up into an 8.33. Thing was, Callum just got more motivated. Ended up getting spit out of a 9. How about this cannon of spit just launching him to safety? Well done, Caltex. Robson wins. Medina advances as well. Silva went to the elimination round, and then on the buzzer, Jackson Bunch out of rhythm, didn't have priority for any sets. 8.77 to steal the show. Ewing advances behind him. Housman gets sent to the elimination round, where he'll also have his friend Madsen. That is the Pulse, keeping you up to date with the best stories of this opening round of competition. Heat number 9, still with some time on the clock, and is still enjoying our time with Felicity Palmatier and former top 5 in the world, Shane Dorian. We spent some time on Ryan Callanan. I think it's a great time to get caught up with the big man, Jordy Smith. He's got longevity on tour. Only guy with more heats than Jordy is Kelly. And Smith has got a ton of experience, and I've got some question marks just because I haven't seen him surf a lot in this offseason flick. I guess before we get there, we've got some action to cover. Here's a split peak.
Yeah, here we go. This looks like Imai flying out of that backdoor tube. Beautiful carving maneuver there. So that's actual first wave, sort of like a substantial in this heat. And here we go. This is splitting the peak with Ryan up under the lip, and he comes flying out too. So that was a really, really nice split peak there. Kind of really good to get this heat underway too. As we look at this other angle here, Ryan just pumping through that tube. And yeah, he's going to be pretty stoked with that, I'd say. This heat's really starting to take shape. But 9 minutes left now, so Ryan out there in the lead. 6.83 and a 3.5.
Yeah, he's done well, did well on that read on the split. He still has his lead out front, Imai Kalani DeVault. 8.17 as the big number, and Jordy Smith down to third with priority. But Jordy Smith, yeah, he's been on tour forever. Back in those, bidding war days, to get stickers on his board, to constantly mentioning Dane Reynolds in the same sentence when they're both on tour together. Owning the point breaks of the tour, like at Jeffreys Bay, and even a right-hander that Shane had success on called Bells Beach. He's done a lot, and he's always been a world title threat. And I love that he still has his head in the game to, kind of lean on his experience and see how he can apply it to the young guns on tour.
For sure, and I think he probably held the record for probably the tallest guy on tour until Cole this year. And I looked it up because I was like, how tall is Jordy and how tall is Cole? And they're both 6'3". So he sort of still holds the record, but he shares it now with Cole.
It's funny how it works with height when you read those bios. I saw Crosby the other day. I'm like, oh, how tall are you? And he's like 6'1". He's like, I'm like, well, then I'm 5'2". If you're like, these guys are giant, and some of them kind of add inches, some kind of shrink it down. But yeah, there's some big guys on tour these days, Shane.
We need to get the tape out.
Yeah.
Line all these dudes up and pull out measuring tape.
But Shane, did you have any Jordy sightings in these sessions at Pipe and Backdoor? Have you seen him out there lately?
I have. I saw him out there one day. I didn't, it's hard, because normally at Pipeline, I'm not catching waves, so I'm out the back. So I don't see all the all the rides. Either that, or I'm getting pounded on the like on the inside. So, but yeah, I saw him out there a couple times. It's brutal, like it's really hard on these guys. Everybody out there right now, you can like what you don't see is like all those free surfs out here where there's 100 people out, everybody's frothing. There's like a window of like 3 hours where the wind is good and everybody's out there trying to practice, and then you got all these like kids coming up. They're like sort of 14 to like 17 years old who like all trying to prove themselves. And there's like 20 or 30 of those kids, and they're scrappy and they're super confident and they want the waves and they're savage. They're not going to give anybody a wave. And then you have like, like boogie board girls dropping in on the side, and then you got a sup dude like coming in, and there's just so much drama out there. And so it's interesting. So like all of a sudden, like it's funny because I'm coaching Ethan Ewing, and after his heat, he was like, it was so surreal being out there with only 2 other people. No one in the way. You had priority, waves approaching, you just position yourself, you do, it's just really, it's such an interesting dynamic. Imagine LeBron James going to like practice for like the last events, the last tournaments of the year, and there's people throwing basketballs in the front of him. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen.
It's such a fair comparison.
Yeah,
that's
it's
crazy.
so different with surfing.
There's certain spots on tour where people don't surf all year and they only surf because their heroes are in town. As we look at that big section for our Cal, Imai trying to punch through right underneath them down to 5:30 here in heat number 9. Yeah, it's such a wild idea of trying to get your warm-ups in, and I think sometimes it's about just reframing your mindset of going, I'm just taking notes out here. Even if you watch for 3 hours and don't get a wave, it's still important to be present, to find your lineups, to see what the guys are doing that are getting the good waves.
Well, I feel like there's 2 sort of camps, right? And I've spoken to a few surfers about this, but some guys and women, they want to be out at pipe regardless, right? They want to be out there, even if they're not catching the waves, at least they're seeing, positioning in the lineup, okay, identifying that's a wave I would have gone. But then there's the other kind of surfers that are like, you know what, I kind of just want reps on the board. I want my feet in the wax. I'm going to go surf Haleiwa. And so there's sort of 2 different approaches there. And I wonder sort of like, what are the guys and women doing that you're coaching, Shane?
Well, there's the right approach and then there's the wrong approach. No, I mean, everybody that I'm coaching, honestly, I just tell them you got to surf pipeline.
Yeah.
You have to. There's where they are and there's where they want to be, right? And there's no going around. There's no easy way to get to being, John Florence. There's no easy way to get to being Moana Jones. There's only one way. And it's hundreds of uncomfortable sessions. Hundreds of beatdowns, hundreds of waveless sessions where you don't get a single good wave, hundreds of sessions where you paddle out and break your board before you catch one, hundreds of sessions where you paddle out and get dropped in on twice and that's your whole session. I mean, that's literally the only way through, is just going through and like doing the hard yards, but the flip side of that is that if you're willing to put in the work, you do see this incremental progress over time. And even the sessions where you don't get a wave, you learn. You learn like these little bits and pieces, even from watching other people who have it figured out.
As we watch the paddle battle from the sky, that's Ryan Callanan on the right, Imai Kalani DeVault on the left. They're going for second priority because Jordy already has first. But every decision in priority could be the difference of you being in the round of 32 or the elimination round. It's like Imai might be just getting a little edge having that inside track, and it will go to Ryan Callanan.
It's so interesting heats like this, Joe, because it's like sometimes it's like 3 minutes left and it's battle of the backups, right? Like look at the backup scores there.
So true. I mean, with having one big score for Imai, I mean, you'd be laughing to have an excellent range score in your first heat of the year. But then a 1.67 is keeping him really vulnerable right now, especially with Jordy right behind him with priority waiting for a special wave. As you can see, all the different moods of pipe and backdoor throughout the day today. This west-northwest direction has been solid. It was kind of crazy out there yesterday, a pretty frightening, kind of scary kind of day at pipe. Wind changed in our favor and allowed us to really capitalize on this day. And the swell, but flick, as we saw this morning, it's matter of great wave selection, not being on the wrong waves, a lot of broken boards in that morning session before we got started.
For sure, and you can still see it even looking at this shot. I mean, there's a lot of lump, there's a lot of wonk, there's a lot of bump in the face of the wave. I've seen a couple of replays today that have just been, who was it? I think it was Griff's wave, just muscling that bottom turn and just holding on sort of for dear life. And as he was doing that, he was hitting rivet after rivet and he just sort of muscled his way through that. So there's just been moments, and I'm actually surprised that it's cleaned up as much as what it had. I mean, the forecast always said there was going to be light winds today, but yes, the last 2 days, that we've had Kona winds. It's been really strong. It's almost looked at like storm at sea. So yeah, it's nice to see a cleaner ocean, and it's nice to see a clean ocean.
Shane, on a day like today, your lineup marks for this kind of swell, this kind of energy, are you kind of moving throughout the heat, or can you kind of rely on one spot, drop anchor, and grab 2 waves?
That's a good question, Joe. It's funny because I'm a coach, and a lot of the people I coach, they're relatively new to pipeline. Like even Ethan, he's been here for years, but it's like you don't get that much practice out there. So Ethan and like some of my girls that I have, they're all looking for this specific lineup. Like, oh, I just need to go out there and find this one lineup, and everything will be good. The waves are going to come to me. I'm going to get all the good waves if I sit at this one spot. If I just have priority and I sit here and keep looking at this lineup on the beach, it's going to come right to me. And pipeline is just not like that. You might have the perfect lineup for one day, but the next day you go out there, it's the same size, just slightly different wave, like just slightly different direction, a little bit more west or a little bit more north or a little bit different swell period. And next thing you know, that perfect lineup you had is just unusable. And all of a sudden, the perfect lineup's 20 feet away. And then there's a day like this where it's very shifty. It's we have a lot of swell in the water today. It's 10 to 12 feet, but it's a short period swell, so it's really peaky, super shifty. And we were talking just now about how messy and weird it was yesterday. And so you have that leftover bump, that leftover sort of storm vibe out there. So it's very shifty.
10 seconds on the clock in heat number 9, and Ryan Callanan, 6.83 and a 3.5, is able to keep the numbers ahead of Imai Kalani Devault. Even though Imai had the best single wave score, Imai will be in second. It's a great spot, though, because top 2 advance on to the round of 32, and the veteran Jordy Smith will have to deal with the elimination round later on today. Coming up next, Connor O'Leary takes on Kanoa Igarashi and Eli Hanneman. The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up. Thanks for being with us. Opening day of competition, third day of the waiting period for the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Connor O'Leary in the lineup now, representing Japan. As we set this one up with Connor live. That worked out really well, just talking about it. Kicks out of a wave, and Pipe loved this guy. Another one of those big guys on tour. Real cool guy to catch up with, loves a laugh, loves a tin with his friends when the occasion arises in a good way, and it's just really cool to hang with. A guy that's grown a lot, that's gone through a lot of hard work and challenges when we talk about keeping himself on this elite platform of the championship tour, but turning in his best last season. He's the highest seed in this matchup. In blue, also representing Japan, Kanoa Igarashi, and Elijah Kealoha Hanneman representing Lahaina Maui, making his rookie debut. This is going to be a fun one to break down, Flick. Let's start off with the goofy, Connor O'Leary, with your expectations on him at this event in the season.
I find that, you know, from everything I saw from Connor last year, I feel like he's really just settling in. And I've got to echo what you said. He's been through a lot over the last 10 sort of years. I mean, he's fallen off tour. He's had to fight his way back on. He's had sponsorship changes. I just I've always been a fan of Connor's surfing. He's a big, strong, powerful, goofy foot. And I'd like to think that, you know, he's probably got his sights set on that sort of final five. This is Connor's first wave. It was a really big teeper. You can almost see like a lot of weight went on his toe side rail there and almost sort of catching a rail. But as we have a look here, sort of regained, came flying out, but it was a real big teepee, so it wasn't really that stretched out. He didn't really get that much length from the tube, but, you know, feet in the wax, first wave, 3.17.
Kanoa Garashi out there in the blue jersey, and Shane, it's been fun to follow this guy's career. Obviously a phenom as a kid. He's kind of always been in the spotlight. Silver medalist in Tokyo when it felt like the whole country was putting pressure on him, and he came through, almost got gold. And then last year kind of would almost seem like a recovery year from all the success he had the previous season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Kanoa's. He's so fun to watch in a lot of different kind of conditions, and he's normally so composed. But, you know, he's also had a lot of adversity too. It hasn't been easy for him. He's had a lot of tough heats, and he's had a lot of tough breaks. Wow!
Oh my!
That was wild. Let's get a replay of that. That was Eli.
Wow, quickly, Eli Hanneman. There he is, popping up, going for it on his rookie debut here. This guy's had, or felt the pressure to succeed as he'll wisely get off his board and try to find some space, if any, underneath his set that's still pouring through. But one of the hardest working guys to come out of this rookie class is Eli Hanneman, putting in a lot of time at pipe, and he's already one of those guys that has gone through a very scary wipeout a couple of years ago, right at this venue. What'd you see here, Shane?
Yeah, just steep and deep, super late, amazing control and poise and confidence. I mean, most people get hung up on a wave like that. First of all, most people just duck dive it and go over the back, you know, like, but like he whipped it head down, knifed down the face, grabbing the rail. Perfect. I mean, just absolutely perfect technique. He just was so late that he just wasn't able to maintain that speed and just got engulfed. But I mean, absolutely sending it. Tons of confidence. It's been amazing watching Eli's kind of transformation into, you know, an adult and he's, you know, we've all, like every single surf fan in the world has watched sort of like the transformation from Eli being like a 12-year-old mini Grom in some of those old edits that he was just an absolute phenom as a little tiny kid. Incredible aerialist and really good skateboarder when he was a little tiny kid. And to see like all the hype, that whole crazy hype machine when he was really young, 13, 14, 15, and everything was kind of going his way. He had every sticker in the world on his board, and it seemed like he was like the chosen one. And then he went through like a few years that it was like tons of adversity. He couldn't win a contest, couldn't win a heat. He felt like he couldn't buy his way out of a heat. Tons of struggle, lots of adversity, and it's really neat to see him finally having his debut on the World Tour. And I feel like, it's funny, I was talking to these guys this morning, Eli, Cade Matson, Crosby Colapinto, Cole Housman, and they all felt like it was their first day in high school. You know, that nervousness where you're like, it's like a big, you know, it's like nobody knows who I am, and it's all unknown. The classroom's like, what are they like? And then you got like the upperclassmen that are like kind of flexing on you, like kind of like asserting their dominance and stuff. And it's like that whole dynamic is so fun and interesting. And to see Eli out there in the big leagues, for me, like being a Hawaii boy, he's so awesome, and being from Lahaina and all the adversity they've gone through in that town, and just see it so well represented in Eli is amazing.
Oh, it's so cool, and such a great comparison, you know, just the kids on tour trying to figure out where the bathroom is at these contests, right? Let alone surf their heats, as we have a veteran of the tour standing by. Great win for Ryan Callanan, who's hanging out with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, a veteran of the tour, and yet still with some first day jitters, Arcal, is what you're telling me. How did you manage those today?
I don't really feel like I did. I don't know, just it's been so long since we've competed. Like Tahiti was the last time for me, seriously, and you know, just to try and remember everything that I do and how it's going to feel, even though you never exactly know, but just trying to accept whatever was going to happen and just go out and have fun, surf pipe with no one out. That was very motivating.
What was your process once you got back to Hawaii to get yourself back in competition mode, get into a routine, and be ready for today to get your first heat win of 2024?
It actually got easier when I got to Hawaii. When I was at home, I was like, what am I doing? Like, there was no waves, and I was just like, I trained a bit, but surfed when I could. But once I got here, it kind of felt pretty natural. Yeah, I don't know, just surfing these waves and trying to get back into, the rhythm and figure out boards, back with Dog, working with him again, and just he seems to bring everything into line pretty easy. So, I don't know, just it's been a good few weeks before the comp, and then obviously the morning of is a bit like, like you said, going back to school or something. So, yeah, I really enjoyed it though, but yeah, it was nice to get that one out of the way.
I don't blame you. Congratulations. First heat win. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Ryan. Great job shaking off those first heat jitters, which kind of reminds you how tough it is to create the energy that you do feel, at a championship tour event, the biggest stage in the world, best surfers in the world, a wave like Pipeline. Even though you're out there free surfing it, and like Shane told us, Ryan getting some gems, all of a sudden heat's on, all your goals are right in front of you, you've got a clean slate. Going back to school, a reference. You've got straight A's so far. You haven't messed up yet. You still could do it all as we look at the back of Kanohigarashi playing with the backwash there.
Let's get the free ride out.
Let's have a look, Flick.
I really liked this wave. Beautifully surfed. And what I really liked is he didn't just kick out there. He sort of just identified maybe that these last two heats have been a bit slower, a bit lower scoring. Obviously, we saw that 8 from Imai, but other than that, they've been a bit on the lowest of scoring end. So just squeezing every last bit of this wave. And from this angle, you can really see that he was really deep in that barrel. You couldn't see the nose of his board at all. It was fully covered. Yeah, beautiful grab rail here. And just squeezing every last sort of scoring opportunity that he could.
I love the turn. It's so cool. Like at Pipe, you so often see people get a big barrel like that, and they're stoked, and the time's ticking away, and so they just kick out. But when you see someone just like take the time and like eye up the section and do a big old grab rail carve hack, and it's I don't know, it's something so good. It's funny, I was watching the other day, and this guy got this insane barrel. I forget exactly who it was, and I was with Griffin and Crosby, and we were at PK's house. And this guy got this insane wave at backdoor, glassy, big barrel, comes out and there's this perfect face. And everyone was like, that was so sick, yeah. And he kicks out of the wave and it's this perfect face and everyone went, ah! Everyone was so bummed. They were more bummed on the fact that he didn't do the turn than they were stoked on how sick the barrel was.
We're going to deduct points for that.
Yeah. You just got to complete the whole package. And I mean, in a wave like this, when you have all the power in the world coming at you, all the speed in the world, man, it's so rewarding to lay it down.
For sure. I mean, the barrel's a great feeling, but for me, sometimes just laying into a big section and doing a really good carve, just visually it looks good and it also feels good too.
There's some that are timeless. Tom Survey shot, Tom Curran, the crazy forehand carve, is just ingrained in all of our minds of something that he did years ago right here at Backdoor.
It's such a separator too, especially like on a day like this, everybody's riding like a 6.6 or a 6.8. So like if you see somebody come out of a barrel on a nice face and do like a proper on-rail turn on a 6.8, there's a lot of people who can't do that. And so it's really cool when you see someone like use that opportunity to kind of like differentiate themselves. And I feel like the judges are always looking for that, always looking for a way to separate people. So if you can give those judges a clear indication that, hey, like this is what I'm all about. I'm going to get barreled as Pipeline, but I'm going to come out into like a fierce turn. Pretty cool.
Yeah, better than any claim. Just laying that down, last impression in the judges' minds, which kind of reminds us what's on offer on that end section. Big carve or big air, especially for guys like John or Gabriel Medina.
That's right.
Oh, I mean, that is the ultimate, right? And as surfing keeps progressing and these guys are just getting better and better and better, we're seeing more of that. And I think the dangerous thing out here as well is that, in a heat where there's 3 people, you might think that, I'm just going to let that wave go, right? And the guy might need, I don't know, let's say a 5, a 6, a 7. We'll get back to that moment, but wow, out the back. Ooh. Oh, I thought he was coming out of that for sure. That was Eli.
Eli going down, swinging, back-to-back attempts to kick off heat number 10 in his rookie debut. Remember, he had the wild sliding out attempt at Pipeline, which was really brave and really technical. Went down on the right as well. So he's obviously really worked on getting his head really strong about recovering from that crazy wipeout he had out here that sidelined him for a long time. That's a 1-point ride, but he's already made a big impression on his willingness to charge right now in this matchup, Shane.
Sure. I mean, he's put in the hard yards out here. He's a Maui boy, but he pretty much moved to Oahu the last few years, and he's really spent a lot of time out here at Pipe, and it wasn't easy. Being a kid from Maui and being a smaller kid and coming out here in the lineup and getting flexed on by the bigger, older guys for years, it's really intimidating. And I think Eli's done really well to get out there and just sort of pick his windows. And he's had some phenomenal rides, both on his backhand and on his front side. And you see Eli wearing a helmet. That's a new thing for him. And his confidence, I feel like he was already pretty sendy even without the helmet. But after a couple pretty gnarly wipeouts out there, it's cool to see some of these younger guys, like not being afraid to use a helmet out there. And it only elevates your confidence and being more self-assured and feeling a little bit more safe that you can, kind of give it 100%, especially like with this event being the first event of a very long and important year. It's like if you can do something that's going to make you feel a bit more safe, I'm all for it.
Flick, where do you weigh in on the helmet conversation?
I'm all for it. If it's shallow and shallow, big, really, really thick, like, 100%. I just, for peace of mind and, for protection, obviously. But I have a bit of a different opinion when it comes to surfing bigger waves that are on deeper reefs. I personally don't wear a helmet then, but under the impression that, the waves, the water's a lot deeper there and it's less likely that you're going to hit the bottom. But for waves like Pipeline, Teahopo, I'm definitely, if I'm ever going to go out there and paddle, I'm definitely going to wear a helmet for sure.
It seems like we're seeing more and more helmets every year. It's actually kind of felt like a slower process to get a lot of the lineup wearing them. And I suppose maybe we can relate to the process that you were heavily involved with, Shane, with like the inflation vest that you were working on, where it wasn't like everyone was signing up for that overnight. There were still a lot of opinions and people had to get comfortable with the idea of change.
Yeah, for sure. There's also like a weird stigma, and surfers are very stylish. Like they like their style, like their black wetsuits and their white boards, or they're like super fluorescent boards, and like they're very about like an aesthetic that they're into. Like you got the soul surfers and the hipsters and the like punk kind of surfers, and like a helmet is like all of a sudden you're wearing a helmet. Like that's like kind of throws your style off for a lot of people. So I think that was part of the slow progression, that there wasn't very many people wearing helmets, and now it's just been like this thing that's accepted, like, hey, it's making us safer, and it's Pipeline. You can hit the reef really hard with your head and get really horrible brain injuries from one wipeout. And so I think there has been this sort of an adoption, a slow adoption, very similar to when I first started snowboarding a long time ago. Almost nobody wore a helmet. And now almost nobody's not wearing a helmet snowboarding. And I think same with snowboarding. It's been a slow progression of like, you see the consequences of not wearing a helmet, and it can be pretty bad.
Yeah, Eli even posted a photo. He was like, this might not look cool,
right,
but this is where I'm going with this. And that kind of speaks to what you're talking about style, and probably dream of having those stand-up barrel shots, with nothing on your head, that would be in the magazines. But when it comes to competing, keeping yourself healthy, looking at your entire career, Eli making a smart decision.
Getting home safe looks really cool.
Yes.
Oh, always.
Getting home to your family at the end of the day, and that's very cool.
12:50 on the clock in this one. Kanoa Igarashi leads. 5:17's his high mark. Still looking for a solid backup score here in heat number 10. We'll be right back.
Welcome back here to the Lexus Pipe Pro. We're over here in the Aokai Beach Park, and we are with Donald. Donald, you have set up an amazing shaping bay right here on the beach for everybody to see. You got local shapers like Daniel Jones. Tell me what's, the whole project and how it spurred up.
Yeah, so just super honored to be part of the Whistler shaping space and, really connecting what we ride, how we got there, what we made, and then enjoying the ocean. But yeah, I think showing and sharing the craft of building a surfboard is endlessly fascinating to me and to everyone else. So just sharing the craft.
And what do we got over here? We got Daniel shaping an asymmetric, which is basically, a very unique style surfboard. Daniel, what's the basis behind the asymmetric?
Just going fast and loose. Just keep it interesting.
Daniel grew up on the North Shore, local guy. And who are the other shapers that you guys have here down here shaping with you?
I think Matty Rayner, Kamale Alexander was here this morning. And looks like we got Josh Peterson, Alex Lopez. That'll be a good one. And again, yeah, that's his golden planer. You want to check that out?
The golden planer. Well, have you used the golden planer yet?
Not yet on my lap.
So the planers are, a lot of surfboards are made with, machines, and they've got a lot of different, things that cut the foam for them. But down here, they're traditionally shaping boards with planers, which is allowed, but definitely an art and a craft. So it's really cool to see these guys down here on the beach showing the public what's happening. So thanks for being down here.
Absolutely. I think the details in boards and the depth and detail that these pros need and that their experienced teams and shapers and board manufacturers go to, and the length that they do and the time they spend getting what's right to be used in the waves of consequence at the highest level is really fascinating. It's great to be part of it and highlight everyone's crafts and platforms that they've built.
Well, thank you very much for being down here. Thank you, Daniel. I'd love to see the live action right here in the beach park, and now we're going to throw it back out into the water because there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on, Strider. I hope they let you take a pass on one of those boards with that planer. I know you'd have fun doing that. Great shapers in there. Daniel Jones, also Donald Brink. Incredibly creative minds when it comes to building boards. And right now you could scan that QR code with a chance to win a very special surfboard coming right out of that Whistler Pipe Pro shaping space. A lot of great names that they threw down there. Alex Lopez, for people that don't know, that's Jerry's son, who still shapes boards with his father, one of the best ever at Pipeline. So a lot of great things to do while you're watching heats and checking out special crafts. Lick, have you ever made a board before?
I've never made a board before. I've been in shaping bays a lot, but never made a board. Maybe it's in the future. It's definitely on the bucket list.
Something you'd like to do, Shane? You ever done it before?
I have. Yeah, I've shaped a few.
How did it come out?
The coolest board I ever shaped, a buddy of mine named Bugs, who's a close friend, he hit me up once and said he wanted to do a board that was like a collaboration for charity. And so I shaped this board with let me see, I need to remember everybody. John Carper, Jerry Lopez, I'm trying to think who else shaped it. I think Rory Russell was in there, and anyway, like 4 legendary shapers, and it was really cool to do like a collaboration, and that was really cool. And the coolest thing about it was I wrote it out here at Pipeline after when it was done, and it was a single fin, so it was like this really cool kind of like 70s cool template. And it was a really fun board to ride, and I rode it out here on a couple big days, and then we auctioned it off and raised a bunch of money for charity. So that was a lot of fun.
That's all time.
Yeah.
But how cool did that feel, like riding something that you made?
It was really fun, and just to have like a board that was like kind of touched by all these legendary shapers. It was just a lot of fun. It was cool, and Jerry had a lot to do with it as well, and just sort of like knowing that that's what those guys were riding at Pipeline here in the 70s. And going out here to pipe and trying to like put waves together and not stack it and mess it up was a lot of fun.
It just gives you even more respect for what those guys are
That's
doing
right.
on that equipment. Everything's changed so much, and that was kind of the era too with Jerry. A lot of guys were making their own boards to have the edge on their competitors. You talk about people want to train harder. They'd be like, I'm going in the shaping room and creating something that'll give you the edge. You can go back to Simon Anderson introducing the thruster. He won bells when it was 10 foot the day before finals day and 1 foot, the most reliable setup when he introduced the thruster. But you look at now, like the demand of boards. I was talking to Matt Violas, who was Vissla Shaper of the Year last year, he has more rookies on tour. I was like, okay, how many boards did you prepare for the Hawaiian leg of the CT? And he's like, it's easy to say 200.
Whoa.
And because he said the demand of pipe and sunset, the different moods that it can bring, everyone's got at least 12 to 20 boards if they're on the Mayhem team. And that's just for the first 2 stops of the year.
The sheer numbers are outrageous.
But they need it, right? I mean, it's important at this level. It's like the way they surf. You know, Molly was in here earlier. She creased to 6.6 in a warm-up session. She's going to have to try to find a way to replace that, you know, as the week goes on.
A few 6.6s going around today. I heard that a few 6.5s. I'm sure she'll find one.
She'll find one for sure, yeah. I mean, the depth of your quiver is pretty demanding these days, Shane.
Yeah, and you need a really, really good board in every size, and then you need a backup in case you break it. Like, I'm coaching a couple of the American girls, Lakey Peterson, Sawyer Lindblad, and Alyssa Spencer. And for Alyssa and Sawyer, it's their first year on tour, so it's a little bit unknown, you know, and they're asking me kind of about equipment. It's maybe like a month ago, even 2 months ago. And they're like, you know, like I was thinking maybe a really big board, like a 6.0 or a 6.1. And I'm like, girl, you need a 6.3, you need a 6.6, and you need a backup for all those boards. You need a number 1 for every single size, and then you need a backup for it as well.
Sawyer's so awesome. 18 years old, on tour. I think in her mind she was saying she thought like maybe a 6.2 would be the board, and even that feels gigantic. She's 5'5", and then, gosh, just got a crazy one the other day and immediately was like, Matt, I need a 6'5", you know, like that 6'2" felt like a toothpick as we get cut off with this one. Knifing that takeoff, standing up. That looked exactly like all of his highlight clips I've been watching for the last few weeks. Eli getting a make, well-deserved there, Flick.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and probably feels nice for him. That was so late. That was such a late takeoff. Wow. Grabs the rail, and I just love how he stands tall, super relaxed, super casual. It's kind of like one of the semi-acclaim. Yeah, that was beautiful, and exactly what he's been looking for.
So well deserved, putting in the time. The guy hosts so many people at his house as well. He's got everyone at his house all the time, loves having that environment. They're surfing all day, playing ping pong at night. I don't think anyone could beat Eli at ping pong. Guy is a weapon. But it's cool how he balances his fun, but also super focused, ultra healthy, and happy to where he is right now in his life. Got engaged last year, was able to qualify, even was instrumental in helping some of that crew, like Cade Madsen at Sakuremo, when Cade had a shocker, lost out. If he would have won his heat, it would have been on tour, and Eli said, I got you, and was able to get the win that made it official for Madsen. Big ramp, backhand whip. That's what he's famous for. His favorite surfer on tour, Filipe Toledo. And I definitely could match him in the air. That would be a fun battle in a high performance setting. Those two going to town above the lip. His landing ratio is incredible, but I love his ability to match it with his willingness to charge. Shane, what'd you see here?
Yeah, just he's so technical. You can see that level of comfort, and that only comes from lots of sessions out here in these waves. Just knowing how to like whip it as that wave is coming in under the lip, and just you basically have to be at the bottom of the wave when you're paddling. It's so steep, it's so intense, and you can see it was super technical, as well as his last wave. Just that really late drop, and then just using your edge, almost not even using your fins for stabilization, but using your whole edge of your board and your rail line, you know, and then just boosting that air at the end. And Eli loves this wave for airs. He said it's one of his favorite air waves. Actually, that air section for people with the right eyes, like if you're looking at it correctly, and if you're an air person, that, the air section at the end is insane. And like for Italo, for John, for Gabe, they're looking at that thing like it's an insane opportunity for airs, which is really cool.
Oh, it's so cool, especially when you have all the speed coming out of a barrel and to go sky high. We've had some crazy highlights on that end section ramp, especially on the pipeline side of things. As we look at 1:20 to go, Connor's dropped down to third. Kanoa holding on to second. Top two move on to the round of 32. And third will be in the elimination round today. Connor with second priority. It's up to Kanoa. both will let that one go. But also just a reminder how cool it is for the island of Maui, having some representation in this event. Eli full-time on tour. Ian Gentile got Rookie of the Year last season. Imai Kalani DeVault back on tour. You had wild card Jackson Bunch into the mix as well. First male to qualify for the Dream Tour was Dusty Payne years back. As we see that stall trying to get a bit of the barrel there. Great technique, but not super deep, but just enjoying that flawless effort on the backhand of Eli Hanneman flick.
For sure. I think it's interesting. There's another lump here behind this wave, and Kanoa's got priority. Only needs a sort of small score here. See what's going to happen. Any takers?
Kanoa Garashi has finaled out here in the past, was runner-up to Michel Perez. That was that heroic moment where he opened up a spot for Ezekiel Lau by going all the way to the final, double qualifying for the tour. And we will run out of time. The last score still coming in for Eli, but it's not going to matter. He's still sitting out in front. Solid heat win for his rookie debut on the championship tour. Kanoa Garashi moving to the round of 32 and second as well. Thanks so much, Shane Dorian, for your time. Can't wait to do this again. Action continues here in the lineup. Heat number 11 coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo and Laura for the call.
I just wrote like, I am a pro surfer, I'm kind, I'm positive. I'm going to be the best surfer to come out of San Clemente, okay? I got into surfing because my dad had a surf camp. He's gotten Griffin and I into it, and he's gotten me like fired up on it.
Crosby was the younger brother, and everything was about Griffin. He was happy for his brother, but now it's game on.
Appreciate it, the boss.
Crosby is a little more a wild card.
A goofball, he'll play any character. I'm a basketball professional from Australia.
They're really in tune with their emotions, and they're not afraid to show it.
Love you. Wow. I feel like competing and being a professional surfer is almost like a fast track to loving life and finding yourself. My name is Crosby Colapinto, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
Crosby's with his big brother now on the championship tour, and this is his debut here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Crosby Colapinto up against a couple of surfers from Hawaii, Ian Gentile and Baron Mamiya. This is another challenge in the opening day of the season. Welcome and thank you for joining us. I'm Kaipo Girl, along with the world record holder, Laura Enever. And Laura, I love this heat on paper. I have been anticipating to see how Crosby is going to bring his act to the big stage here at Pipeline.
Absolutely. I mean, he's here, the rookie on tour with all of his mates and his big brother, working with his big brother's coach. They ride the same boards. They're from the same place, obviously. But yeah, let's see how Crosby can really turn this in and yeah, take on his first ever heat on tour.
Ian Gentile just getting a ride there, just an up and out for half-point ride for the surfer from Paia, Maui, Ian Gentile. Second year on the championship tour. Ian Gentile, the 2023 WSL Rookie of the Year. Last year, his rookie year had a 9th place finish here at Pipeline. There's Gentile. Your thoughts on him and his surfing here in Hawaii, Ian Gentile, Laura?
Yeah, I feel like last year it was so amazing to see Ian Gentile arrive. You know, his story is such a fascinating one. He was such a young gun. He was sponsored by Nike and had all this, you know, sort of rave around him as a Grom coming from Maui. And then, you know, he disappeared. He took time away from surfing and he went and studied. And he's come back now in his, you know, mid to late 20s and is absolutely doing such incredible surfing and making a name for him on the world stage. And to be Rookie of the Year last year, I absolutely loved his speech. He got up there, he was so real. He was one of the speeches of the night, kind of just talking us through all of his sort of mistakes that he made. He said he will never, ever paddle out late to a heat at sunset again against John Florence. He obviously got the timing a bit wrong there, but that is, he said he had nightmares about that his whole rest of his year, which understandably.
Yeah. That was the Lexus WSL Awards night that we shared over at the Turtle Bay. Ian Gentile, he's got a great group around him as far as a coach in Leandro Dora, also sparring partners with Yago Dora as well as Jack Robinson. I think that collectively that's really helped someone like Ian Gentile. Also out there, Baron Mamiya, the North Shore kid, 24 years old. Talk about someone who's comfortable at Pipeline. That's Baron Mamiya. The 88 on his back, representing the 808 area code. Baron Mamiya, arguably one of the best local surfers out here at Pipeline. Laura, your thoughts?
Absolutely. I mean, his first year coming in here and getting a 9th place, and that heat against Kelly, I mean, I feel like we could re-watch that heat over and over and over. He had Kelly up against the wall. Obviously, Kelly did some Kelly magic in the last 3 seconds and got him pipped him at the post, really. But Baron, at that point, obviously, yeah, just came and showed the world we could do.
Yeah, went on to, in 2022, as a wild card, taking a win at Sunset. Here we go. Crosby in the barrel. It's a growler. And Crosby Colapinto. Welcome to the championship tour. Crosby Colapinto on his first ride as a CTer, Laura.
Yeah, and you could hear the beach absolutely erupt. I know Griffin and his dad are down here watching, and that is one awesome way to start your CT career.
That's the way you get it done.
Backdoor drainer. He's done that over and over again. I've seen Griffin and Crosby, you know, surf that, you know, backdoor and part of the reef for so many years, and they both absolutely charge.
And there he is on the paddle back out, 22 years old, freshly qualified for the championship tour. We're anticipating a great number and a great start for this.
Yeah, look at this. So nice and deep. Airdrop into that one and just perfect line. He could tell when that one came. Oh, nice little jam to finish there. Kicks off. But look at that TP. Perfectly positioned. Nothing crazy too deep compared to what he's had out here, but he just knew that wave was such a dreamy one. Just slicing through, slowing down, standing tall right here. That was such a nugget, and yeah, he just had to ride it and hold on there. Love the hand up there as he gets spit out of the barrel. A nice jam here to finish off.
The number comes through for this effort that you're seeing on the replay, a 7.33 for Crosby Colapinto and an early lead for the rookie. Scratching in here, Ian Gentile looking for something. Gentile goes pipe, grabs a rail, just a little bit of a shampoo right on top of the head. He's going to try to clean it up with a couple of turns, but not really the wave that he was looking for. Right by him, Baron Mamiya gets the pump, grabs the rail, gets spit out. We're talking about comfort at Pipeline. Baron Mamiya, how was that?
That was one of my favorite rides of the day. That was absolutely insane. I cannot wait to see the replay of that one. Baron Mamiya. He is one of the best out here. We know that he rides those small... Oh, paddle battle.
Paddle battle, why not?
Crosby's getting the full welcome to the tour paddle battle.
Well, the judges, our priority judge has already given priority to Crosby Colapinto. Probably in the fact that if it's close like that, it's the surfer that, you know, rode the last wave usually doesn't get the priority. Here we go. Barron really quick though, looking back door. Mamiya. Casual, just punches out the back.
No time to catch his breath. Was straight back into it, but you know, I love watching these local boys just sniff out these waves along the reef, and it's what they do every day. I'm out here, but yeah, cannot wait to see that replay.
Yeah, speaking of young Hawaiian hopefuls, you gotta look no further than the rookie Eli Hanneman. He's on to the round of 32 strider with a heat win.
That's right, Eli, congratulations on a great heat. First heat, first event, you're on the glass, must feel good.
Yeah, this is insane. First rookie heat, and I'm on the glass, so can't complain.
Tell me about the Mayhems and the crew that you guys basically all qualified together with.
Yeah, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. Matt won Shaper of the Year last year, and he's got a lot of work cut out for him now because just like 5 more of us just qualified. So, yeah, big shout out to Matt. He's making all my boards. I'm riding only Mayhems, and they're working great. Yeah, and appreciate everything he does for me.
Does the competitive ping pong challenges carry over to the water?
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Well, we can't wait to see you in the rest of the event. Congratulations on making it to the glass. First heat, and I know there's a lot more from you.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, 2 years ago, I was watching this event from a hospital bed, from surfing this wave. And so to be here and winning heats is 2 years later is crazy. And I don't know, I just felt it all week. It's just been divine timing. And I don't know, I just felt it. And I'm really grateful to be in the position I'm in.
Well, congratulations on the comeback and being right here, man. We're right there with you. We can't wait to see more.
Thank you.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman talking about January 24th, 2022, where it was a dark time for Eli, knocked out, underwater, had to be resuscitated, came back, found himself in a hospital, dazed and confused. Also found out that he had lacerated his pancreas, so his board must have hit him underwater. Took a long recovery. It was a long road for Eli Hanneman to be here today, and it's so fitting to celebrate that heat win for Eli. But back to current action, this is an 8.93, Laura, for Barron Mamiya.
Yes, excellent wave for Barron Mamiya. That was a wild one. Look how thick and chunky it went here. Just let's go, big pump. Almost went too high there, had to readjust and just got spit out of that barrel. You could tell that he was absolutely stoked with that. Look at how it drops out here. He gets so low off the bottom, realizes, got to put my foot on the gas, and yeah, just pushes through that section.
It's so cool what Barron did on that wave, in which he went from grabbing the rail, letting go to get that big pump in. We can see it here again, grabbing the rail, let's go right here, AI style, gets the pump in, then back into the 3-point stance.
Yeah, that was just so technical, you know, constantly adjusting every little bit, you know, having to come off the bottom and realize I've got to get going down the line, and then obviously realizing I've got to get down and not be too high right now, and that was a one wild ride.
Just finishing off a ride there. That's going to be ride number 3 for Barron Mamiya, and we'll be standing by for that score. Crosby Colapinto, back door. Pulls in, gets caught up there. You can see the entrance was not clean, and he will not be able to get through that one.
Yeah, unfortunately that one you can just see is clamped down a bit. Looks like he might have lost his board. It's a broken board for Crosby there, so unfortunate.
So this will be the drill right now for Crosby Colapinto. He's going to get pushed in. The crew from Hawaiian Water Patrol will come and try to scoop him up and get him. There they go. Abe Lerner on the ski. Crosby quick to get on the sled. And it's going to be a trip to the beach for some new equipment for Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, I'm sure, just as Eli was saying, Matt Biolos has his work cut out for him this year. How good was that? That was an absolute whip around.
Tommy Whitaker on the beach, the coach for Crosby Colapinto with a new board. A couple of words from Tommy Witz, and Crosby already with a keeper score of a 7.33, needs to wrap this up, get another score He's got 16 minutes and 55 seconds on the countdown.
Well, Barron with an 8.93, Crosby with the 7.33. They can really sort of run away with this. Obviously, 16 minutes, 16 and a half to go. So they're looking pretty good. Just having to get something in the mid-range to really put the pressure on Ian.
Yeah, interesting story. We got another set of brothers over on the championship tour. Crosby and Griffin Colapinto. We got Miguel and Sammy Pupo. But in the history of professional surfing, we've had a number of brothers. Derek and Michael Ho, Flavio and Neko Patarats, Corey and Shea Lopez. Of course, CJ and Damian Hobgood, another brother duo. We can't forget Andy and Bruce Irons. Tanner and Pat Gudauskas, another brother set. And finally, the winners, the Wrights. They had 3 siblings on tour at one time. Tyler, Owen, and Mikey. So family affair. Love the history on that.
What are those families feeding their kids? Absolutely amazing. I mean, I think, sibling rivalry is such a thing, and it's just so beautiful to watch. And I love that opening piece that we got to see of Crosby just saying, how much he looked up to his brother. But now they're at the time in their life where, I'm sure he just wants to beat him so badly.
It's true. When Crosby qualified in Saquarema at the end of the Challenger Series season last year, I interviewed him and asked him, what do you look forward to the most in the 2024 World Tour? And his answer was, heats with my brother. I want to surf heats with my brother. So
I thought it was going to be beating my brother.
There we go.
Not sure that he had to hold that one back.
AJ, what do you got for us?
Kaipo, I just got a chance to catch up with Tommy Whitaker, who was the one who handed Crosby Colapinto the new board after breaking his first one. Tommy telling me that it's a 6.8 he's on now, a little bit bigger than the one he started the heat on. But Tommy telling me that he told Crosby, just breathe while you're out there. And he asked Crosby, are you having fun? And Crosby said, I absolutely love this.
Great intel there from AJ McCord right on the beach. And we're halfway through. We're going to take a break right now. We're coming back to this exciting heat. Baron Mamiya going excellent. Crosby Colapinto's right in the action. Italo Ferreira, he's coming up in heat number 12.
We do it better than any place around the world.
Coming out to the countdown, 10 seconds.
We're the #1 security in the surf business. Kanaka Solutions, humble beginnings to where we at present time. You start building a relationship with all the surfers. It's almost like a ritual that every heat that goes out, every heat that comes in, man, they make sure they shake your hand or you get a hug, simple stuff like that. It's in our blood, dude. Go do what you know best. We get to give back to people. We get to provide. Malama.
Great piece on that man right there. My brother Kimo Leong, head of Kanaka Solutions. Kimo, a fixture here for decades as security on the North Shore. And along the way, Kimo has Hanai, or adopted. Hanai is the Hawaiian concept of adopting. He's adopted a number of traveling surfers into his family, one of them being Jack Robinson. So that's Jack Robinson's uncle right there, Laura.
Absolutely love it. Kimo, he just gives the best big bear hugs every time you're down at the contest side, and yeah, obviously don't want to be on his wrong side.
Ah, he's thrown me before, quite a distance.
But he is just, you know, he's such a kind, gentle, awesome human, and we love him. He's a bloody cack-up.
One of the great characters that you will see in our annual pilgrimage to the Mecca of surfing and the birthplace of surfing here, the Hawaiian Islands, and Baron Mamiya. That Hawaiian right there knows how to disappear and come back out of the puka, the door, or the hole. No problem for Baron Mamiya. He's in the lead right now, Laura.
Yeah, Baron, he's just really putting his stamp on this heat. He's obviously got that excellent 893, 3.5. I'm sure he's going to be looking to close out this heat and try get another drainer.
Conditions changing again, Laura.
Yeah, we've just seen that wind sort of puff up and be a bit variable this afternoon. It just keeps swinging around. We're seeing the tide come up throughout the afternoon, and looks like Crosby's having a look at pipe.
Oh yeah, Crosby Colapinto, that was a fierce drop. Would have wanted to be a little bit deeper, but was able to negotiate that. He will increase his scoreline with that effort on that brand new board.
Yeah, that 6.8, it was looking good, you know. 6.8 seems like
a big board
long,
these days.
You know, considering that Baron's probably riding 6.2, that's what he sort of always loves to ride, out pipe and backdoor. He's just really comfortable on a shorter board, but you know, Crosby likes the longer one, so it's each their own, really.
Yeah, well, it worked out for Crosby Colapinto. He's currently in second place. Really the surfer with the pressure on his, and the P by his name, Ian Gentile, trailing both Crosby and Baron, and Crosby and Baron keep on putting up numbers with waves like this.
Yeah, that was such a TP, super steep drop, and nothing too deep, but just getting the feel of that board and straight back into it.
How's the water vision?
Yeah, I love that water vision. Thank you to the crew that sit on the jet ski all day, getting the absolute shot. But yeah, look at that steep drop, just perfect positioning, and just swooping under the lip there. Got a bit sort of wobbly. We're going to see these waves get more, you know, sort of wonky as the afternoon goes on, because that high tide will push out more backwash just with that big berm on the beach there.
So still waiting for the score. It comes in as a 4.5, so Crosby does increase his position, and more pressure to Ian Gentile. Ian needing an 8.33 at the moment. We always ask Surfline, you know, give us some insight on what's going on. And so for that, I'm going to go to the VIP headset with Jonathan Warren. Jonathan, what's going on with the wind? And what are we going to be expecting?
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, it's basically we're expecting a sea breeze this afternoon, but should stay on the mellow side, should be light. So it's still pretty clean surf for the rest of the day. But, you know, maybe like a little bit of like a texture and crumble to the waves. But for the most part, I mean, with how, you know, with this size and especially with the shape, it should still be some pretty good barrels on offer. And then look for that wind to likely slack off this evening for glassy conditions as we head towards the end of the day.
Jonathan, any updates since this morning upon the status looking into competition perhaps tomorrow?
Yeah, all right, so the current swell right now has been slowly just easing through the day as we have been seeing through all the heats. It's going to get smaller tomorrow, but still enough left over, I think, in the morning for it definitely to be worth a look. You know, but dropping to around head high to 1 to 2 feet overhead. And with the period and with the secondary north swell starting to mix in too, I think the best bet be backdoor down off the wall. Pipe not so much, given those specs, but and then as the day, you know, and clean. We're expecting basically similar wind conditions that we're seeing today. Just basically light offshore in the morning, variable kind of swirling around, and a light sea breeze in the afternoon too. But by the afternoon, that west-northwest energy drops further, and the north-northeast swell picks up even more, and that's not a good direction for pipeline. So basically, I think our window tomorrow, if we were to go, definitely the morning is worth a look. Then as we make our way further out, the northeast energy just becomes the dominant source for the next few days, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's primarily that swell that's in the water, and that's just too steep for pipe for it to really, have that shape that we want to see. Conditions also kind of go south on us. We're expecting north winds to rise up over Friday, get pretty strong, just blowing it out, all bumpy again, like we saw like the other day. And those trades are going to start clocking northeast by Saturday and still very strong. So not a good day then either. Again, mostly that northeast swell and northeast winds. Not much of the west-northwest anymore. And same with Sunday. Sunday, the trades start veering a little touch more favorable, like a little more easterly, like east-northeast, but still strong. There'll be a trade swell component in the mix, the northeast swell, and just like a small west-northwest. The next swell that we're watching for that's of note to have some potential run days is a longer period northwest swell. It's going to be setting up here over the next 2 days. We're going to watch a storm develop off Japan, and it's going to kick a longer period northwest swell towards here. It's going to build in through Sunday into Monday, peaking on Monday. Right now, it's looking about 7, maybe 8 feet of deep water swell on the peak, around 15, 16 seconds. So that's good. That's good for pipe. The bad thing is that there is a low developing that's going to develop northeast of Hawaii. So we're going to see a reinforcing shot of a healthy size, shorter period northeast swell. So a combo, and we don't really want to see that for the reef. Trade winds look all right. Like by that point, the winds shift more easterly. So, east trades is actually side to offshore. Kind of breezy, but the direction's good. So I think after today and maybe tomorrow morning, our next best options would be Monday and Tuesday with that next northwest swell. Like again, not ideal. Like we actually prefer to see just the northwest swell in east trades, but we'll have a little bit of that northeast crossing in here to make for pretty challenging conditions.
Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. Always appreciate all the input and information from Surfline. If you're not already a premium member, become a premium member to Surfline. They're one of the many components that we use in one of our partners when we look at making a call day to day to day. Of course, it's all about showing up in the morning and judging panel as well as tours and competition all getting together as well as surfers' opinion when we make a call, Laura.
It's pretty dangerous him telling me that the weekend could be off, but we'll still wake up and check it, but that
was a lot of information to unpack right there.
Hey, you've got the most incredible memory. That was great. What coffee are you drinking? Jonathan, thank you.
Well, we're down to under 4 minutes right now, and Crosby out in second place and advancing. Brother right there, older brother Griffin, looking still nervous. Griffin also, in a way, obviously a support squad for Crosby since he was born, but also, he's kind of mind surfing and playing strategy on the beach for his little brother there.
Yeah, and Griffin was, down on the beach supporting all of, the whole San Clemente crew, Crosby at all the challenges at, the back half of the year. After his year was done, you just saw him wherever you could, just, being there and supporting and, sort of coaching and helping. And I love that, they are just supporting each other so much. Obviously, on the Challenger Series, Crosby was staying with all of his friends, and they'd all be down the beach, and just classic video and moments of them all just hanging out together and supporting.
Well, Crosby looking pretty good right now, but Ian Gentile yet to play his card. His card is priority, and he has to make sure that he has a hand worth 8.33 or better to go into second place and avoid that elimination round. Big moment now for the surfer from Paia, Maui.
Yeah, sometimes just holding that priority can be, like Filipe Toledo earlier today, just a bit of a curse, just not really being able to, sort of either just hold on to it for too long and choose or find the wave you want. There's been mid-range scores that have been had under priority, so Ian would look at those and probably just be feeling as if maybe he should have given it more of a roll of dice.
Down to under 2 minutes. Priority still with Ian Gentile. As a competitor right now, Laura, I mean, what's the game plan? What's the 2-minute drill?
I mean, you can see Crosby's just going to sit as close as he can to Ian. He won't be able to do much. You know, Ian's got priority, but Cros will just put that bit of pressure on him, maybe try to push him in or sell him into anything, kind of any sort of mind games you can do right now. Barron's, so, you know, he's pretty chilling right now. He should probably just get out of the way and make sure he just, yeah, is nice and safe.
Yeah, Barron in a great position. 14.1 two-wave total, so that's really, when we look at the analytics, that's going to get you through opening round heats, no problem. Down to a minute now. And some movement in the water. And I like that we're seeing less movement in the air and the wind backing down, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely love that. And, you know, it's something that happens on the North Shore here. You know, usually around 1, 2, the wind will, like, puff up a bit. And there'll be that sort of crumble in the face, but around 3, 4, it always seems to glass off in the afternoon, and that's sort of what we're going to see this afternoon, which those who want to go for a late surf, sounds like it'll be pretty glassy.
That is what Jonathan from Surfline told us, and he's been pretty good at all the forecasting. So we're down to 30 seconds, and Ian Gentile maybe going out of this heat sitting down. Unfortunate circumstance just with a 3.5 and a 2-point ride. Not being able to play that priority card. And like you said, Laura, sometimes that priority anchor can come back and get you.
Yeah, it can for sure. Sure, Barron's whole crew will be stoked. He's riding Channel Islands. And yeah, his whole camp and, you know, the community around here will be absolutely pumped for him. That was an amazing performance.
Great surfing by that man, Barron Mamiya. He wins the heat along with a great rookie debut from Crosby Colapinto. He's on to the round of 32. Ian Gentile, he is on to the elimination round. We got one more heat coming up. It's going to be Miguel Pupo, Italo Ferreira, Jacob Wilcox when we return.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Miguel Pupo in a cavern coming out with his fifth. That's the start for the Tour veteran and our top seed in this Heat 12 of the opening round, Kaipo Guerrero. Laura Enever, what a start from Miguel Pupo.
Oh, love to see it. Welcome back, Miggy. We missed you. He had an injury last year. He's back on as the injury wildcard, and that is one way to kick it off. He's had some massive results here in the past, and yeah, must be feeling really good to be back.
There he is on the 12th season on the Championship Tour. He's also joined by the 2019 World Champ Italo Ferreira, as well as Western Australia's new rookie on tour, Jacob Wilcox. All goofy foot heat out in the water here, and I'm buckled in and ready for it, Laura.
Yeah, this is an absolute cracker of a heat to really close out this round. It's been an amazing morning, and well, yeah, it's afternoon now. It's almost coming up to 2 o'clock here in Hawaii, and look how glassy it still is. That's pretty bloody nice.
Yeah, so closing out this round, this is the final heat of the opening round here today. We're going to go into the elimination round right after this heat. You know, we saw Filipe Toledo in his heat looking out of sorts a bit, Laura. And we did get the news that Filipe is under the weather right now. So with that being said, when we go into our elimination round, we're going to start with heat number 2 of the elimination round. So just give an update. We'll get you more details, but that's the goings on and a sequence of events that we're going to go into after this heat number 12 of the opening round.
Oh, that sucks to hear. I mean, yeah, nothing worse than being under the weather or fighting an illness while you're trying to compete and do your best, especially out here at Pipe. So really hoping Filipe has a quick recovery.
Yeah, and you know what? When I look at Filipe Toledo and I look at the remaining 4 events before the mid-season cut, Sunset, he's won there. Bells, he's won there. Portugal, he's won there.
Yeah.
And Margaret River, he's won there. So still a lot to look forward to this season for Toledo. Right now, 6.5. That was a start for Miguel Pupo. Italo Ferreira only has a 1.5 to his name, and it's not going to get much more on that wave. So lead still with Miguel Pupo.
Italo back. He's had a bit of a sticker change on the top of his nose, head to toe Red Bull now, and here he goes. Heapy just taking off nice and deep here. Oh, unfortunately, just getting a bit too, pushed through that. It felt like he went too low, but he must have adjusted and pushed through that. Fortunately, just not making it. Chip on his first wave, Jacob Wilcox. That is the rookie. And here goes Miguel Pupo, getting the best wave of the heat so far. That is a beautiful wave. Stalling and just maximizing his tube time there. And yeah, 6.5, so he's out in the lead.
14.2 wave total for Baron Mamiya. We're going to get back to that because backdoor, Jacob Wilcox parked. Goes complete, the Western Australia surfer, our rookie in this heat, doing a good job at backdoor. With that, we'll go to our last heat winner, Baron Mamiya. Excellent job out there with a 14.2 wave total, Strider.
Yes, indeed, a great job. Thanks, Kaipo. Down here with Baron. Baron, local boy. Obviously, you know this reef like the back of your hand, but you seem to always find the gems out there. Is that just local knowledge?
I mean, I guess. You grow up surfing a wave, you know, you kind of have it figured out. But, I mean, Pipeline has so many different faces, so I guess you never really can master it. But, yeah, I just right place, right time, I guess.
Your surfing seems to have matured so much, you know, just being on tour competitively, just watching the other guys, or, you know, where do you go for that?
Yeah, I feel like watching other guys, you know, getting on tour, you start to realize a lot of things about your surfing real quick. Surfing against the best guys in the world. So, yeah, just making adjustments. I changed board sponsors. I'm riding Merrick's now, and they feel really good. And, yeah, I'm, you know, really excited for this year.
On the boards, that's a 6'4". Traditionally, I've always seen you on really short boards. So I was like, whoa, he's got a little bit more lumber. I mean, for most guys, that's not a lot, but for you, it seems like it's a step up.
Yeah, I kind of got into the idea of riding a little bit bigger boards. It kind of makes, wow, that was sick. Wow. But yeah, it kind of makes it like, you know, a lot easier, I guess. I mean, everyone has been telling me to ride bigger boards at Pipe and Sunset and stuff, but I'm just don't really like to listen sometimes, you know, but we live and we learn, and I've learned from a lot of my mistakes recently, so I'm just trying out some bigger stuff. I was riding 6.6s all year, so yeah, I mean, I feel really good on them, so.
Well, congratulations on the new sponsor and being on the glass. We can't wait to see more out of you.
Right on. Thank you, guys.
All right, back to you guys.
Wow, yeah, Baron Mamiya out there with a new model that he's developed with Britt Merrick, a pipe rook, a 6'4" pipe rook, and Britt Merrick comes to the North Shore to work with all of his athletes. During that interview, though, we saw some action happen out in the lineup with Miguel Pupo. Pupo on the paddle back out here, and Laura, looks like Miguel's in rhythm.
And Miguel is feels like Pipeline's just giving him a very beautiful welcome back, and must feel really, really good. Here we go, Miguel, deep, perfect positioning, coming off the bottom, and just this wave unloading on him. Just picturesque Pipeline there. Nothing too deep, but just riding it. Love his feet on that board way further up, stalling, double arm drag there, just to really maximize his time in the tube right now, and just getting absolutely spat out. So I feel like it was a little bit pretty similar to his first wave. Might go a bit further further above it, but yeah, he just rides this wave so well, doesn't he?
Sure does. His highest wave score in his history of competing at Pipeline has been a 9.93, so nearly a 10-point ride, and he continues to just put on a show. We're talking about equipment with Miguel Pupo, and he's made equipment change over the off-season. He went from Sharp Eye surfboards to join his brother on JS Industries. Here's the numbers coming through, Laura, and you're right. His similar score to his opening 6.5, may come a little bit north of it, but actually right on, the same thing. Bravo! Italo Ferreira taking a shower right there with a lot of spit on his back.
Wow, these waves are absolutely unloading right now, and the boys just having an
Jacob Wilcox. It's a tube fest.
Absolute tube fest right now. All these boys charging, digging in. This is a really, really stacked heat. The 3 goofy footers. It's not very often that you get 3 goofy footers in a heat, and here we go, Jacob Wilcox entering into his first ever CT paddle battle. And it looks like he might be getting the better of it.
Yep. Jacob Wilcox, 5'11", Italo Ferreira, 5'7". Maybe the longer reach of Wilcox coming into play right there with that paddle battle, and he looks like he's going to get to the lineup before Italo Ferreira. We'll leave it up to the priority judge to set the priority. We know that Miguel Pupo has first priority.
Yeah, love that insight from Barron, you know, just saying that he's actually, you know, we were talking about his small boards, so we'll get back to that. Italo, just an absolute vision. That'll be a shot. Someone just got a wonderful shot. Here comes.
That water shows just how wide that barrel is.
Yeah. These waves are just coming in really peaky at the moment, and just unfortunately the boys not being able to get too far behind it, so just really getting quite short barrels, but they're just big, throaty, big barrels. That's the classic.
That was
right?
That was a shower. Here we go with Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox, unfortunately his wave was the 3rd wave of the set, so a bit frothier, so I feel like might go under Italo's wave, and yeah, same sort of thing, you know, they're taking off deep, but they're not really getting those long tubes right now. So possibly positioning maybe needing to be a bit deeper, but Pipeline, Italo looking backdoor.
Oh, drops into this one on the backhand, backdoor. Italo Ferreira doesn't see anything ahead of him. Wisely kicks out early before that wave just crashes onto some very, very shallow coral reef. Still waiting for Italo's previous ride to set the situation, as well as the judges owe us a score for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, amazing to see Jacob Wilcox on tour. He had an incredible season last year on the Challengers, just absolutely shredding, and I feel like this is, you know, a long time coming, his debut here on the tour. He's competed in, I think, 3 CTs as wildcards in the past, and yeah, very, very deserving to have his spot on tour cemented, and he's an absolute charger from WA. I feel like he's gonna be one to watch, an absolute danger man, especially when the waves get big, because he's no stranger to big, gnarly tubes.
Takes a look at that one. We're gonna let it go. Under priority, Italo Ferreira slides under the lip, train through that section. And Ferreira, under priority, just finding a couple of gems, just got right up underneath Jacob Wilcox and scored that wave.
That was, that was absolutely amazing. You know, Italo just had that backdoor wave, and it almost perfectly positioned him a bit deeper and further in. Just swing under on that wave, and yeah, get a bit deeper. I feel like that might even go his best of the heat.
Yeah, previous score, a 6-point ride for Italo Ferreira. Still waiting for one more score for Ferreira. Italo, our 2019 world champ, 9th season on the championship tour on the paddle back out. And really, that when we look at 2019, Probably one of the most exciting finishes we've ever had to a World Championship happened right here at Pipeline between Italo Ferreira and Gabe Medina. Whoever won that final in 2019 also won the world title. That was a great day.
I feel like, I was watching that final through the TV and my heart was just absolutely pounding. I mean, just to have a final heat in a final and the winner decide the world title was just unbelievable. And that's what really sparked on having the WSL Final 5.
Exactly, yes.
Because of that moment and the pressure and the trust and everything that those two must have gone through to make it that far in the event and really fight for the title was pretty amazing.
It was an amazing day of surfing. Lines coming through here. Miguel Pupo in the lead. He's the senior of the crew, been on tour the longest, 32 years old. Pupo off the tour. He's been a semifinalist here in the past, 2022. Miguel made it to the semifinals here at Pipeline. He's had a number of good finishes. Quarterfinals in 2013 for Miguel Pupo as we look at the career at Pipeline for Miguel.
Yeah, last year 9th place here, beaten by John. That 3rd place that he had a semi-final against Kelly, that was the year that obviously Kelly won that event, and every heat was just so exciting. The waves were absolutely cooking, and yes, you go through, look at all those amazing surfers that he's had heats against. Some of the pipe specialists and best in the world. And yeah, Miguel Pupo is just, I feel like every year he comes back to the tour, he's just reinvented or worked on something, or he just shows up with something new in his surfing or something. Just his evolution is really beautiful to watch, and he's always had that style and that flow.
Yeah.
And you know, he's fallen on and off tour, and he's fought his way to be here. And seeing him get that win at Tahiti a couple of years ago was just so special. After 10 years, finally breaking through with his CT win.
Iggy in the barrel, stalls, double hand drag, out with the spit for Miguel Pupo. And he will extend his lead in this final heat of the opening round. We're halfway through at 4 minutes and 50 seconds in this opening round. And Miguel Pupo really in rhythm.
Yeah, he's just cemented himself as one of the best barrel riders in the world, really. So nice to watch.
Well, we'll come back with that score. The last of Miguel Pupo. It's been all Miguel in this heat, final heat of the opening round. Check this out. Pupo, Pipeline. We'll be back after this. Let's get you caught up on the action. From today on The Pulse, some of the top moments. This one right here, an 8.77 for the wild card from Maui. Jackson Bunch with a buzzer beater. 3rd place to 1st place. Lost in the barrel at Pipeline. And the young wild card Gets applause on the beach. John Florence. He's not a wild card. He's the guy to beat out here. John Florence, 8.33, a 6.87. Florence, what could you expect? Nothing less for John Florence. He's into the round of 32 along with Jake Marshall out of that heat. Elijah Hanneman, rookie on the championship tour from Lahaina, Maui, comes through a 6.83, a 2.87, and Elijah onto the round of 32. Now you're all caught up here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Final heat of the round of our opening round. Heat number 12 out in the water. I'm Kaipo along with Laura Enever. Feel caught up, Laura?
What a day. Honestly, we're going to have some awesome highlights. Loved Eli just coming out of that wave. It's like he knew where to look for the camera, just saying, hello, I'm here.
How's this guy? Pupo in the barrel again.
Wow.
Previous wave, he got a 7.6, Laura, and like we talk about rhythm, he's dancing to the rhythm right now.
Yeah,
he's on beat.
He's driving right now. He's a 6.5, a 6.5, and a 7.6, and just looks like he's having so much fun out there, and yeah, just loving his return to pipe. Feels special when those heats sort of unfold for you. You just, every wave, he hasn't even fallen yet. Hasn't even had to put his leg up to the test yet.
Yeah, and he's coming back. I mean, remember, he injured himself last year in Portugal, had to sit out the rest of the tour, got a wild card into the 2024 season that we're starting right now. So it looks like he's all healed up. He's worked on his equipment with that equipment change, going from Sharp Eye to JS, and he's looking sharp.
He is, and I mean, as hard as injuries are, I know how hard Miguel's worked, the sacrifice. He's got 3 daughters and a wife, and spending so much time away from them over the years, he probably looked back and feel like, even though the injury was a really hard moment in his career, he wasn't really guaranteed that wild card. He had to sit and wait and just fingers crossed hope he got that. That would have been so stressful for him. But once he found out he got the wild card, just to, sort of really enjoy that family time, and that will be, memories and moments that he can treasure and really take into this year with, a lot of inspiration.
So under 10 minutes, Italo Ferreira, Jacob Wilcox still in the battle right now for that second position. And Laura, what do you think that Jacob needs to do right now? I mean, he's got priority.
I mean, you look at all these men surfing right now, and it feels like they all, they all have the talent. They all know how to barrel ride so well. They're all goofy footers and sort of splitting hairs, and it's just been Miguel who's really found and been in rhythm for those best waves. Jacob just needs to find a throatier wave and just be more behind it, because he hasn't been deep enough on his waves, and he's going to have to try really come from behind on a wave and make it count.
Well, he can do it. I mean, Wilcox,
got priority.
He's got priority, and there's been a lot of anticipation for this young Australian, because he's been in surf news since a very young age. A lot was expected of him. You talked about the number of wild cards that he's had in previous championship tour events. From Western Australia, moved over to the Gold Coast to be more competitive. It seems like it worked for him because he had a great year on the Challenger Series, like you said, Laura, last year. Came through with quarterfinals in Gold Coast, Bolito, Aracera, runner-up in Sydney, and your home break.
Yeah, he had an amazing final and, semi-final and performance at Narrabeen. Cole was in the final with him, and they were just going, back and forth with just some big scores, but just awesome to see some heavy-footed, goofy footers back on tour.
I like that.
They throw a lot of spray, and they just really give it their all. So it would be awesome to see Jacob just find a throaty sort of wave right now to try and make a bigger score happen.
Got 8 minutes. It seems like there should be a lot of time for him to hold court. But we talked about it in previous heats with Ian Gentile, just in the last heat, on, the anchor, or sometimes not the curse, but the responsibility of having priority and maybe being too choosy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Jacob right now has his back up. He's got a 5, so he'll be feeling good about that. Needs a 7.1 to jump in front of Italo, and Italo only needs to better a 6.1. So he's just going to be, I think right now Jacob would just want to sit and try to wait for a really, really good wave, and just sit out this heat and just pick the right wave.
Cade Madsen, he is in the elimination round, and he's doing some prep, some mental prep, and this is going to be the first big challenge for the rookie on tour. Get through the elimination round.
I love how all the boys are so zen on tour. It just feels like, remember back in the day, everyone would just put on their headphones and listen to like gnarly rap and like punch walls and stuff. It's come full circle, and everyone's like very Jerry Lopez-esque, just on the beach, meditating, just finding their calm. And yeah, it feels like all those guys are loving that approach now. Felt like Jack Robinson and Griff really sort of kicked that off, and doing, with the meditation and stuff preheat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just sort of flowed down.
Yeah, it's that quieting of the mind, right? Here we go. Big moment for Jacob Wilcox in the barrel, and did for that one. Needs a 7.1, however, to do it in one wave. Your thoughts, Laura?
It was a deep one, but he's splashing the water. I think he knows that it might not have been enough. He got that length, but just didn't seem like the wave had sort of as much oomph as these other waves. Taking off, he gets a pump there, but yeah, just almost maybe over pumped. It looked like that wave was going to chandelier, so it was quite hard to read. And yeah, just unfortunately, just realized he got through that chandelier and was like, damn, the wave's almost over. So fortunately not super deep, like not super long, but he got deep on it. So I think it'll be his best score. I just don't think it'll go the 7.
It will reel in Italo Ferreira just a bit when the number drops. Here we go. Ferreira, however, Bravo goes in the barrel, got clipped right at the end. Looks like it was all good for the Brazilian surfer, but surprise, surprise, Pipeline took him down.
That was an absolute bomb, and a bomber that he got taken down at the end there. It just looked like he had it. But yeah, Pipeline, always full of surprises. Hopefully he's okay. Let's check out, because that was a heavy lip that just sort of came down and clipped him at the end.
So numbers have come through. Last for Wilcox, a 5.5. So Wilcox needed a 6-point ride. This is Italo. Look at the effort here.
Taking off so far behind that, just absolutely backdooring that peak. This would have been his best score easily, and unfortunately just crumbled at the end there and didn't let him out, but he did everything right. Look, that projection from the water that just sort of spat out there, that would have been the spit if it didn't crumble, but unfortunately it was just underneath the water.
Four minutes on the countdown. Pupo having a great heat. Ferreira's looking feisty in this one, and the rookie trying to avoid the elimination round. Talk to us a little bit about the bottom out here at Pipe. This is a beautiful view of what's underneath the surfers, Laura.
Yeah, I got a few dents in my legs and feet from that reef, but it's absolutely beautiful and beautifully scary. And yeah, you can see there's the claws, there's holes, there's if you go snorkeling out here on a flat day, you can literally dive into the holes and see like bits of surfboard, sometimes fins and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, and just the difference between this wave in the winter and the summertime. Summertime, it's flat. It just looks like a lake.
Yeah, the difference in seasons is very, very evident on the north shore of Oahu.
Pipes, have you done some snorkeling out Pipe before?
Summertime, I'm usually on the south shore, but I have swum around here. Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, it's a location that all year long. I mean, the waves are the hero in the wintertime, but in the summertime, there's so many other things to do. Diving, fishing, paddling. All the beaches, because of the lack of swell, are huge here. Sunny days, long sunny days. I don't think there's ever a bad time to visit Hawaii.
Yeah, I remember one of my coaches back in the day told me that it was a good idea to go out there and go swimming with some goggles to get associated with the reef. And I just remember it scared the absolute bejeebers out of me for a long time, because I was like, it's hard. It's hard reef. It's not cushioned. It doesn't have any padding on top of it. It's just...
You wouldn't know it, Laura. You kind of charge out there back door.
That's why I put my padding on now, bounce off the reef.
All right, well, let's see. Down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Pupo in rhythm, on beat throughout this entire heat. A lot of effort by Italo Ferreira and a scrappy Jacob Wilcox just coming up a little bit short. And as a rookie, you know, a test of not, you know, we've seen rookies come through this opening round so far in this round, but it's the rookies that will have to face that elimination round. That's really going to be the test.
Yeah, and you can tell Jacob is going to be a threat this year. He looks comfortable out here, but unfortunately just, yeah, his wave selection really sort of failing him right now. He's in second priority though. He'd need right now just a 2-wave set to come through. Actually looks like there's some lumps outside, but what do they say, Kaipo? A minute and a half, you can see these things.
Yeah, we should see him hit the reef here.
Yeah, third reef is capping right now.
It'll be right down to the wire. There they are. We're down to 1 minute, 10 seconds. So it's going to be the last swing for Jacob Wilcox, and we'll see how.
See what Miguel chooses.
Yeah, exactly. Like how ruthless will Miguel be with that priority? He knows he's winning right now, but he's likely not going to give up a good wave.
No. You go for the Tundra.
But yeah, why not?
For a Tundra, first 10 of the season.
Here we go. So with these swells coming through and the interval, these are probably going to be just 2 more waves to hit the reef here and 2 more chances for Jacob Wilcox. And it's looking like the Western Australian is destined for the elimination round. One more wave behind, last chance.
Yeah, this second wave is looking like it's lining up really, really nicely. So we'll see who's in position and what happens here. Fortunately, it's got a bit of a wobble in it, but Jacob's going to give it a last-ditch effort.
Here's the last effort. That's not going to be it for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, I love that. It was almost like he looked at that section, was like, I'm going to try to do a massive air right now, but then, you know, he remembered, I've got another heat today. Let's keep those knees intact.
Yeah, likely that Jacob Wilcox will be up in the first heat in the elimination round that we're going to view when we get back into the water. Pupo, Ferreira onto the round of 32. Wilcox, we're going to see him in the elimination round. Hey, do yourself a favor. Take a bonsai brew bait. Come back fueled. We got more action here at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
The Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, and by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the World Surf League. Thanks for being with us, Miguel Pupo. Welcome back to the Dream Tour. A little hiatus there as he got his body back to 100%. Loves Pipeline, 14.10 total. And I think the whole story with Miguel is he always did really well this way, always did really well in Tahiti, but sometimes he was just getting knocked, like maybe in round 3, before the quarters. He's really elevated, you know, since his younger brothers joined him on tour. I think he's really acting like a mentor, a leader these days on the top 34, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening right now. I saw Sammy before his heat with his brother and him just giving some advices. And the funny thing that I just saw the opposite right now. As he was paddling out, Sammy gave him a little heads up, gave him a little bit of a strategy, which I'm not going to mention because it's something kind of private for them. So, yeah, so you see that energy going through between brothers. It's fun to watch.
I like that. I'm going to try to get that strategy out of you at some point. As we're reseeding the round of the elimination round, let's get caught up with the shaper-surfer relationship with Matt Biolos and Crosby Colapinto.
So this is pipe board.
New and improved.
Not to be confused with a sunset board.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like a chopu board. The white point's a little further forward than say on a sunset board where we want to be able to hook and turn more. A little further forward, kind of where your front foot drives off the wide point. And the tail's pulled in really narrow. Narrow tail with your foam balls, bouncing and a steep wall, explosions coming up. The narrow tails keeps you in control, you know. You're not trying to do blowtails or anything. And so, you know, that's the distinctive thing about boards with pipe and chopu. Right, especially right in here, the tail's narrow. You don't need much to stand on.
Yeah.
And then the boards, we pulled them in a little over all width. I think we've got it down to, this one's 6'6", so it's 19, but your 6'2" and your 6'4", they're 18 and 7/8.
Okay.
This is 19.
You know how like back in the day, the guys on old boards would always just be able to like, their bigger boards look so knifey, you know? They could like kick under the lip.
They,
and just, like,
a lot of times they were V bottoms, and you know, so they were huge, thick boards, but they were like V nose to tail, and they could like go edge to edge with them and roll, get them moving like MR in those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how far back you're.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like AI and Bruce, like.
You look at an AI or Cara from 15, 20 years ago. It's not that different from this.
Yeah.
You know, you got the random guys that are like Kelly or John. Kelly, who's been in 100 pipe masters, and John, who's surfed there 1,000 million times. They get a little bored with standard quo, and they start really messing with their equipment.
Yeah.
But I think that you've worked your whole life to get where you are, and you're going to have a shot, and you want to stay kind of conservative, kind of tried and true.
For sure.
Right now is not the time to experiment.
Yeah, for sure.
You know it works. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to try it.
How cool is that? Just sitting in on a chat with rookie Crosby Colapinto and his shaper, Matt Biolos, who happens to be the Vissla Shaper of 2023, talking about pipe boards. And he's been doing it for a long time. We often tell the Strider story with Biolos and working out equipment out here, but I talked to Shane Beshin yesterday. And remember Beshin, in the shootout, he had a team called Purple Haze, and they won the whole thing. He was on a Mayhem and during that event, long time ago. So it's really cool to see how everyone's just been trusting his boards, not just at the other events on tour, but here in Hawaii for a long time. As we'll get things started in the lineup, kicking out is Rio Waida. And now Cade Madsen with a second chance today. Gets a nice vision quickly there, gunning for the exit. And we're off and running. Connor O'Leary now with priority. And these two will put their head down and battle for second priority. Going to be sent to Rio Waida as Connor sits out the back. So being in the elimination round means you got third in the opening round, and sometimes it's a good thing for people. They kind of got their warm-up, gives them a little bit more of a razor edge focus, but then there's always the other side where it's really daunting. Last thing you want is to get knocked out in this round on first event of the season.
and that's exactly what I was going to talk about. The added pressure on this second round, mostly only 4 people are going to lose it, so that's like only a very few guys that are really not getting any points out of this event. I remember one time I had a heat with Ryan Kallman and Seabass at Karamas, and it's so nerve-wracking that we came in and I saw Rich Dog March, which is Ryan's coach, and he was like, I couldn't recognize you guys out there. That's how nervous we looked. We were just making mistakes after mistakes. And if, you know, I'm talking about Karamas, put yourself out here that adrenaline is already rushing because the wave is so intense. It's even a next level to it.
It's pretty amazing what pressure can do to you. You know, sometimes lift your level as well. I remember a crazy flip rotation I did at that same venue, but also how you can almost feel handcuffed and you can't even feel your legs at times. It'll be interesting to see how Cade handles this, because he's the one with the big spotlight on him, because everyone's waiting to see what he can do. How would your review be of what Cade did in his first heat? Because we focused on his wipeout, but he also had a make before that.
Yeah, it was a great start. Pipeline, it's so brutal to you, because you could be so close from an 8-point ride, and it would be such a hard wave for you to actually get to that point. I guess we'll finish that after this wave here.
Trying to burn off some speed is Cade. He comes out in the prone position and gets back up. So he did complete that wave, but judges don't want to see you lay down.
Even though
it's control and his sense of humor, though.
Yes, and it's even harder for you to do that. But I guess, yeah, it's like an incomplete maneuver, or whatever you call it, barrel ride. We'll see that once again, but just that bump right there took his back foot off, and he was actually able to just body surf on top of the board out of it, and that's pretty impressive. I think Kelly had one of those a few years back as well, and taking it like a champ, just smiling right there. He's just like, is this really happening?
His friends do say he's a character, always loves to laugh, loves to compete, happy to be sharing this with his best friends in the world. Cade's younger brother, Rips, as well. And they push each other quite a bit in San Clemente. Speaking of having brothers that rip, Sammy Pupo did well. So did big brother Miguel, who's with AJ.
That's right. There's something going on with the Pupo brothers to start 2024, Joe. Miguel, your brother was up here just a few heats ago. Now here you are. How good does it feel to be back on the championship tour, back on the glass to start 2024?
It feels good, especially when he surfs before me. So my heartbeat goes really up, and now after I feel relaxed. So it was just nice to have some knowledge from him. How is it out there? So happy to get the waves, you know, just to be back here and getting barrel and doing what I love, yeah.
And we know it was such a hard road coming back from that injury that you suffered in Portugal to then getting some reps in on the Challenger Series and then getting your spot here in 2024. How have you approached this mentally to be ready?
Yeah, I just felt nice just to be home with the kids, and if you probably offered that opportunity to anyone on tour to stay home for a year and still have your job for the next season, I think anyone would take it, except the part of the injury. But anyways, you know, it's just good to be home, some time off, and I was mentally really tired from the year previous, so it felt like the right thing to happen, you know, to me, and just happy to be back. I had a good preseason. I sneaked a win on the QS in Brazil, which made me really happy, and now I feel good, yeah.
E agora em português, depois da sua lesão no pé, como você se preparou para voltar à Championship Tour?
Bom, foi trabalho duro depois da lesão, né? Quero agradecer ao Alceu e à Bruna da Austria Sports, foi muito difícil e é isso.
Parabéns, we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah.
And then, Joey, before I toss it back to you, I want to give you a little bit of insight. I was talking with Rio Waida before he paddled out for this elimination round. And, of course, he drew a tough straw in the opening round. He had to go against Jack Robinson and Kelly Slater. And he told me that he actually was still learning about Pipeline in that heat. He said he went back, watched the heat recap, and learned a lot about positioning from watching Jack and Kelly in that heat. And so now he actually feels more prepared for this elimination round than he did his opening round earlier today.
Thank you, AJ. Great insight. Rio Waida, a student of the game, always learning, even live in the water with two of the greats. And it's really cool to honor that. You know who did that really well? Was Adriano de Souza, world champion, won at Pipe. But even though he wanted to compete to win, no matter where he was and no matter who it was against, he was always so quick to acknowledge the legends of the game. I remember one podium he was on in Peniche, Portugal, pumping that event 3 days in a row. Sorry, I'm getting lost in that event. But he ended up bowing down to Kelly on stage as a thank you, as an act of respect. Even though he beat Kelly in that final, he just wanted to say, hey, I'm studying you. I'm learning from you, even in the water. And it's really cool to hear that from Rio Waida, knowing that he can learn so much from the people he's trying to beat on tour.
Yeah, take advantage because you're with the best of the world, and in that heat specifically, probably two of the best surfers ever out here. Kelly might be the best ever out here, and on the jersey mostly. And so if you can take advantage of that and study and apply to your surfing, you know, that would help you a lot along the way.
Yeah, it's kind of cool you can say that sentence so easily, right? Kelly, the best ever at this event. The memories we have, he's still going, 51, got through his heat earlier today and looked really comfortable in that heat with Jack. Robinson was the one who ended up in first to go straight to the round of 32. As we see the early numbers in this one, Cade Madsen, 2.83, 1.17. Rio with the 2.17. And Connor O'Leary had an early loss at Pipe last year, and that put some pressure on him heading into Sunset Beach. Mid-season cut comes up very quickly, Jesse.
Yes, it does. So you kind of have to really capitalize in every opportunity you got, because as soon as you get that low seed, you start facing against guys that are way higher seeds and the guys that have the momentum at in the start of the year. So it gets really tough towards Bells Beach and Margaret River. So if you can capitalize in Hawaii, it's going to give you a step ahead of those people that are trying to requalify on the mid-season cut.
When you get to watch these guys that are the best surfers in the world, surfing the best waves on tour, looking for the undisputed world champion, you always feel like you're watching a video game because they can really do everything that we dream of doing. Jesse's one of those guys. He can do all these same types of tricks. But if you want to join them in live conditions and surf all the same events as the world's best, you can download True Surf, available in the App Store and on Google Play. And join us on tour from wherever you might be around the world. Locking into this one, Connor O'Leary. Beautiful bottom turn that will ensure the exit on the other end. Nice clean make. Crazy amount of coil up with his strength off the bottom. Nice little slingshot to the exit.
Yeah, nice adjustment as well for him. I saw him coming in from his heat very frustrated, and Connor is not the type of guy that you see bump so much. So acknowledging that he had a few mistakes in the first round and capitalizing right here. As you see, perfect position, great wave selection. Just that dreamy pipeline wave from behind, coming out with the spit, and yeah, smart surfing for him right there.
Another great view from the sky. Could he have got more of the barrel? Was this exactly the way he should have ridden this wave?
There was probably a little possibility of maybe slowing himself down just a little bit on that pump, maybe not pumping too fast, but we're talking about the beginning of a heat and elimination round. Like, you want to capitalize mostly on the beginning, like that first half, so you can feel comfortable to improve on top of that. So I think it was smart surfing, and he's going to get rewarded. It was still a great ride.
Well done for Connor O'Leary, 6.33, as we have a great look at Kelly Slater next to Glenn Microhall. That's the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Gosh, those two, remember they had a heat at Margaret River when it was pumping? And that was the one, Kelly got a 10 at main break. That was Micro versus Kelly. At the moment, you know, Micro's standing there because he's coaching Rio Waida this season. Rio made sure that he was at Micro's training camp in the off season, getting him mentally ready. Micro has told me that it's just a treat to work with an athlete like Rio Waida. Puts so much hard work there, responds to advice. He's trying to soak in all the knowledge. And Glenn was famous for beating a lot of big names in his career. He could outthink them, outsmart them. He had that classic heat with Medina where he went back at Snapper Rocks, beat Michel Perez after Michel had his big win at Margaret River, knocked him out in the first round at Bells. He can just stop people's momentum at any time. So he became a super coach kind of overnight.
Yeah, it was a perfectly I guess sequence of career for him, as we see.
Nice setup there, and making it out looks like Rio Waida.
Yeah, it does look like him. I was kind of lost. I couldn't really see the jersey collar, and yeah.
So Rio onto his second wave, and Kelly focused on the action as well. Did you remember that heat at Margaret River where Kelly got that 10?
That was probably the best Margaret River we had in like an event. That wave was incredible, just so throaty, and Cade up and riding.
Cade will get the make. Remember the wave previous, he came out prone. So this time getting a better score. When you fall down on your board and keep going, that's doesn't look good for the panel. So his wave before was the 1.17. Remember that famous wave at Lowers years ago too from Kelly where he got like the 417 where he did that big flyaway looking thing and he fell down and got back up, and there's all this controversy about the number because it was so dramatic that he was still on the board and the wow factor was there. But then if you just looked at it, you're like, oh, he did fall though. So that's why it came in at that 4.17.
That shows how much of a showman he is. Like even when he doesn't get a good score, he's still like, you still remember his act.
As we see locking in, nice control for O'Leary. Straightens out, throws down the pin drop to get out of his second wave. So 2 great decisions already for Connor. And now this one's bottoming out, hanging onto the rail and getting tangled up again. And the spit will shove that guy out in the front. He's 6'3". Even though he had gone down, the power of the spit at Pipeline still wanted him to make it out.
Yeah, he was just probably sitting a little bit to the shoulder right there. I don't think he was paddling back out still, so he wasn't in perfect position. Seemed like from this point of view here on the camera that Rio actually was a little deeper. I don't know if he was too far out and he couldn't get underneath enough, but that was an amazing wave. He was just kind of in the wrong spot, so he tried to do as much as he could to really wipe that speed off on the bottom turn, and ended up just losing that back foot and just go-karting right there. And the spit was so intense. That was a crazy wave, but definitely could have been a little bit missed opportunity for Rio right there, because that wave was great if you're a little bit deeper. But as I mentioned, see how he's kind of in the corner right there. So what you have to do, you have to put so much pressure on your back foot, and that just led him to slip off and sit on his board, and then after that is no matter if you make it or not, it's impressive, but it's not going to be a great score.
It's almost breakdancing on some of these waves. Here's Connor.
Yeah, Connor on the other hand, just way less of a critical wave. Nice roll in, great position on the paddle, and he was just able to identify that, put his hands to drag and wipe off the speed, and smart surfing for him, getting a backup score. It's not going to be a huge score, but something to put on the board and capitalize on that.
Just a nice, easy rhythm for Connor O'Leary to kick this one off. As you mentioned, showing some frustration that he had to go into this heat, but he's already just picking the gems. Nice clean exits, hasn't spent too much time underwater yet. As we still have a rider up here, Rio. Wild section trying to take him down. He'll sneak out and under. Just celebrated a birthday here on the North Shore a couple days ago. Hangs out at a house just down the way, about a 2-minute walk from where we are now. Hangs out with pipe legends like Reef McIntosh, so he's around good company to prepare for events like this. Now we have an opportunity to get a nice little afternoon update with our Chief of Sport. Jesse Miley-Dyer is with AJ.
That's right, Joe. Checking in this afternoon with Jesse Miley-Dyer after we wrapped up this men's opening round. We are into the men's elimination round, but a little adjustment had to be made for this heat in the water.
Yeah, so we're in Heat 2. We had the withdrawal from Filipe due to illness, and we've gone straight into Heat 2. We've now got 3 heats of this elimination round. So, you know, we've made the decision to keep going. It's obviously pumping out there, and we're really fortunate to have these conditions, you know, like for it to be so clean and to have this swell. It's awesome.
Certainly wish Filipe Toledo a very quick recovery. In the meantime, though, you mentioned the conditions. It has been so fun to watch these surfers out here at Pipeline Backdoor all day long. What is the forecast, not just for the rest of the afternoon, but moving into tomorrow, rest of the window?
Yeah, look, I think tomorrow actually could be, it also looks really fun tomorrow as well. We know that there's going to be a new swell coming in, but, you know, the size that's really stayed throughout today, I think that there's definitely an opportunity for us to look at it tomorrow, and, you know, it might be a little bit smaller, but, you know, it's definitely probably more playful like that, and yeah, it's been a really good day so far. So for us to have these wind conditions tomorrow, which is what we're looking at in the forecast, it's definitely something that we'll be looking to take advantage of.
Awesome, Jesse. All right, so Joe, we'll wrap this up and then a little tease to get you ready for tomorrow.
Exciting. Thank you so much. AJ and Chief of Sport Jesse Miley Dyer, so giving us a lot of info there. Loving our forecast and on deck to keep this thing rolling. Jesse, exciting.
I'm super excited because the second half of the window looks great. The wind starts to turn more trades and more east actually, and even some morning southeast, which is great for here, offshores. And today didn't even look like it was going to be this good, and there's firing. Waves are firing right now. Like every time I get out of the booth, I'm just looking out and I'm just like, this is crazy. There's way too many good barrels all around, pipeline and backdoor. So excited to see the second half and what's it's going to provide to us.
Really cool when you wait this long to get this competition running, and it's firing. 12:30 on the clock. Connor O'Leary out front. Two great decisions. His high score, a 6.33, and still 12:25 on the clock to hang on to this lead. This is the kind of roll that he's been on as we follow him right into a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome everybody to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. How beautiful is that? Pipeline has been painted quite a bit, drawn on our notebooks for years, but hey, look at what you got on your screen right now. You could scan that QR code to instantly win the WSLStore.com gift cards and promo codes. So for all the US fans out there, scan and spin for a chance to instantly win free gift cards, WSL Store discounts, and more to get stocked up for the 2024 season. No purchase necessary. Scan to view the official rules. A lot of cool New Jersey numbers out there, and gosh, I wish we could win this work of art live here on the beach at the Bonsai Pipeline.
That's actually a homeboy of mine, same hometown. His name is Hilton Alves.
Oh, really?
Great artist, yeah.
That's so cool.
He's lived in Hawaii for, I would say, probably about 15 years now. I'm not really quite sure, but yeah, know him since I was a grown.
That's amazing. Do you have any of his artwork?
No, I actually don't, because he left there so long ago. And yeah, I actually barely see him here. I don't know if he's on the south side or not, but I see his drawing everywhere around town, but I don't see him so much.
Pipeline is so captivating that you're constantly drawing it, looking at images of it. It's got to be the most photographed wave in the world, more cover shots than any other venue. As we dive into a heat check, you can see the top scores there. Connor O'Leary, the 6.33, executed that well. That was his opener. And now backing it up with a 6.0. All the waves ridden there. Everyone's been fairly selective. You can see Matson with the most tries at 5 waves so far. O'Leary and Wida trying to pick the right ones as Rio's in third, holding priority. And now the last scores from all 3 of these athletes. That's the 6 for O'Leary, just building on his top 2, and throwaway numbers for both Kate Matson and Rio Wida. Still calm in the water with not much coming through at the moment, but Rio will have priority to make the next decision. You see the 3.01 that he needs to advance. That just is enough to get into to second place. So we're only losing third from the event in this round.
Yes, and as far as we see this hit so far, I think that 2.17 that he had early in the heat, that had a potential for a bigger score. He outrun the wave a little bit, maybe the nerves, or I don't know, just misread the wave. Sometimes it happens in mistakes, but that was a missed opportunity right there for him. That wave was pretty hollow, like it hit the reef pretty nicely. He just kind of went a little bit too ahead of the wave and didn't get rewarded because the judges really want critical steep takeoffs, deepness of the barrels, and yeah.
It's cool to also see the international panel of judges, seeing all their opinions that they throw down on each and every wave. 5 judges on. The high and the low are knocked out of the average out the middle 3 to get those numbers. And led by the head judge, Lily Pereira, who's the first Brazilian surfer to be put on Quicksilver International back in the day. That was a big deal. Still surfs smooth, great style, great human being, and doing a great job day one. The head judge responsibilities as we look at a right-hander setting up for the Indonesian, stalling on the open face. Just a quick little moment in the barrel, and he's out. Rio Waida was kind of world famous on Instagram. I think there was the time before he qualified where he might have been putting up the most exciting parts on his home island of Bali, especially when he'd drive over to Karamas, well, all the waves really. But I just couldn't get enough of the clips he was posting. We were just counting the days until he got himself on tour. And it was a big one for the country of Indonesia. Forever, it's always been paradise, but to get someone full-time, he's the first to do it on the Dream Tour. What'd you see here, Jesse?
Nice kick stall right there. The wave was just, didn't have a steep section enough in front of him in order for him to get deeper than that. So nothing really he could have done. It looked like a great shape backdoor wave, kind of had that side angle that it makes it run down the reef pretty nicely, but just it didn't work out. And that's how surfing is, you know, you got to gamble, roll the dice a few times, and sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. But as he was paddling, it looked like a great wave.
You met Rio's brother before?
Yeah, I've met him like briefly, just high, like not so deep, but
they look very similar.
Super similar.
They were at J Bay last year together. I was like, hi, hang on a second.
That's not you.
They look so similar. He rips as well, both super kind. And they said they got that a lot on that trip together. Rio at the moment chasing a 3.01. Cade's holding down second at the moment with first priority. So a great place to be when you are hoping to pick the best wave that's coming through. Interesting when we've seen him come out of a wave prone, and also one where his feet have been off and he's kind of been spinning on the deck of his board. Are you thinking he's just pushing really hard, or could there be something going on with his equipment as well?
No, I don't think specifically that. I think the first wave, it had a bump, and that kind of put his foot off. And the second one, it was just kind of a very intense wave, and the positioning that he was in the wave forced him to take off very vertically all the way down, and he had to really make a tight turn with all that speed and all that drive of the board. You have to push your back foot very strongly, and kind of just lost it right there. Like, it doesn't typically happen. It's not common for you to happen, but yeah, there are different. I think there are different ways that he ended up going on. So
4:30 on the clock now. Ian Gentile, Kyle Ibelli, and Jacob Wilcox will be in the water next for the third heat of the elimination round. Things calming down a bit. Jonathan Warren from Surfline said it would drop a touch. Still a ton of energy out there, though. Said that we would feel a little bit of a decrease in the size of the sets this morning, waking up to some bombs. It was just nonstop action in the dark and tons of big scores, including the 9-point ride from Callum Robson really early in the day, which was very impressive. So great to see some excellent range numbers sprinkled in throughout these heats, Jesse.
yeah, and as much as it dropped a bit, which you can visually notice that, it's still kind of nice for the athletes because you don't really want those waves that come from second reef because they ended up wiping and moving a lot of water and making everything kind of messy. So this hit so far, there's been plenty of good waves. We have that one wave that Cade ended up losing his foot. That was an amazing wave. Rio had a better position, maybe a little bit too far out the back. And then we had one or two that kind of went through and no one got it just because they're either paddling back out or out of position. So as much as it dropped, it's still, the waves are firing out there, and it's almost nicer not to have those big sets that you have to dodge.
3 minutes on the clock. Look at the quality of the day as well. Blue skies, which, you know, you probably think happen all the time here in Hawaii, but recently it's been a lot of weather, a lot of crazy wind conditions, a lot of rain as well. I've had to mow the lawn like every other day, it seems, because it's been so well fed from all the weather. But yeah, this is great. Just clean conditions, great wind, and a lot to look forward to throughout the waiting period with some options for the world's best. Connor O'Leary sitting out the back, but with first priority, we're going to see Cade Madsen put his head down, pulls in. It's going to clamp on him, but he's able to punch free with control. Well done for Cade. Never know how your first day on the job's going to go. And gosh, one of the worst wipeouts we've seen all day, and to be able to keep his energy high, his confidence high, to really put together a solid battle in this one. Really proud of him. Yeah, way to muscle through it too. That wave just ended up just falling on his head after the barrel just finished it up, and he was able to muscle through it. That shows all the hard work he's putting outside of the water. Very solid kid, like you mentioned. He's 6'3", one of the biggest guys on tour, and that was a great ride. It's definitely, it played out pretty nice for him because he was able to block Rio from getting a decent score, and he's going to capitalize on his 2.83. Let's have another look, using priority wisely here. Yeah, right there you see him taking the wave off of Rio because he had priority. Nice, beautiful barrel, as deep as you could get right there, and the wave just clamping on top of him, and he was able to push through it. Great effort for him. Made that look smooth. I mean, a lot can go wrong when the wave clamps on you, especially at Pipeline. He had such a solid stance. Able to fly away nice and clean. So scores coming in for Cade. He's going to use that one. Still not his best, but a 3.87. So now Rio needs a 4.05 on this wave, and he's not able to get barreled. Rio Waida is getting close to maybe getting a 33rd to kick off the season. Yeah, that was tough for Rio. Wave just stretching out a bit too much, and by the looks of things, it seems like he's not going to have a time to get another chance. So looks like Connor and Cade might be moving through, but hey, sunset is just around the corner, another chance. And yeah. Yeah, tough moment for Rio Waida. You've had so much training. You've been planning on a huge result here at Pipeline. You took your first heat as an opportunity to learn even more with Jack Robinson and Kelly Slater, but unable to get past these two. For Cade Madsen, he's happy to be in second. You can see the next heat, Kai Wabeli, and now Jacob Wilcox congratulating Connor O'Leary on the heat win. Chip might be asking Connor a couple of questions about the conditions for a moment there, and Connor's going to be moving on to the round of 32 with Cade Madsen, and we will anticipate a big performance from Rio Waida at Sunset Beach. Coming up next, it'll be Ian Gentile, Kai Wabeli, and Jacob Wilcox. Back for more action right after this.
It's so cool to see the kids learn what to look for and what may be hazards or who might need help.
And we're not an island. We need our kids to be very comfortable.
You know, it's good for the kids, keeps us young, keeps us motivated, keeps us grinding away, so we're stoked.
Ready, set, go!
It's awesome to be able to give back to the kids in our community, and these kids are our future, and they can help save, you know, visitors and the public alike. So if we can just give them a little bit of education and the skills they need, then that's all we can ask for.
What do you do when you're a kid in Hawaii? You go to junior lifeguards. And thank you to the North Shore Lifeguard Association and Florence for supporting that wonderful program. Elimination round, Jacob Wilcox. Oh my goodness, what a start. And not in a good way for the Western Australian rookie who's found himself in this elimination round. Tapping the board, and looks like he may be calling for some assistance right now. So Hawaiian Water Patrol likely to zoom in there. There you see them in the Red Bull jet skis behind Wilcox. Wilcox in a precarious position in his rookie debut here in the elimination round. Let's take a look at this one more time. Felicity, what do you think about this?
Wow, he was just so deep here. He took off. He got into the wave, right? But you could just see that inside rail, the nose just digs straight. The wave got so steep, the nose digged in. He just fell forward, but looked like a really awkward dismount. And I mean, obviously we see him, looks like he's changing boards right now.
Yeah, the beach run.
Okay.
Kiko Abacalso looks like he has a backup DHD for Jacob. Clock's ticking, however. And I got a surprise for you folks. Just as we were waiting for more surprises today, we got a big one for you right now. It's our world champ.
How's it going?
Thank you for joining us, Caroline Marks.
Thanks for having me. This is fun.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel, champ?
Feel pretty good. There's been a lot of amazing action today, and the boys are killing it, so this is cool.
Okay, well, in the wholeness, I mean, how has your off-season been since you have become the undisputed world champion of surfing?
Yeah, me and Flick were just talking about it. It's been maybe the most fun year of my life, and it was really nice with this year how we had so much time off, so I really got to, like, enjoy and have a lot of family time and hang out with my friends, and then also had time to, like, rest and then, you know, get some training in again and surf a lot. So it's been awesome. Been enjoying it.
Yeah, and what are you looking forward to going into this season? We're at the start.
Yeah, I know. It's starting again. It's exciting. It's nerve-wracking. I guess we start off with really good waves, so that's, like, really fun, and just, I don't know, hopefully do it all over again. We'll see.
Your thoughts now? I mean, you've been on tour. This is your 6th season on tour. So I look at you like, gosh, you've been around forever. But you're only 21. You're only 21, and there's this whole new, we're going to get to that. Well, someone pulled in the barrel, but there's this whole new generation right now coming up. Yourself, Molly Picklum, Katie Simmers. We got some rookies on tour with Alyssa Spencer and Sawyer Lindblad. Your thought, is it a changing of the guard right now is my question, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of young talent coming up, and I feel like these girls, especially the ones from, you know, the U.S. I've seen, and we've all surfed a lot of heats together and stuff, so it's really cool to see now Sawyer and Alyssa on tour. And yeah, I mean, I think too, especially with the timing of things, you know, Carissa's, you know, with her retirement and Steph taking the year off, I think it's definitely maybe a bit of the changing of the guard, but yeah, we'll see. It's definitely going to be a lot of battling with those girls within the next 10 years. So it's exciting, and it's just really cool to see where the sport's gone, and it's just really fun to be a part of. You know, I feel like we're all just pushing each other, and it's awesome. It's a fun part.
It's a fun time for women's professional surfing, and with inclusion here at Pipeline. You know, we have equal pay. We have an equal tour, and that means everyone starts off here, the world's most dangerous wave. Your thoughts on this place, Pipeline?
Yeah, Pipeline. I mean, it's such an amazing wave. It's also really scary and intimidating. I think you've seen there's been a lot of injuries within the last, few months and with really good surfers. So it's definitely pretty scary, but, you can also, the fact that you can paddle out in your heat and maybe get the wave of your life is what's so exciting about Pipeline. So such an iconic wave that I definitely want to get more experience at and get better at. It's cool we have the opportunity with only a couple girls out.
You must be feeling pretty confident, obviously finishing the year at Tahiti, and that's a wave of consequence coming here now. So yeah, talk to me about that and feelings about these sort of waves, that are behind us that have that consequence to them.
Yeah, Tahiti's really fun. I think I've spent a little bit more time at Chopu. I've actually gone there to practice for pipe, just to get more reps and stuff. And Tahiti's now an Olympic venue, so it's a really good wave that you want to be good at. Winning Tahiti gave me a lot of confidence for sure. I think I went in that event, in any events with waves, with a lot of consequence, I kind of just want to learn a lot while I'm out there and really just kind of take in that, wow, there's only a couple of us out here, really kind of soak that in. And so I feel like even going in this event, I just really want to learn while I'm out there and really be like, okay, that was a good wave, that wasn't, because there's so many different phases to Pipeline and Chopu that there's never a time where you just have it figured out. So I just really want to learn, and hopefully I can put it together in my heat. It'll be fun.
Well, it must give you confidence winning out there and it being an Olympic year. I mean, someone's going to walk away with a gold medal there. Here we go. Ian Gentile, and just up and out. So back to that conversation. Winning in Tahiti, the possibility of how often does is the gold medal thought in your mind right now, even at the beginning of the season?
For sure. I mean, I think it's pretty hard not to think about it. The Olympics is every 4 years, and it's such a big thing, and the fact that I get to represent my country and have the opportunity to win a gold medal and a wave like Chopu is just so, that's just incredible. So, it's pretty hard not to think about it. I'm obviously trying to, think about the event I'm doing right now and the events before that, but the Olympics is a big one for me this year. I would love to do that, and so hopefully I can pull it off. We'll see.
It's going to make for an exciting year. We're starting an exciting year right here. An excitable Connor O'Leary. He's against the glass with AJ McCord because he just won his elimination round heat.
Yes, he did, Kaipo. Connor O'Leary making it through the first elimination round of 2024. I know it's not where you want to start surfing, but how did you switch gears after the opening round, be ready for that elimination round?
Yeah, it always sucks to be in that elimination round. I've been in it a few times, and to start the season straight in there was kind of a bit of a shock to me, just because I just feel like I felt good and things didn't go my way in that first heat. But it was actually really nice that I kind of got that second opportunity, really fun waves, and to kind of just reset and improve on what I didn't do in the first heat. So it kind of puts me in a good stead in the rest of the event, hopefully.
There you go. And I think coming into this first heat of 2024, everyone comes in with a plan and what they've worked on in the off season. What did you focus on this off season for 2024?
I think pretty similar to last season, just trying to find ways to get better, and work more on my strengths as well as trying to get better. I feel like a lot of people have known me for my backhand, so just kind of keeping that as the new normal, and just leveling up, and like I said, just keeping it the new normal, and that's good for me, I think.
So how do you take this elimination round? You took it as a second opportunity to get to surf. Now what are you carrying forward into the next round?
Yeah, it was just really good to go out again and just kind of configure my lineups, and I feel like this morning I was a little bit deep and in too far in. So I was just trying to be a bit more conservative and kind of sit further out and kind of get that chip into one, and managed to get one, and then got it back to him, which is pretty rare for me, so yeah, we'll take it.
We'll take it. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home to start 2024?
Yeah, rough start, but we got through it, and for all my Japanese fans, いつものサポーターありがとうございました。今日の朝のヒート良くなかったので、でもそのエリミネーションのヒート、2本いい波乗ったから、とても嬉しいです。いつも応援お願いします。次のラウンド頑張ります。
Congratulations, Connor. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Coming out of that interview, straight to Jacob Wilcox barrel and a big slash combination, Felicity, for the fellow Western Australian. That was a good moment for him.
Yeah, that was really, really good. I think there was probably a little frustration from his opening round heat, and already he had to. You could see when he came in before, that they had that big crease through his board, so he's done a board change. Looks great on that board. Barrel straight into that big carving maneuver. So we have a look here, straight up underneath the lip. A bit of tube time there, but I just love that he just knew this wave wasn't done, and he just really finished every last bit of this wave, because, I mean, there's been a couple of heats here. You can see that turn on a bigger board too. That's not an easy thing to do, and not everyone can do that. Super technical. If you actually go to Jacob's Instagram, he posted a wave really similar. It was a wave back home in Western Australia. He comes out of this tube and then just a massive hack. So no stranger to that combination.
Coyote Belly sliding down, slowing down behind the curtain, gets pinched on the end. So unfortunate for the veteran out of these three surfers. Coyote Belly will be waiting for 2 scores for Coyote Belly. Score actually just dropped in for Jacob Wilcox, a 5.33. The barrel turn combo. When you get in a heat, Caroline, the barrel turn combo, is that something you're looking for?
Yeah, for sure. I think Shane was talking about it earlier when he was here. He was saying that, like, even when it's big out here and you have a really big section after getting like a crazy barrel, it always looks so good when you just do a big carve or something. That turn from Jacob was very impressive because, like Felicity said, he's on a pretty big board, and so he fully kicked the tail. That was nice. I mean, definitely I think would elevate the score for sure. So yeah.
Kind of like a claim.
Yeah.
But not.
It's a cool claim.
Yeah, and I feel like it leaves a good taste in the judges' mouths, right? It's just like you're showing complete control and variety. Of course, Pipeline, on the top of the criteria is just big barrels, and spending as much two-time critical drops. But nice job by Jacob Wilcox. That was enough to get him out into the lead right here at 16 minutes, 50 seconds. Ian Gentile yet to break the 1-point range right now, sitting with priority. All right, well, you know what? We're going to step away right now, take a break, but we're going to continue on with this heat number 3 of the elimination round. We're going to continue on with Caroline Mark's conversation. We're going to go away, but stick around. We'll be right back.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
We are at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. YETI coming through strong this event. Gave me a nice reusable bottle with my name on it. Lexus has not given me a new car yet. I'm not sure what's going on, but the waves have been epic all afternoon. Let me tell you, this has been fun to watch. Incredibly glassy, perfect barrels. Guys are getting barreled lefts, rights. It's just like a skate park out there with consequence, because when you fall, it is cement underneath you. Let me tell you, I've been watching some heavy waves go down. We're going to throw it back to the booth right now.
Thank you, Strider. And Yeah, we got Jacob Wilcox with a big test for the Championship Tour rookie in this heat. He's in the challenge of an elimination round. I'm here, Kuiper Girl, along with Felicity Palmentier and world champ Caroline Marks. Caroline, you remember your rookie year? You were only 15.
I do. It was a great year. A lot of fun. I think we started at Snapper.
Yeah.
That was always really fun, and finished Honolulu Bay in Hawaii. So great year.
This is what happened during the break, talking about rookies. Nice backdoor barrel for Jacob Wilcox, Felicity.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I love the way that he changed his technique throughout that barrel. He sort of started, as you see here, grabbing that rail. He sets the rail here, and then he sort of pumps and then lets go a little bit. As you can just see it there, pumps through the barrel, grabs the rail again, gets really nice and compressed. And yeah, it was just super technical. I love that. He was really deep. And yeah, comes flying out. That wave really got a lot smaller in size as he surfed that one. It just like really tapered off. But yeah, nice little back up there for Jacob. 4.83.
Kylie Belly, delayed off the bottom, goes for the old school layback. Oh, Simon Anderson influence there, and rooftop float to skip that section.
Oh, 10 points for style.
Oh, man. So Kylie Belly, he's currently in second place. He's trailing a Jacob Wilcox with a big lead right now. You can see that on the numbers. Jacob with 10 points, a two-wave total. The other, Kylie Belly and Ian Gento, still working to their first meaningful score. I like the layback. When was the last time you did a layback, Caroline?
You really put me on the spot here. I feel like in Hawaii you go right a lot more than left, so
yeah.
Maybe it's been a minute. But it's definitely a very cool maneuver. Kaio surfed that way very cool, you know?
It's going to be interesting, cool. Right? Where the judges go, and you know what? They weren't buying into the style and all that stuff because of 2.17 for Kaio. I thought it was cool too, Flick.
Yeah, I did think it was cool, but in terms of today's judging criteria,
yeah.
Probably not so much. However, visually, it's great to watch.
It was entertaining. All right, we're 11 minutes, 25 seconds, and Ian Gentile with priority right now. And, you know, does not want to start off the year with that 33rd place. That's a throwaway. I'm going to go to Caroline for this. I mean, starting off the year at Pipeline, you got to get going because you got 5 swings at it. You get one throwaway before the midseason cut.
Yeah, the dreaded midseason cut. No one loves it, but it's, you know, it does make things really exciting, and obviously you have to kind of put your all in the first 5 events, and definitely adds, you know, that pressure. And so, yeah, you definitely don't want to start off, you know, with a bad result, but you do get one throwaway. So, right. You know, if it does happen at some point, and you know, the first event, everyone wants to come out swinging, so it's not the way you want to start, but I wouldn't say it's the end of the world, but yeah, you definitely want to get a good start, get that good seed, and kind of just, it also gives you a lot of confidence, you know. Yeah, so hopefully Ian pulls it together. He's a really good surfer, really nice person, so I hope he gets a few nice ones. It seems like Jacob's kind of been the only one to find some waves in this heat so far, so here we go, I think. Split peak.
Yeah, and we're going to stick with Kylie Belly on the left. Look like Ian Gentile took off and is in a barrel on the back door there. We're going to catch up with that. Disappearing act for the Maui boy, and you can tell by the reaction on the beach, it was a good one.
Yeah, that was super nice to watch. I always just love watching a split peak. Just the wave's not going to waste, you know. Both waves being surfed, both surfers flying out of that barrel. And I guess now we're going to really have a heat on our hands because Jacob's sort of running away a little bit with this heat. Sort of just under 10 minutes left. Everyone's going to have a score on the board now, and things are going to start to get pretty tight. And this heat's been relatively slow. So here we go. This is look at Ian. Snaps up into the barrel here, sort of drives through this section. It gets really small and he comes shooting out. So really well to maneuver through that barrel just as it got smaller and smaller. I love this sort of kick stall here up underneath the lip. Sort of looked like he was going to be too wide, and then all of a sudden it just stretched out in front of him. You can really see him just pumping down the line. A couple of adjustments in that barrel. And yeah, ever so slinky just coming out of that one.
And Kaio on the left here, Flick.
Yeah, Kaio's was just a little bit shorter. The left, the pipe wave, just sort of a bit more of an A-frame to it, a little bit less of a taper. So yeah, just a quick in and out. But yeah, all surfers now have the score of substance.
Yeah, so a 4-point ride for Caio Ibelli. Still waiting for the number for that backdoor barrel for Ian Gentile and how that affects the situation out in the water. Gentile, a 5.3 will take him to second place. And first and second out of this round will go into the round of 32 where we'll reseed. It's just that third place finisher gets that dreaded 33rd. Here we go with Wilcox.
Oh.
Disappears.
Oh.
Nearly comes out.
Whoa, that just seemed like he had it in the bag. Just signed, sealed, delivered. He was easily going to come out of that one. It's like kind of he just got taken out by an invisible ninja.
Yeah, just with that taper, right? I mean, talk to us about being in the barrel out here, Caroline. I mean, and the challenges, right? They're running into the sandbar.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different type of waves out at Pipeline, I feel like. But what I was going to say, you know, with Ian just getting that wave and Caio, like, you can be having such a shocker out here and then have like a 3-minute heat and you all of a sudden get like 2 perfect, you know, excellent scores. So I think we saw Griffin Colapinto do it earlier. He was kind of having like a tough heat and then all of a sudden he gets like one of the highest scores of the day and, you know, advances through. So I think Jackson Bunch did the same thing in the last 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's what's really cool about Pipeline. And today with that shorter period, there's so many waves coming through that you really do. It's not over till it's over. So
Yeah.
it's exciting.
Great point. I mean, we can reference 2008 with a final with Kelly Slater and Chris Ward. Chris Ward had Kelly Slater comboed at like 2-minute mark.
Wow.
And Kelly went back to back and took the final off him.
Wow.
So to your point, it happens and it can happen here. And maybe that's why it's so exciting. And for a competitor, I would imagine, Caroline, it always gives you the hope to like never give up because you can turn the heat at any time.
For sure. Yeah, I think they were playing heat with Kelly and Andy too earlier, right? When Shane was sitting in here, that Kelly got like 2 crazy ones and Andy got like a 10 in the end or something. He won. That's so exciting. That was such a sick heat to watch. But yeah, it's not over till it's over for sure. So never want to count yourself out.
Yeah. We have those features, the new WSL Vault is a new thing that we're doing. Looking back at some of the history and stuff, you enjoying that?
Yeah, I love it because some of it I wasn't even born.
Yeah.
Really
fair enough, right? And so it's kind of cool to have that throwback right there and appreciate some of the moments from the past and seeing everyone riding boards that were like at least a foot longer. And some of these, I mean, we've gone through so much changes in contest format. There were years where it was best 3 waves. There were years that it was best 4 waves. It's a lot of waves that you got to catch. There were years that that you had a wave max, so you only could catch 10 waves. And there's a final with Jake Patterson and Bruce Irons. Bruce is on the beach. Jake caught his 10th wave. He had to go to the beach, and he watched Jake take the win.
Yeah. Wow. Crazy.
All right, so we did get the score in for Ian Gentile for the backdoor barrel. That's a 4.93. He remains in 3rd place, but his requirement's a tiny one, just a 1.24. Ibelli needs to get rid of that 2.1. Oh my goodness, Ian Gentile. Tippy toe drop into a nice backdoor wedge. And that's going to do the trick. Ian Gentile may go into 1st with that one, Flick.
Yeah, possibly. It's going to be interesting. It was a really short barrel, but the drop was really, really intense. So it's just going to be whether or not the judges are going to pay a lot of score for that, and it'd be nice to see how deep he really got. But it was a bigger TP. I'll definitely give it that for sure. It definitely had some size to it. As we have a look here, and super late drop underneath the lip. Puts his arm in the face of the wave and comes flying out. But also, it's really hard to tell from that angle just how deep he was. Get another look here from the drone. And, well, he well and truly got covered. Sort of got a little bit of a shampoo on the way out. Just so late. That is so critical. Beautiful drop there. You can just see how thick that lip was. And stalling there just to maximize that barrel time. So yeah, it was a short, sharp barrel, but a nice drop.
Yeah, you were right on the just a short time behind the curtain. A 3.93, so not enough to take the lead, but enough to move into 2nd place. Putting the pressure now on Caio Ibelli, sitting with priority, and needs a 4.87 to advance.
It's interesting. I feel like what I watched Caio's heat earlier today, and he had one really good score. He just couldn't find a backup, and he actually had a moment where he pulled into one on his back pipe, and he drove through this first section. It was a bigger wave, and then all of a sudden it looked like he was going to come out, and it gave him another section, right? And he didn't make it out, and obviously he was just splitting hairs whether or not he got through this heat. I feel like he looks like he's in form. He looks like he's connected. Every time I've seen him take off, his technique's looking really good. It's just unfortunate that things sort of aren't going his way. Or maybe it's a wave selection thing. I'm not really quite sure. But no, I don't think it's a wave selection thing, actually. I just think just the cards aren't really falling the way Kyle wants.
You can say it. Sometimes it's luck.
No,
I mean, we're dealing with the ocean, you know?
Honestly, because I just see him.
You can be just unlucky. Yeah.
He looks on to me today. So to see him in this position, it's difficult.
And he's gone back-to-back semifinals out here. The last two events here at Pipeline, he's made it to the semifinals. So he's already proven that he's a guy to watch here at Pipeline. But to your point, and all the variables, I'm going to ask you, Caroline, how much luck comes into? I mean, sometimes luck comes into play.
Absolutely. I think I actually recently just did this podcast through Red Bulletin, and I was just saying, so much has to come together for it all to, all the stars really have to align for you to win towards the end of the year. And so, yeah, for sure, you have to, be surfing your best and be mentally at your sharpest. And also, you do have to have a bit of luck on your side. We're dealing with Mother Nature, and you just really have to make the right decision at the right time, and hopefully the ocean provides. So, yeah, I mean, Kaio technically needs a 5, so he does need a pretty decent wave, but he's, very capable. I think all these guys, that's the thing, is they're so capable and so good that comes down to whoever gets the best wave. So that's what makes this event so exciting, because everyone's so good. So hopefully there's a flurry at the end of this heat, and we'll see what happens.
Well, 2-minute drill right now for Kaio Ibeli. And he's in a position with priority. So now it's all about Pipeline, Flick. It's all about, is there going to be a swell that hits the reef that's going to give him the opportunity for that mid-range score?
Well, if that wave comes through, I like Kaio's chances because I think he is on. I think his techniques looked amazing today. He's just had a couple of moments that just haven't gone his way. He did have that one really good score in his opening round. So, yeah, I'd like to say he's going to get it if he gets that opportunity. It's just whether or not the ocean's going to cooperate here, and whether or not Ian's going to put his salesman hat on and, maybe even apply a little bit of pressure. Right now we can see they're kind of got a little bit of distance between them. Ian's actually giving Kaio a little bit more distance. He's being quite a gentleman. Some other surfers might not be so gentleman-like and, give a bit more pressure, and, any bit of pressure is, maybe a win for them as well. But, yeah, right now, bit of space, minute on the clock, see what happens.
Well, all you can do right now, and you've been in this situation, Caroline, is just hope for the best.
For sure, and Ian's in a tough position because he's got third priority, and I think Kaio's would be super aware of when a good wave comes through. So Ian's kind of just got to hope the ocean goes flat, and Kaio's hoping that he gets a chance. So right now, Ian feels like time's going really slow, and Kaio feels like it's going way too fast. So I know the feeling. It looks like maybe a wave's coming. We'll see what happens. This is exciting.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, I think that's time enough for maybe 2 waves to hit the reef right now. And unfortunately, nothing really coming into play. Down to 10. And you can see the splash of the water from Kaio Ibeli. Now he knows nothing he can do. No opportunity, had the priority, and right there, a little bit of frustration. We're going to see Kaio Ibeli bow out of competition here. And Jacob Wilcox, as well as Ian Gentile, will move on into the round of 32. There's the numbers right there. Thank you, Caroline Marks, for joining us. You stick around, Flick. We got more coming your way. Take a Bonsoy brew break right now. Get frothed out. Come back to Pipeline, the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI.
It was literally the exact same scenario with when I joined Foo Fighters. It was athletic. You're jumping around, you're sweating, and it's a little pack thing, and you're playing. And I used to play really aggressive, and it takes you to new levels.
When I got on the tour, all of a sudden you're with the best of the best of the best,
right?
And you're surfing with them every day, and then you have to surf a heat against them. So you're just constantly trying to get better, keep up, or level yourself up.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
It's the 805 Cold Beer Surf Club. I took a look at Chris Shiflett, the lead guitar for the Foo Fighters. Dave Grohl's the lead singer. Talks about the thrills, the tolls, life on the road with Dave Grohl, turning passion into profession, guitar talk, surfing with Tom Curran, Bobby Martinez. That's all in the talk with Connor Coffin of the Cold Beer Surf Club. Catch it now. Episode 1 is up, available wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you for joining us here. Final heat of the day. Day number 1 of the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Elimination round out in the water. Third place eliminated from competition, Jordy Smith, Liam O'Brien, and the big rookie, Cole Housman, out in this final heat. Kuiper Girl, joined by Felicity Palmentier and Laura Enever on the set right now as we take a look. Jordy Smith goes right, stalls left, gets in the barrel, little fade into that, so nice start for the big South African.
Yeah, I like that. I liked his start. He's been watching the last couple of heats. I mean, they've been a little bit slow, a little bit sleepy, and, Jacob getting through in that last heat with like a 4 and a 5, Ian as well. So off to a quick start, which is, I'm liking that strategy from Jordy.
Yeah. 14th event. He surfed 14 events so far here at Pipeline. His 17th year on the championship tour. Jordy Smith, 35 years old, representing South Africa. Got a third here in 2018. Had a decent go last year as well. Quarterfinal finish for Jordy Smith. Number 23. .17 kicks in, Laura, for Jordy Smith.
Yeah, Jordy. Tall heat, this crew.
Tall heat, yeah, you got Jordy Smith, about 6'2". Liam O'Brien, maybe 5'11" on Liam O'Brien, but Cole Housman, 6'3", 210 pounds of pure surfing muscle with this rookie, Cole Housman. Unfortunately, this is going to be his test. I mean, we saw Jacob Wilcox in the previous heat. That was his test as a rookie to get through this elimination round, Laura. Same's going to be for Cole Housman right now. See what he's made of, because this is probably the hardest heat in the championship tour.
Yeah, this is, and I mean, to come into your first year on tour, and Cole was looking sharp in his first round. He's got delegated to the second round, and he has an absolutely stacked heat. Jordy Smith, Liam O'Brien. Liam absolutely charges. Jordy, surprised he hasn't made a final here. I'd love to see him make a final here at Pipe in his time on tour, and but he's had huge results in Waves of Consequence, and he's just an all-round champ. But for Cole, this would be a real sort of moment for him to come into his own and really try to play this heat out smart.
Yeah, Jordy Smith with this 5.17, and like you said, a veteran move and just getting a number on the board right away. He's put in his. I think the thing with Jordy is he's putting his time out here at Pipeline and Backdoor, but kind of like under the radar. He owns the house here on the North Shore. He spent a good amount of the COVID years when we were locked down right here on the North Shore surfing and tuning his skills, especially to come up to this challenge.
Yeah, and I feel like every event especially here, he's in the highlight package. He'll get, you know, excellent scores, but just can't seem to crack that final. And I feel like it's in him. This obviously is not the way he probably wanted to start, being in the elimination round, but I love the way that he's trying to get a fiery start against the young crew.
Here he is, smart again. Smith pulls in, pulls up, and not going to come out of that one.
Yeah, really, I'm loving this strategy. I'm loving it. I see, like, he's just so hungry. And I think, just going to echo what I said before, I think he's taking notes that last heat was really sleepy and guys are getting through on 5s and 6s. You know, Jacob got through that last heat on a 10.16 total. You know, that's not necessarily a massive total. So, yeah, taking notes and getting an early start.
Speaking of Jacob Wilcox, let's hear from Jacob. He won the last heat. He's with AJ.
Yeah, he did, Kaipo. Jacob, I know coming into your first CT event at Pipe, surfing in the elimination round on day one, probably not on the goals, but how did you reset from that opening round, get here on the glass to win the elimination round?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the goal, but I was actually pretty excited to go out there. It was like just another 30 minutes to surf Pipe with only 2 other people out, so I think there was a lot of positives in it, but yeah, I woke up, I was pretty nervous this morning. Being one of the last heats of the day, it's like you got to watch everyone, got to be around it all, and yeah, I was trying to manage that, and I was so excited and almost a little bit emotional for that first heat, thinking about how hard I've worked to get to this point, and yeah, it was pretty special, and I haven't really got any waves that I'm super proud of yet, but hopefully as the event goes on, I can find a couple.
I want to talk a little bit more about those emotions that you had this morning. You had so many close calls with qualifying for the CT, and this is the year you finally got it done. What did it take to get over the hump?
I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of close years, but I don't know. Every time I didn't qualify, I just reminded myself that I just got to improve myself in some way, that I'm not good enough yet. And I feel like each year I've kind of gotten a little bit better. And I think just the biggest thing has been my mindset towards it all. It's probably changed the most. And yeah, I'm just really enjoying it. And it's yeah, like if the hardest thing that's going to happen to me today is being the elimination round, it's a pretty awesome day.
Absolutely, even more awesome because you're on to the next heat. What did you learn about surfing at Pipe you're going to carry forward?
Oh, it's pretty fun waves. Such a good wave. It kind of reminds me of a few slabs that I have in WA. Lots of similarities, but yeah, it's a lot different when there's not 100 people out there. You can see a lot more of the reef, see how the waves move, and yeah, I'm just so happy I got to surf out there twice, and of course I'm happy to get through the heat as well.
You'll have at least one more. Congratulations, Jacob.
Perfect, thank you.
Passed the rookie test right there. Jacob Wilcox looking calm, collected. No surprise to me. Flick, in that, you know, like Jacob said, growing up in Western Australia, he's no stranger to gnarly waves.
The Western Australian coastline is giant, and from right at the top to right down south, I mean, we've got the whole coastline is dotted with exceptional waves and a lot of waves of consequence. And Jacob sort of honed his skills down there, and I feel like, I mean, so many people have been saying it, but his surfing suits the tour. You know, he surfs amazing in powerful waves. He's got his turns down. I think he was suited to the tour. It just took him a while to get through the Challenger Series, because the Challenger Series and prior to that, the qualifying series, you know, we've got good waves on there, but not necessarily these big, powerful waves. And so now that Jacob's on tour, I'm so excited to see what he's going to do. I feel like he's going to be the biggest threat. He's sort of, look, my pick with like this whole Rookie of the Year thing, I mean, it's going to be so hotly contested. But I think for me, it's between Cole, this man right here.
Speaking of the rookies, Cole Housman pulls in the barrel, pulls high, tight. You can see the foam ball getting ahead of his board, and that was unfortunate for Cole Housman. Looking for a hot start here, but he's not going to get it, Laura.
Yeah, you can just see the energy there, though. I love the intent. The hairstyle, you know, it's quite lovable.
10 points.
You know, you either love it or you hate it, but I think it's absolutely fab. But yeah, excited to see Cole this year. Like I said before, yeah, you were saying, Flick, before Cole caught that wave, that your pick for the Rookie of the Year would be Cole or Jacob.
100%. I think, yeah, between Cole or Jacob, I mean, there could be, I'm seeing Crosby maybe as well. I mean, he could just get on a streak, and obviously he's got his brother and the whole, you know, San Clemente crew, but I just see, I mean, Cole's a powerhouse. He's now got Luke Egan coaching him. Luke just coached, you know, Caroline last year to a world title. Yeah. All this, like, so much experience behind him. But yeah, I just feel that Jacob's surfing really suits the tour, and this isn't his first rodeo either. I mean, I think he's had 13 championship tour appearances before this event at Pipe. He's had wildcards into Portugal, he's had wildcards to Bells, numerous wildcards to Margaret River, so he's no stranger to being in the CT and having that sort of pressure and competing against the best in the world, you know.
Yeah, I feel like Jacob has like gotten taller and stronger as well. So, I mean, I feel like they had this heat at Narrabeen at the Challenger Series last year, and the final. Well, sorry, it wasn't a heat; it was the final, and they were both just dropping absolute hammers. They looked like CT surfers, and I remember me, Ronnie, and Richie were on the comms just saying they look like they will just fit this tour very well.
Yeah, they definitely belong.
Well, 18 minutes in a pretty slow heat right now. And then Jordy Smith with a valuable 5.17 that he got. And remember, our new global partner in women's surfing, Eventbrite, has curated a collection of WSL-inspired surf and ocean-centric experiences happening in and around cities all across the USA. Enjoy surf lessons, beach yoga, and more amongst this epic list of activities. Find out more on the events happening in your area. Check out eventbrite.com, and thank you for the support, Eventbrite. So Liam O'Brien now sitting with priority, hasn't got away. We had the Cole Housman conversation, the Jacob Wilcock conversation. One thing I want to add about Cole Housman is his rise to the championship tour has been an incredible illustration of the three-tiered system. Of March and last year, he was a QSer, won his first QS at Cabarita, got onto the Challenger Series, made quick work of that. First place in Sydney and Narrabeen, first place in Bolito. By the time he rolled around into event number 4 on the Challenger Series, the US Open of Surfing, that young man right there had already qualified for the championship tour. And that just illustrates how you can go from a region to the Challenger to the CT all in 1 year, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I just recently, the lineup with Dave Proden dropped a new podcast, and it's featuring Cole. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to listen to this. I want to get to know Cole a little bit more. And in there, he speaks about his whole journey, and you really get to know him. It's really good. But he said that he hadn't won an event in about 7 years. And the time that it all switched was kind of Kolohe's doing, right? He sort of took that whole San Clemente crew under his wing and sort of had that mentorship role, and, you know, just was sort of showing the boys the way of the tour. We're not telling them, but just showing them with his actions and pulling them all together and sort of creating that really good environment for competition and traveling together and supporting each other. And so when they decided to do that is when it all clicked, and he finally won that QS event. And as we see...
yeah, 330-itis. That's what that's called.
Ah, that's in a way, that's one of Kolohe's kids right there. You know what I mean? Griffin Colapinto was kind of the first project that Kolohe Andino really took under his wing. And Griffin, we know what he's done so far. Griffin, in turn, has been a mentor and a guidance to this new crew that's come out of San Clemente, Cade Matson, Cole Housman, as well as his younger brother, Crosby Colapinto. To your point, it all happened really with Kolohe lighting the fire. Jordy Smith, casual, looking to improve upon a 1-point ride. We're halfway through the heat, 15 minutes right now, and it's been Jordy who's been the busiest, and the busyness has been paying off so far for the South African surfer.
Unbelievable. It's pretty crazy right now. You know, we're sitting here, only 15 minutes left of this heat, and Liam is yet to catch a wave. We've got to be thinking that maybe the ocean's going to be starting to switch on. Maybe it's got a few of those rhythms. You know, the ocean does tend to do that. You know, it pulses.
Yeah, I mean, the tide's coming up. I think there's like a 7 p.m. high tide this afternoon. And yeah, it feels like the last 2 heats have just gone a bit sleepy, but it's still glassy, and I feel like, you know, there's got to be a pulse soon. Though we do know the swell is dropping. We're going to see it drop off tomorrow and sort of tend to that more northerly swell. So excited to see what could be here tomorrow left over.
Well, maybe some cheeky little waves at backdoor, I reckon. Could be all right. Some 3 to 4 foot backdoor little cheeky wedges.
Yeah, we'll find out in the morning. and see where we're going. I feel that we've had a successful day here, day number 1 here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, stop number 1 of the WSL Championship Tour. I got through the men's opening round. We're getting through. This is the last heat of the men's elimination round. So we are getting the show on the road, getting the engine started, Laura.
For sure, and I know everyone back home in Australia will be tuning in to watch Liam O'Brien right now. Gold Coast Burley boy. He had some success here last year, 5th place, which was so incredible to see after that injury. That injury that took him off his rookie year. Fought his way back in 2022 on the Challenger Series, and then obviously so good to see him break through, get into the semi-finals at El Salvador last year, and just really show the world what Liam O'Brien, as he takes off, is made of.
There he is, and in and out. O'Brien waited for about 17 minutes for that wave, and the patience will pay off for the guy from Burley Heads. And you know what? Talk about like keeping your cards close to your chest, keeping the heart rate down, waiting it out, showing the poker face, not moving. But Liam O'Brien, when he's activated, Flick, just made some stuff happen.
Wow, he went 13 minutes then. Or it was 13 minutes left in the heat until he caught that wave, right? Like, that is nerves of steel.
20 minutes he waited.
Takes off here, drives down the line. You can just see that technique. He had to weave so many times in that barrel there. It was really, really technical. But yeah, talk about nerves of steel.
Look how glassy and beautiful this pipeline barrel is, and just love the way he's pumping. He's on the foam ball there. It was so deep. That is going to feel absolutely amazing. Nothing can feel better than waiting for so long with priority and then turning this in. One of the best waves in the last, couple of heats that we've seen. So just picture perfect, pig dog style here. He's so stylish.
Oh, so stylish. And you can really see that technique. And that's not an easy thing to do, grabbing your rail and then also being able to pump down through the tube, like really technical, comes flying out, beautiful style. Like, wow, way to start your heat.
Yeah, that was awesome. And he's backing it up quickly.
Quickly backing it up with a backdoor barrel, Liam O'Brien. So we're waiting for 2 scores for O'Brien. The one thing that was impressive is that it's really inconsistent, and Liam had to make that count. When he used that priority right there, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Look at Cole Housman, where did he come from? Housman now on a mission. So we're gonna see the complexity or the complexion of this heat change when these next scores drop. It was all Jordy Smith for the first 17 minutes of this heat, and now we're down to 11 minutes, and things are getting shooken up.
Yeah, Cole just came straight from inside that barrel and straight to the exit. So I'm looking forward to seeing the beginning of that one. And here we go, digging deep, gets an early entry up under the lip, double arm drag for a little bit there. It's not over yet. Big carving maneuver, and gets straight back out the back. Really opening up that account.
Laura, I love this in-water view.
Yeah, such a great shot. I mean, nothing deep for Cole. It'll just feel good to get something off the board, wipe off that 1.2, and just really get back in this, because 10 minutes to go, he just needed to get something in that, medium range, and he's done that here. Love that, just swooping in, beautiful takeoff, stands tall, tries to wipe off as much speed, just so we can maximize that tube time, and also so stylish the way he approaches us all. And yeah, we've got some scores coming through. It's going to make things interesting.
Waiting for the score for Cole Housman. The scores did come through for Liam O'Brien. A big 8.5, backed up with a 3.83. O'Brien's in the lead, and he's back for more. Can't really stall on that one. But Liam O'Brien went from 3rd to 1st with that 8.5, and that's really what's going to make the difference in that heat, the excellent score.
Liam pretty much just surfed a 4-minute heat. If those are his two scores by the end of the heat, he did that all in 4 minutes. And throughout today, I've been in the booth for a lot of heats that someone that's holding priority just hasn't been able to turn in a score after all that time, and that was a bit of a rarity to see him be able to capitalize and find that wave. So hats off to Liam.
I think the other thing is that Caroline was just in the booth previously, and we were also talking about this, that at waves like Pipeline or, Chopu, you have the ability to turn a 3-minute heat in. you
Yeah.
know, because it's a quick paddle back out sometimes, and if you can get back out the back, all it takes is one wave. And, the score out here is the barrel. So if you get in one big barrel and you need a big score, it's so doable. So you can exactly that is what just happened. I mean, Liam just did that in 4 minutes. It's pretty incredible. So it's not over. It's never over.
No, it's never over. And we've seen buzzer beaters. We've been highlighting that when we've been featuring some of the WSL vault moments where a number of times there was these epic historic finals out here at Pipeline. You ever think everything's going one way, and all it takes is one wave, 2 waves to turn the whole thing around. 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Liam O'Brien in the lead with an excellent score. Time to take a Bronzoid brew break. I'm going to make it a double shot. We'll be back with more action here from Pipeline. We got more action for you coming up after this last heat of the day, the 8 to 5 post show. Today's best action. We're going to have board talk with Matt Mayhem Biolis, and we'll check in with our friends over at Surfline and ask them what's going to happen with the swell, what should we expect. Oh, maybe some wipeouts too we could highlight. Kate Madsen, start the day off that way. That's the 8 to 5 post show following this final heat of the day where Liam O'Brien's in the lead, a patient surfer, the Australian. Waited till 17 minutes into the heat and then utilized his priority. Got an excellent wave of an 8.5. I'm Crep Girl along with Felicity Palmentier and Laura Enever. Action's not over, Laura.
It's not. I was just saying to Flick, this elimination round on the first day of competition, no one wants to be in it. Been there too many times. I think I've got a bit of PTSD. Heart rate's up for these boys. No one wants to go home on the first day. Although they're not going home, they're going to go back to their accommodation in Hawaii and
just down the road to Sunset.
Wait for sunset, obviously. But it's you have such a long off season getting ready for this moment, and it all comes down to these last 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, it sure does. We saw Cole Housman. We're waiting for a score for Cole. He got a 4.5 on that Pipeline barrel, but he's in third right now, and he needs a 3.18. And to make it a little even more difficult, Flick, for Cole Housman is the guy who's sitting in that second and advancing position. Jordy Smith has priority. Jordy knows how to close the heat.
Yeah, ABC, always be closing.
Always be closing.
No, look, it's definitely a bit of a pickle right now for Cole. There's no doubt about it. He's either going to try and get some distance, or if a set comes through, he's going to probably try and force Jordy into a wave. Nice to see where they are in the lineup and see if they're sitting close to each other. But yeah, right now but you know what? He only needs a small score, and we saw Liam sit there for 17 minutes to open up his account, and he got an 8.5. So we've already said it a million times, but it's really not over just yet. Could be another flurry of waves. It could be a 3-wave set come through. So it's definitely not over. And Cole, I feel like, I've been watching a lot of stuff that he's been putting out on social media, and waves at sunset and here at Pipe, and he's been surfing out here since he's been really little. So if it's in his wheelhouse if he gets the opportunity.
You know, Laura, I feel like he's so prepared for what Flick was saying. He's so prepared coming into this, but that preparation sometimes doesn't work out, and unexpected things happen. I mean, have you ever had that feeling in your professional career? Like, you're so prepared, you're so ready for it.
Like 90% of the time.
But then this is, because this is actually surprising me. Coming into this event, I was like, Cole Housman, watch what he's going to do.
Yeah, this is going to be a classic veteran versus rookie moment. You can see Liam almost just paddling away because, look, Geordie's got priority. There's 3.5 minutes to go. Ball is in Geordie's court.
Yeah. And Liam's like, this is not my fight.
Yeah, and you know, this is out of Geordie and Cole now to be like, okay, Geordie, the next decision he makes is going to be so important, because if he takes off in a wave and the next wave's better and Cole gets it, he only needs a 3.1. So I feel like the nerves and the heart rate, I said this earlier, but I wish we got to see their heart rates right now, because they'd probably just be going through the roof. And yeah.
Little heart rate monitor on each surfer.
I think mine is, or maybe it's Red Bull.
Down to under 3 minutes. And number 23 wants to put a slam dunk on this one.
Much motion in the ocean. Here we go, having a look. Oh! Whoa! Just went for a dive for a lobster down there. Wow, that was radical.
All right, there's waves out the back though. Let's see what happens right here. There's 2 lumps coming right now. 2.5 minutes to go, and Cole needs a 3.1.
So achievable. So achievable.
Geordie just needs to go into absolute warrior hold-off defense mode.
Also make the right decision. You know, it's a hard thing when you don't have a crystal ball, right? And sometimes you can't really see the waves behind the one that's coming. So, you know, how do you know that this wave that you're going, the first wave of the set, is the one to hold Cole off? You know, this is that hard thing when you're playing with Mother Nature, you know, just like, am I making the right decision, please?
Only Huey knows.
Well, there we go. The positioning between the 2 surfers, and Cole hoping for something to happen. Jordy Smith happy to hold down the court at the moment. We did see Liam O'Brien go over the falls, although it's, you know, no harm, no foul for O'Brien. He's way out in the lead right now. He may have gone in, or at least taking the long road back out.
Just gone in to get a little massage.
Chiropractic adjustment.
Eyes on the horizon for these 2 surfers. And there's Liam. Took the long way back out. But he can hold his head up because it looks like he's most certain to move into the round of 32. The tail is really going to be between Jordy Smith, the veteran, and the rookie on tour, Cole Housman. And what a comparison between these 2. 17 years on tour for Jordy Smith, the rookie, Cole. There he goes, he sold it. But is it a sale? Yeah. You know what? Jordy Smith's going to pay the price right there, because he'll happily purchase that item if that was a sale. Looks like he's going to improve upon his score line with a backdoor barrel, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, he only had to improve on a 2.5, so even if he gets a 3.54, that's going to push Cole's requirement up into the 4 or 5 range. But 20 seconds to go, and Cole's standing on his board, and I feel like if anyone could see a wave, it'd be him, because he's palm tree tall.
Well, here we go. And unfortunately, I see some lines out there, but I don't think there's enough time for those lines to hit the reef as the countdowns to the final 5 seconds. And Cole Housman, the rookie on tour, is going to walk away from his first event with an equal 33rd. Meanwhile, Jordy Smith is going to play on. And Liam O'Brien, 8.5, glaring at us with an excellent wave score there for O'Brien. Unfortunate for Cole Housman. And that is the results of the final heat of the day here.
Wow. To be honest, there wasn't that many opportunities that came through in this heat, and Liam just had absolute nerves of steel, waiting so long for that wave. And, you know, did a really good job, because that was a really long stretched out barrel, and to make that and to convert that 8.5, I mean, that was really the turning point for him, and backed it up straight away with a 3.83.
You can tell the comp's over. Look at all the free surfers coming in to play.
It's Cole taking off right now.
We'll be back with more action here. You're going to want to stick around. 8:05 post show coming up. with Joe, Laura, Jesse, right after this.
It's time for the 8:05 post show after a big start to the 2024 Championship Tour. Backdoor and Pipeline certainly delivered to set up some heats in the round of 32. So finishing the opening round, got through that elimination round, handed out 4 33rds. That's always tough. But they can just go down the street, start practicing for Sunset, and maybe get a jump start, and everyone's still focused here at Pipe. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Laura Enever, Jesse Mendez. What a great day starting with you, Laura. I mean, what's your favorite part about kicking off the season?
I think just like coming down here this morning, we knew today was going to be, amazing on the forecast. And then just when you see, the lineup at dark, and it's kind of like you don't really know what's going on yet. And then all of a sudden, like just as the sun started coming over, the sky was like getting pinky, and then there was just like spitting barrels everywhere. And that was pretty awesome.
That was really awesome.
Like, it's on.
Jesse, for you, any surprises for people in form, or was it kind of your usual suspects that came together on game day?
I don't know if I would call it a surprise, but Callum definitely was a standout today, beating Gabe and getting that 9-point ride. He's so good at identifying just the most critical waves. He had the 10-point ride in Portugal last year, and yeah, just applying the pressure at Gabe again this time. And yeah, it was impressive to watch him.
Yeah, tough to send certain guys home like Rio Waida or just down the street. He'll be preparing for Sunset. And also Cole Housman, just more recently in that last heat. That was pretty tough to see him go down after so much hype, having so much great confidence and energy, maybe more so than any other rookie.
Yeah.
And then just now going down in the last heat of the day to Jordy Smith and Liam O'Brien. Liam winning with a 12.33 combined total. And Jordy looks solid on the Waves heat shows, but how about Lobby, Laura?
Yeah, he waited for about 20 minutes with priority, and in the elimination round, on the first day of competition, you have to hold some serious nerves to be able to find a wave like this, and he just surfed it to perfection. You know, high 8, was it 8.5, and just then backed it up. He basically surfed a 4-minute heat. He literally got that wave, and then was in the heat, in the lead, and yeah, left the other guys just sort of chasing, and Cole scratched back into it with this wave. I think it was a 4.5. But unfortunately, the last 7 minutes of the heat, Jordy held priority, and just there wasn't any other opportunity for the boys to really give it a crack.
Pretty special to see Liam in this kind of form. When you're getting barrels like that, everyone wants to get a bit of that energy and give you a solid high five. Jesse, if you're passing on some advice to Cole Housman, how would you recommend him kind of digesting this loss?
Heads up, he's such an amazing, talented surfer. His surfing will fit this wave very well, but also will fit Sunset even better, in my opinion. So he controlled buckets, such a powerful wave. He's the biggest guy on tour. So yeah, just I guess the negative side is losing. The positive side, like you mentioned, he's just going to go down the road and practice before everyone. So he has a little edge on top of that.
It'll be dangerous.
Words of wisdom right there. Let's catch up with the winner of that heat with that 8.5, Liam O'Brien with AJ.
We're going to get to that 8.5 in just a minute, Joey. But first, Liam, I want to talk about just coming into this 2024 season. What did you really hone in on this off season that you wanted to put into practice here at Pipeline?
To be honest, it was just working on some things I learned last year. A lot of decision making. I mean, you get more time in the water with less people on tour, so that kind of gives you more freedom to get more waves and make better wave selection decisions. So I'm trying to work on that a bit. And yeah, that heat was kind of a nice reward for working on that, I suppose, because yeah, I had to sit there for a long time. It was pretty nerve-wracking.
I know, I wanted to talk about that's perfect that you worked on just how you compose yourself within the heat mentally, because you waited a long time for that 8.5 ride to pop up. What did you see on that wave, and how did you keep yourself calm while you were waiting for it?
Yeah, well, Jacob actually gave me a bit of a tip before he paddled in and just said wait for the ones that have a bit more energy in them. So I was just waiting around. I was like, I hope one of these waves comes through, because it's not looking too promising. But yeah, I was just sitting there trying to focus on my breath, and I don't know, I'm usually pretty bad at wave selection, so which yeah, I showed in the end of the heat. But I was just like, I'm just going to sit here and wait for one that actually looks like a really good wave, and if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. But yeah, fortunately for me, it came through.
How much confidence does that give you moving on here at Pipeline, that you can trust your instincts, that a wave will show up and you know what you're looking for?
Yeah, it's definitely a big confidence booster. As you know, it's so crowded out there in the free surf, so it's sort of hard to actually, with all the people around, it's hard to get a good idea of what you're looking for. But yeah, to have a heat, I mean, it's so special to have a heat with no one out there. It's a dream, really. So win, lose or draw, it's a really good time. But yeah, stoked to get through, and stoked to know that I'm going to kind of apply that wave knowledge in the next heat.
Win, lose or draw, but today it was a win. Congratulations, Liam.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Back to you guys.
Well done. Thank you, AJ. Just great when you see certain surfers who have been through a lot at the start of the season in the past, where he's been injured here before, but totally different story this year, looking really comfortable, and being patient certainly paid off. 8.5, that's one of the best waves of opening day as he moves on into the round of 32. For Liam, it's hard not to think of Mark Richards when he talks, you know, about the 4-time world champ, their demeanor, their personality, how polite they are. There's so many similarities there.
Yeah, Liam's just so cool, calm and collected. It does feel like he's been plucked out of the 70s or the 80s, and he just needs the short shorts or something. But he is such a chiller, and yeah, but then also just lets his surfing do the talking. And obviously seeing him get that injury a couple of years ago was so heartbreaking right here. And then, you know, he's always been so underground, just getting bombs down the beach and off the wall and just putting in so much time. So yeah, I feel like he'll be a big threat this contest.
Sometimes those mysterious ones are the hardest to compete against. You never know when they're going to drop bombs like he did in that last heat. Always good to focus on the GOAT, Kelly Slater, 8-time pipe champion. Put on a show today with Jack Robinson. Rio Whiteout in this one said he learned a lot from these two. Jack reading the barrel of backdoor so well, Jesse.
Yeah, like the first morning show we had, the waves were so hard, so messy all around, and he found 2 good waves, and here is just much easier than that day. So Jack's just one of the specialists out here, and he's one of the best tube riders of all time, and he's just showing that on that wave.
Defending pipe champion Jack won this event over Leo Fioravanti in last year's final. Here was Kelly under the hood, 717. So stylish. That entry into the wave was my favorite part of the whole ride.
Yeah, and his boards look amazing. He looks so connected. He had a moment where he got washed down the beach so far, pretty much down to, Kubica gas chambers, had to do the whole paddle back around, and, he's showing that he's still fit as a fiddle to take that on.
He really is. Still a favorite to win. Kelly in second. Remember, top 2, we're moving on to the round of 32, and Kelly spent a lot of time with Jack over the last few winters on the North Shore. He'll even try to hit him up for surf sessions. He really enjoys being around that kind of talent, and really tries to will those heats to come to him at this stage in his career. When you look at Kelly in this kind of form, it's hard not to dream of his 2022 win, where, we're expecting him to maybe do that again, Jesse.
Yeah, it was emotional to watch that, and he's always a threat out here, the best average of the event. Most days of competition surfed in this wave, so he's definitely a threat, and yeah, looking forward to watch him getting barreled.
Geez, the heats are already stacking up. Little tip, everyone playing Fantasy Surfer, you can look at the draw right now and make sure you don't have any friendly fire with your guys surfing against each other. Here's one you're going to want to watch. Ethan Ewing taking on Kelly Slater. What's going to happen there, Laura?
That's going to be one of the most stylish heats of the round, and it's kicking off first thing tomorrow. I know Kelly does not like early mornings.
That's a good point.
It's not on tomorrow, but it's, when it is on, he might be first heat. So he's going to have to go to bed early.
That's a good point. Doesn't like being a morning person typically, but Kelly's going to show up for that one, taking on number 2 seed in the contest. Griffin versus wildcard Shion Crawford, Jesse.
Yeah, that's going to be fireworks. I feel like those 2 surfers are very unpredictable. Like one of them, we don't know as much. Obviously, Griffin has been on tour for a few years, but he's always so hard to predict. You never know what he's going to throw. So, yeah, it's going to be an exciting one to watch for sure.
Yeah, really fun one there. Shion went down swinging a couple times and kept working his way into rhythm. I think he was really proud to kind of go back-to-back with, Jackson Bunch representing the Hawaii Wildcards. And for Griffin, he's kind of got something to prove, too. Sometimes he's turning in the free surfs of the North Shore, a backdoor and pipe, and then he almost can't win this event fast enough. I think he won semifinal, but he should have a lot more consistency. That's going to be a great one to watch. I think we have just made it to our Cup Noodles Wave of the Day. Congratulations, a 9-point ride. Caltex packing this one, kicking off the season, Laura.
Yes, it did have shades of that wave that he got last year over in Portugal, but it was so deep. It was just such a double up on the inside, just went so hollow and throaty, and he absolutely sent it. Almost let go of the rail there and then just grabbed it and was like, I'm going to need to hold on because this is going to be a wild ride.
How cool is that, Jesse? I mean, the way he got the 9-2 and how important it was for him to get the lead back off of Medina.
Totally, and he kind of seems like to feed off pretty well against Medina, so that was incredible what he did. Like Laura mentioned, he almost lost the rail on that bottom turn, and he was just able to sneak himself under the ledge and just get absolutely blown out.
Really cool when you have those heats where that top favorite surfer gets pushed by an underdog, and Callum kind of loves that role, that dark horse that is going to surprise you at any time. He's off and running into the round of 32. This event, it's always fun to talk about boards, especially with Vizsla having that whole shaping zone where people can watch people shape live. Also, we've had the luxury of having the Vizsla Shaper of the Year here on the North Shore to talk shop with us. We got to listen in to Matt Biolas talking to Crosby Colapinto about equipment.
So this is pipe board.
New and improved.
not to be confused with a sunset board.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like a chopu board. The white point's a little further forward than say on a sunset board where we want to be able to hook and turn more. A little further forward, kind of where your front foot drives off the white point. And the tail's pulled in really narrow. Narrow tail with your foam balls, bouncing and a steep wall, explosions coming up. The narrow tails keeps you in control, you know. You're not trying to do blow tails or anything. And so, you know, that's the distinctive thing about boards with pipe and chopu. Right, especially right in here, the tail's narrow. You don't need much to stand on.
Yeah.
And then the boards, we pulled them in a little over all width. I think we've got them down to, this one's 6'6", so it's 19, but your 6'2" and your 6'4", they're 18 and 7/8.
Okay.
This is 19.
You know how like back in the day, the guys on old boards would always just be able to like, their bigger boards look so knifey, you know? They could like kick under the lip. And just, like,
A lot of times they were V bottoms, and you know, so they were huge thick boards, but they were like V nose to tail, and they could like go edge to edge with them and roll and get them moving like MR in those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how far back you're.
Yeah, well, I was thinking like AI and Bruce, like.
You look at an AI or Cara from 15, 20 years ago, it's not that different from this.
Yeah.
You know, you got the random guys that are like Kelly or John, Kelly who's been in 100 pipe masters, and John who's surfed there 1,000 million times. They get a little bored with standard quo and they start really messing with their equipment.
Yeah.
But I think that you've worked your whole life to get where you are, and you're gonna have a shot. And you want to stay kind of conservative, kind of tried and true.
For sure.
Right now is not the time to experiment.
Yeah, for sure.
You know it works. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to try it.
I think Crosby was trying to order something that Andy wrote. Didn't it sound like?
Well, I think Matt thought he wanted to order a single fin.
Mark Richards.
And he's like, oh no, not that old. Just like, you know, Andy Bruce old.
Old for me. Old for me.
Exactly. You gotta love that. The surfer-shaper relationship is really unique, and I think there's some people like Matt that sometimes know you're surfing or what you might need more than you do, you know, and obviously making a ton of boards for Pipeline over the years, you definitely had something really thoughtful set up for Crosby, and it worked out today.
Yeah, it did. And I love the way that he was saying, you know, you don't need to be, you know, just experimenting right now. You want something conservative just to get you absolutely pitted, something that's going to be stable when there's lumps and bumps and everything that you can expect from pipe coming at you. And yeah, obviously worked today.
Well, let's see.
He looks solid.
That's right. Well, we've got a long time in the waiting period. You know, we've got tons of chances to score. Let's bring up Surfline to see when we might be getting underway again. The official forecaster. It's been great having Jonathan Warren on hand to ask him a million questions too, Jesse. What are we seeing?
Yeah, it did. Really broke it down for us a little bit. Looks like tomorrow we're going to have good winds again, maybe a little bit smaller. And then the second half of the window looks very promising for the wind. He did mention a little bit that there's going to be a secondary swell coming from the northeast, which is not ideal, but sometimes it breaks it up the swell and makes it very good rights. So backdoor could be firing, and with the offshore winds could be very nice. So let's see. Let's wake up and see. That's the best way.
Laura, thoughts on tomorrow morning? Potential there?
I mean, I feel like Kaipo was a bit skeptical, but I feel like there could be something left over, and if there's something left over and, you know, it's peaky, I think it could be a great day to get the women's kicked off, and yeah, if there's any more barrels left over.
A lot of great choices, too, in the back end. So we're in a great spot so far, completing a big day of action and creating a big top 5 for the 805 post show. Let's start off at number 5 on the charts, making a big statement. Well, from free falling, from high out the top of a crazy one, that back door. Rookie overboard. Oh, my goodness. This gets more painful every time we watch it, Jesse.
That was so painful, and the worst part about this is just the body positioning. He landed sideways, just takes all your air out of it, and that was horrible looking. I'm glad he's all right.
Yeah.
That might have been his first wave of the tour.
Number 4 on the top 5, Eli Hanneman. First CT heat win, and he did it in such a solid way, Laura.
Oh, yeah, he just surfed that wave so well. And just showing that, yep, he's here to give it a crack. I loved
he's posted an interview talking about his road to recovery back here after his massive wipeout, and yeah, he's doing amazing.
Number 3 on the top 5, Callum Robson is kind of gunning for another YETI Tundra because he had the 10 last year. Kind of got close today, Jesse.
That was crazy, yeah. Smart play there for Gabe on the first wave, just protecting him. I guess using the priority, he was using the rules, but Callum didn't got faded on that and got the best wave of the heat, taking the win.
How about this one? John Florence, number 2 on the daily top 5, put together this masterclass.
Oh yeah, first wave of John's season, absolutely beautiful. You know, he's just looking so comfortable out there as per usual, and yeah, so good to just watch him out there every single wave. Loves speaking to, Caroline, Molly, all of the ladies just saying that they just love watching all of his heats and just studying what he does because it's just always so inspiring and you can learn something.
Flawless performance from the local boy, and then the wild card at the buzzer, Jackson Bunch got this gem of a wave, 877 to turn the heat.
That was a classic pipeline good foot wave. He was just so deep, so behind, and just able to do that long, drawn-out bottom turn and getting very deep on the barrel and coming out. And I was stoked for him, a Grom that is just so comfortable out there.
And 2 seconds. There was 2 seconds left on the clock. I don't think you can ever have a better feeling than a buzzer beater when there's, he was staring down the barrel of heading to the elimination round and just flipped the heat in 2 seconds.
That's so crazy. Jackson Bunch into the round of 32 and looking to make more of a statement as this event continues. We'll say bye for now, but join us tomorrow morning at 7:45 in the morning local time for the call. We'll see you then.
We will not settle, got on lock level, make you pop like a hot kettle. It's incredible, read them all like a nursery rhyme. That's why we gotta do it perfect this time. Learn what you like, it's showdown time. The spotlight's on, yeah, so down mine. I do myself, so you moving down my way, so you get it, it's forever. You gotta make it count, come around, make it bounce, they can never hold us down. I do myself, so you moving. See you getting up and get up, nobody is forever. You gotta make it count, come around, make it bounce, they can never hold us down. Left with no ring rust, nobody in it jump down like the king does. Feel that quick rush running through your veins. It's the same how I keep it going, yeah we maintain. Back like I never left, with no ring rust, nobody in it jump down like the king does. Feel that quick rush running through your veins. It's the same how I keep it going, yeah we maintain. To tell them, get ready for the Armageddon. Armor weapons like we setting up to target them, and they wanna take our hearts and every little part embedded. But we don't chance it, we just did them until they start again. And I do myself, so my so you with it, and I will see you get up and down. It's forever, you gotta make it count, get around, make it bounce.
Broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcasts around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.